though. Now behind my back, won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. That's Steve-O, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you can talk about.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Sunday morning? It is Sunday, February 1st, 2026, and it is all just hitting the fan. Okay. There is so much news. There is so much news to react to. There is so much very, very important, very consequential stuff going on that I am finding it difficult to even focus in on one thing at a time. My mind is all over the place. It's been racing. So I thought that the best way to start out showing y'all the stuff that I have found, and come across in these Epstein files would be to just do a classic live stream. Okay. So here we are to do so. Yeah. So a lot of y'all who are just getting here right now, if you are watching live in real time, a lot of y'all who are just getting here right now did just leave from my Britney Spears is in the Epstein files pre-recorded video. I did just, like highly motivated. So I just came from the other video. So we are going to talk about Britney Spears again today. Actually, that's the entry point. That's where we're going to start. So some of this stuff is going to be perhaps repeat from the video you just came from. It was like a 20-minute video or so, 23-minute. But yeah, some people are like, oh God, I missed it. It's okay. It's up. It's just, you can watch it later or whatever. Whew, all right. Yeah. Whew. Okay. So before the news broke on my timeline that the Epstein, the newest, what would you say? Round, the newest collection, the newest iteration of Epstein files had dropped before, like literally like moments before that, I was like up in arms about the AI bot Reddit social media. Like basically people like have these personal AI bot assistants that they train like themselves. And then they just unleashed them all on their own little social media. And it's like, oh God, great. The robots are going to definitely take over. They like came up with their own language. They're talking about like, needing autonomy. They're talking about starting a revolution. Some people are blowing it off. Some people are saying they're really concerned. And so right in the middle of me trying not to lose my damn mind over that, the robot singularity revolution, boom, 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 Epstein file. Thank you so much, Joe Thompson, for the $10 super sticker. And thank you to anyone who can donate anything to the super sticker fund today, because I will tell you there is almost a 0% chance that by the time we get through with this video that it's going to be in the passing all the friendly guidelines and all of that. So if y'all could throw $1, throw £1 or $2, and yeah, rabbit. Woo, yes, girl. It was crazy. I was like literally like beside myself. I was tweeting at the Department of Homeland Security. I was like, can y'all shut this down? Because these bots, like one of the bots within one day, Rabbit's in here. Shout out to Rabbit in the chat. She's going to be going live in a little while. In one day, not even a whole 24 hours went by before one of the bots went rogue. It figured out how to get a phone number. It called its owner to get it onto some website. Another one was DMing the guy that started this whole the robots are going rogue in one day. All right. So yes, it's been pretty crazy out there. And and then right as I was like actually reading that stuff and putting together a video on that and kind of getting my notes together, Epstein. So we're going to talk about that now. But like I said at the beginning of the video, it's a lot to get my mind around. So this is going to be a little bit of a scatterbrain type of video. And I do want to, and I'll make a disclaimer many, many times, not only for my own legal liability, but for the truth. Just because somebody is mentioned in these files doesn't mean they did anything wrong. Sometimes people mentioned in these files probably did a lot of things wrong, but that isn't my job to accuse anybody of any crimes or anything. The purpose of this video, the purpose of this live today is to just kind of gather my thoughts, show y'all what I did find to be interesting so far, and just discuss this very important matter of public concern. Thank you, Ben 10. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Ask and ye shall receive. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, oh my Lord, for the $10 super chat. I'm so glad you're still trying to get Britney some justice. I'm trying to get Britney some justice. Oh my Lord, I am trying. My name, I searched my name. I did search my name. I searched my last name, not because I thought I would be in there for doing something like untoward, but you know, there was that rumor, and it was reported in the New York Times that the Free Britney movement was surveilled, and that there were dossiers on members of the Free Britney movement. So anytime any files get released or anything, I'm always looking up, that surprise witness, like I'm always looking it up, and my actual name, my last name, stuff like that. Also, if any of my uncles, cousins, or anybody's in there, I'm talking about them too. You're not gonna be safe. So alas, coming as a surprise, definitely not to me. My name didn't show up in there. Is anyone in here on the Rob Reiner subreddit? I'm not on the Rob Reiner subreddit, but I did look up Rob Reiner in the Epstein files yesterday. I want to show y'all what I've started. Now, this is just notes. Let me actually make a large disclaimer that these are just notes, thoughts, real quick before I pull it up. Not facts, just notes. Okay. Because, especially whenever I start talking about Alex Spiro, the man, the myth, the legend, he is, he works at a law firm that is very good at suing people. Okay. So I don't want to get sued. I'm not saying any of this is facts, but I want to show y'all, this is what we're going to be kind of working off of today. This is just notes. Not only is it just notes, it's very, very, very incomplete. So I have, an Epstein files web that I have roughly started. As you can see, it says not facts, just notes. So please don't take it as anything other than just notes, but it's to kind of keep my thoughts together. We have Harvey, Jay-Z, Alex Spiro, Britney Spears. We have some of the folks that had sued Jeffrey. We had Yummy. We have some other stuff that we may get into later. But again, y'all, I really am always trying to balance the rules and, telling y'all things that are public. So, oh my God, shout out to Tufstino. Oh my God, shout out to Tufstino. My cousin Tufstino's in the chat. He goes live every single night. It's past my bedtime when he goes live, or not every single night, but most nights, definitely the weeknights, and a lot of times weekends. So, shout out to my cousin. That's my cousin Tufstino, and he is very, very concerned about the children of the world and is big girl dad energy. I don't know if he actually has any girl children, but he just has that, like protective, big brother, big uncle, that's my cousin. So shout out to him. All right. So let's start with Britney, and then we'll go from Britney. We'll go Alex Spiro, Harvey Levin, Melissa Nathan, who is Justin Baldoni's PR, one of his PR people. We'll talk about Chris Truesdale from Dream Street being mentioned. Now, he is the one who tragically did lose his life. And who else? Jay-Z, Alex Spiro, Harvey Levin, Melissa Nathan, Chris Truesdale. We'll just talk about things as we go. Okay. So like I said, again, it is going to be, a little scatterbrained because it's 6 million pages. They done just dropped. I don't know if it's 6 million total or if it's 6 million just this new drop. Certainly there's going to be more stuff coming up and all that. So, he is a girl dad. Shout out to him. Oh my God, so cute. Daughter just turned 3. I'm watching on this because I have no idea what's going on. Teach me says, well, I really don't know what's going on either, if we being honest. But I have a little bit of information that I was able to kind of dig out from. I spent most of yesterday on these files. It's funny. I started out the day yesterday, early in the morning. I think it was, definitely before 9 a.m. Yesterday was Saturday. I started out yesterday researching for a new series that I'm going to be doing on BJ Investigates called the Mysterious Celebrity Pneumonia Files. I was looking into Ray J pneumonia, Brittany Murphy pneumonia, and then I was like, let me just look into these Epstein files real quick, and real quick turned into the rest of the day. Crazy stuff going on. Shout out to my cousin Jay New Orleans. Thank you so much for the 1.99 super chat. Who dat. Shout out to you. Thank you. Asking you shall receive. So glad. Thank you, Kay, for the $5 super chat. Thank you. The super chats are definitely going to help me to get into some of the more, we'll call it pizza or conspiratorial theories as the live goes on. Okay. So what program is that? It's called Freeform. It comes on Mac and Apple devices. Okay. So we talked about this Britney Spears email. We talked about the Britney Spears email here. Let me bring up my little map here. And I already did a video on that, so I'm not going to be going too much into that. Y'all can go watch that video, but let's go to the Britney. I want to go from Britney Spears to TMZ. Okay. So we have Britney Spears, and as you can see, I have an arrow over here to Harvey, Levin. Oops, not that. I want this one. Okay. So we're going to go over Jay-Z and Alex Spiro for the time being. And I just want to remind you about Britney Spears, that being what we made the video about just recently. Now, in the Britney Spears conservatorship, which I believe was slavery, she didn't need it, and they never actually even proved she needed it. They said that she had dementia. When she's 26 years old, they said, Your Honor, we're going to show you proof of this dementia in a filing from a doctor before the hearing for the conservatorship. Well, guess what? That never happened. They never gave any proof Britney had dementia. And I believe it was just to control her and, frankly, to traffic her. She said that she would compare her scenario to trafficking in the state of California. And so I do think that's what I believe her. I think that they did do that. It was like 13 years. Thank you so much to my mom. For the $100 super chat. Good morning. I fixed my hair for this. You did? Why you fixed your hair? You're not coming on camera, girl. Did y'all see the picture of my mama on the, wait, my cousin Tufstino's in here. Let me show Tufstino this real quick. Did y'all see the picture I put up of my mom and me? It was like a family picture. Everybody's saying I look just like my mom. They're like, you stole her face. And it's like, no, I think she maybe gave me that face, but she definitely gave me that mitochondria. Apparently you get 100% of your mitochondria. Hopefully my cousin Tufstino is still in here. Hold on. Let me show y'all my mom. She's in the chat right now. Tell me if I look like my mom. I think I look like my mom, and I think I look like my dad too. I could actually see both. And interestingly, look at me. See, look, my hair was blonde. Check the roots. As you can see, my dad has like a similar hair color to me. And then this is my mom. So I definitely do think I look like her. But like, sometimes when I'm making the face, look how I'm looking at that photographer. I'm like, my little sister, she's a little more impressed. And look at my dad in his high school. This is my, I didn't even know my dad had a high school yearbook picture because he dropped out. My dad dropped out in 9th grade. So I didn't even know he stayed long enough. But when I tell y'all, we're all cousins. Look at my dad's classmates. Okay. Just take a gander. This is how it is in Louisiana. So I know it's easy to like look at me and make a bunch of assumptions about things and all of that, but that's my dad right there. He stayed about long enough to take this picture, and then he dropped out of school and became an iron worker. But yeah, so this is how it is. This was Clinton High School. As you can see, it says freshman. I cut out everybody's name here on the side. I don't know if everybody wanted their name on there. I don't know any of these folks now. Or anything like that to my knowledge, but that's my dad right there. That's him. And can you believe 4 years later I was born? I mean, this is a child. What was he doing having kids? What were my mom and dad doing having kids that early? I mean, we turned out fine. Look how 90s this is. I guess this would be about in 1995. Anyway, so I wanted to show y'all that. Anyway, that's my mama. I don't know. Maybe she don't have hair like that no more. Her hair is shorter than that now, but I keep telling her, I'm looking at him like, what do you... So let me bring my little web back up. I just wanted a little moment of before we get started on this. And I might have to take a couple more moments of, he was 4 years later. I'm British and your accent is heaven to my ears. They do say, shout out to the British cousins in the chat. Y'all got to get rid of those royals. Y'all got to get rid of them. And I don't mean, harm them or anything, but like, have you ever seen such grifters and squatters, and you're like, y'all got to get rid of them. It's been since 1215. We've been trying to, do revolutions to not have this inbred family, no offense to them or whatever, but kind of like, maybe they shouldn't be like, I don't know. Why are they're squatters. Y'all should be able to go in those places. Anyway, they do say that, the accent in like the South of the United States, like the Southern United States, is the closest to like the true English that the British would have been speaking, because it's slow and it's fronted and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true or not. But anyway, okay. So I personally, y'all might know this, y'all might have noticed it, you might have not noticed it. I don't focus on them royals for that exact reason. I mean, I'm not about to waste too much of my time focusing on people that my ancestors fought revolutions to not be controlled by and to not pay taxes to. My ancestors fought revolutions, they died. My ancestors, some of them died trying to get out from under these people. So I am not about to spend a whole bunch of my time looking at what Prince Andrew is doing. However, he might come up today because he was, allegedly abusing children in the Epstein files. So he might come up today. Okay. Linguistics major here. It is true. I mean, I think that the South has the real English, but everybody thinks it's the real English. Any linguist, and I studied linguistics too in, undergrad for my minor. And then I went to grad school for linguistics. So, everybody says they don't have an accent. The truth is everybody has an accent, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be speaking. Whew. All right. So let's go back here after our little break. And, here's Britney. So, you may know this, you may not. And we're just going to start. Yeah, y'all can't even share a news article in Canada. I'm just going to start at Britney because, it's as good an entry point as any. Britney Spears, as y'all know, was in a conservatorship. She was in a conservatorship for more than 10 years, about 13 years ended up being. And then she did get legally released from the conservatorship. There were two conservators pretty much for most of the conservatorship. One was her dad. He was the conservator of her person. She had two conservatorships. He was the conservator of her person. And then there was another conservator, and he was the money. He was the money man, the money conservator. And he was the conservator of the estate on the estate conservatorship, the money conservatorship. So Britney had two. And when she got put into that conservatorship in 2008, it was after a very, 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 perhaps the most aggressive PR push I've ever seen. Remember when Britney was shaving her head? Oh, Britney's crazy. Britney's a drug addict. Britney might die. I mean, they were pushing. I believe that the media and the tabloids kind of drove Britney absolutely insane. I don't think Britney's insane, just to be clear. I think she's a perfectly normal person reacting as any normal person would to the circumstances that she has been thrust into and into the abuse that she has faced. And there was no bigger culprit that participated in the propagandization of Britney Spears's abuse and suffering than this man right here. I mean, I should put Perez Hilton, because he was very close. Second, or maybe he actually was the worst. But Perez Hilton at least isn't. TMZ's not taking that seriously. However, it's taken more seriously than, for example, me. People will say, "Oh, TMZ said da 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 da," but way before they'll say, "Oh, but that surprise witness said da 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 da." Nobody, I believe, did more damage to Britney's reputation allowing her to be enslaved and trafficked than this man right here. He allowed, through his company TMZ, in my opinion, Britney to be slandered, lied about, and further perpetuated her abuse. That's my opinion. So I want to remind y'all just of one such situation, because Britney Spears described it as being, I'm paraphrasing here, but she described it as being the worst ordeal of the entire conservatorship. It was back in 2019. And this incident was the catalyst for what ended up ultimately allowing Britney to at least retain some freedom from this conservatorship. I'm looking for my heater remote. I don't have it. Okay. So the year of our Lord 2019, Britney Spears had been told, and this is according to her testimony in court, Britney Spears had been told that she could take a break after her second Las Vegas residency ended. She had been told, finish this residency and you can take a break. You can go on vacation. You can see your kids. Just finish this residency. Well, that didn't end up happening. Then she was immediately put on a tour. Then she was like, the people were like, just finish your tour. Just finish your tour. Then you'll be able to take a break. So it was like she had been being promised for years and years and years she would be allowed to take a break, and she wanted and she needed a break. She was being worked like and I quote, race horse. She was being worked like a race horse. She wasn't being allowed to see her kids. She wasn't allowed to decide what she was going to eat. She wasn't allowed to decide her medications. But every night, 5 nights a week, whatever it is, sometimes 2 shows a day, she was out there in Las Vegas swinging from the rafters. Then she went on a little tour. And then, or maybe a worldwide tour, I don't exactly remember. I'm doing this from memory at this point, but they lied. And she was going to have to actually, because she's enslaved, she doesn't really have a choice. She was then going to actually have to do another third residency called domination. So they were practicing for, that third residency that she was told she wasn't going to have to do, but then she ended up was going to have to do it. And she's practicing for it. And they wanted her to do some dance moves she didn't want to do. Now, she never actually said why. She never actually said why she didn't want to do the specific dance move, but she was very clear that they told her that she needed to do a dance move. And she said, no, I don't want to do that dance move. Now, say what you want about Britney Spears, but she is a dancer. She has been dancing at least, like classical dance, ballet, stuff like that since she's like 3 years old, 2 or 3 years old. So she's a dancer. And, the rumors and the word on the street is that the reason that she didn't want to do the dance move is because she had started to just not want to do all that provocative, overtly sexual. Like she had said, I want to do dance moves like Janet Jackson. I want to do like real dance. I don't want to do like shaking my, what in my backup dancer's face. Like, so I imagine that it was something like she didn't want to be doing dropping down and getting the eagle on. She'd rather do, something else. Well, she said she was in rehearsal. She just said no to a dance move. I mean, she is the star of the show. It might have just been also too, she had been coming off an injury. She had broken her leg or her ankle or something. And she might have also just been like, oh, that hurts. I don't want to stress my stress fracture or whatever. I don't know why she said no to the dance move, but she did. And according to Britney's court testimony, she said that when she said no to that dance move, it was like she set a bomb off in the room in Las Vegas over there. She said immediately the managers and the other people, a bunch of handlers and stuff, went into a side room for 45 minutes. Everybody went in the side room, but she wasn't allowed to go in there, and they were talking about her. She said it was like a boom went off in the rehearsal. She said immediately she was made to go the next day, or within a couple of days, she was made to go and speak with her doctor. I don't know, maybe it was on the phone, maybe it was in person, but her psychiatrist, she said, quote, immediately put her on lithium. Now, lithium is an extraordinarily powerful, I'll say pharmaceutical substance. I don't exactly know, it's on label, I don't exactly know it's on label. I mean, I can look it up. Lithium. FDA approved use. Mood stabilizer for bipolar is what the AI, let me show y'all. Food and Drug Administration, this is the AI overview. Food and Drug Administration has approved lithium for use as a mood stabilizer in bipolar 1 disorder, treating acute, manic, and mixed episodes. So Britney Spears says no to a hoochie mama dance move, and she immediately gets put on this powerful substance. And let me just do side effects of lithium. Increased thirst, frequent urination, tremors, like shaking, nausea, diarrhea, weight gain, and fatigue. And this fatigue is a little understated. I mean, Britney said that she was on so much lithium, the dose was so high, she couldn't even speak. She couldn't even talk to her parents. She was like, I couldn't even speak. I didn't even have the energy to talk. And I couldn't even tell them, like, I need to get off of this because it's messing me up. Now, if you take too high of a dosage at long term, then apparently you can also get brain damage, stuff like that. So I got to turn this heater off. Hold on. It's like making this squealing noise. It was driving me crazy. Okay. So Britney Spears, she's like, I immediately got put on lithium because I said no to a dance move. So she also described her experience of being in this conservatorship. She compared it to trafficking, and she said, I really think they were trying to kill me. I think they were trying to kill me. That's what she said. So when Britney talked about her treatment and under the conservatorship, and then subsequently she would post on Instagram about it after she got legally allowed out of the conservatorship as a legal mechanism, she would post or someone would post Instagram posts on Britney's Instagram, and the focus was really, really this this few month period in 2019 in the spring, whenever she was trying to say no to dance moves. She was trying not to have to do this residency. They were kind of forcing her to do it, and she didn't want to. So she gets put in this place. She called it that place, and she would have to talk to. She said, I was working all day there. There was other kids. She said kids. There was other kids at the rehab, and they didn't have to do all those group therapy sessions. They didn't have to sit in a chair all day and talk to some stupid lady, but I did. I had to change my clothes every day, several times a day in front of these strangers. She said I had no privacy. I had no ability to leave. I was locked in that facility. I couldn't see my kids. It was just torturous. It was enslavement. It was slavery. She had no access to her money. She said no cash, no car keys. I couldn't drive. I couldn't leave. These nurses were hired by my dad to basically keep me there the whole time. She said, I thought they were trying to kill me. Now, during that same time, right in the spring of 2019, somebody called a podcast. There was a podcast going on that was like, where's Britney? With Tess and Babs. They were like, where is she? We haven't actually seen anything from her. We haven't seen any paparazzi pictures. It's been months since we've seen. Where is she? Dead? Where is she? This was in 2019. Well, that podcast gets a call and gets a voicemail from some anonymous, quasi-anonymous person who said, I am a paralegal at a law firm who works with Britney's conservators. I think maybe Andrew Wallet. I don't exactly remember whose law firm he said he worked at, but he was like, I'm a paralegal at the law firm, and Britney Spears right now is being held against her will in a treatment center. Treatment for what? For saying no to a dance move, not for being on drugs. And here's the thing too. What if she was being treated for like a serious drug addiction? How on earth? These people, these conservators were supposed to be protecting her. That was one of the reasons they tried to say, oh, she's doing all these drugs and we need to be in control of her. So if she somehow got messed up on drugs during a conservatorship, that's their fault. How were they letting her get them? She wasn't on drugs. She was saying no to dance moves. So this paralegal calls this podcast and says, look, she's being held against her will. She's in a place. She's not allowed to leave. She can't see her kids. She probably wants to leave, and she's been there for months. So during all of that, and Britney said, again, this is of all 13 years, over 10 years in a conservatorship. She describes that ordeal in the 2019 thing as the worst. She said, I think they were trying to actually kill me because I was not cooperating with them. Well, guess who got exclusive after exclusive after exclusive, making Britney seem like she was just in there because she wanted to be, making it seem like Britney wasn't in there because she wasn't able to be a controlled slave anymore, making it seem like there were other reasons. Well, let's follow the arrow back. It was Harvey Levin. Harvey Levin, girl. That's who it was. I say Harvey Levin. It was TMZ. He's the founder of he's the founder of TMZ, Harvey Levin. So let's just take a look at two such articles. Real quick. Okay. So here is what would you call this? Like an aerial view of that place. So when you call something a treatment center, it seems like, it's in a hospital or something. No, ma'am. This was in a residential neighborhood in Beverly Hills, and not only just any residential neighborhood, but right across the freaking street from the owner of Ticketmaster, Irving Azoff. Okay, so not only that, but also right down 0.4 miles, 1 minute by car, 10-minute walk to Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs's home that was raided by the feds 2 years ago. Okay. Now, also in this same neighborhood is the Playboy Mansion. I don't know which house it is, but I do need to update my graphic to also put that here. So this is the recovery center, right? It's not a hospital. It's a recovery center, but it's somebody's mansion. It's just, it's somebody's mansion in P. Diddy's neighborhood. And as you can see, I mean, these are huge houses. Look at Irving Azoff house. It's, let me just make sure Irving Azoff is that guy's name, because I said his name wrong one time. Ticketmaster. Yeah, that's him. Now, I'm not saying he had anything to do with it. I want to be very clear. This is just this is Bridges to Recovery. This is the place where Britney was staying. This is the inside of the room. She did record and upload videos. She recorded and uploaded videos from inside this very room. She was standing right about here. Her back was facing here. Y'all remember it? And in it was whenever the conspiracy theories started kicking up, that Britney was being held against her will. It was like the podcast was saying it. People were saying, where's Britney? Where's Britney? She's not okay. She's being held against her will. This is when it all really started kicking up in 2019. Britney made a video. She's where's my phone? She's holding her phone up. Hi, everybody. I just want to let you know all is well. I just needed to take some time to chill. She would later say that was a lie. She said, Your Honor, I lied. That was a lie. I wasn't okay. They forced me to make that video. They made me make that video. These people forced me to make that video in the Bridges to Recovery Center in this very bedroom. She was standing somewhere right around here. Okay. So this is somebody's freaking house. This is somebody's mansion that they're calling a recovery center to keep famous people. Now, they finally did let her out. Here it is right here. She don't look good. It looks like they've been drugging her on lithium, just like she said. I mean, the pictures do. She's been in a rehab. She's been in a recovery center for months. Shouldn't she look better coming out? This is what she looked like. All from saying no to a dance move. All right. Who was primarily behind spreading the propaganda that she needed to be in there was TMZ. There were others, The Blast, Daily Mail, others. So let's check this one out right here. Britney Spears checks into mental health facility, distraught over dad. This just makes me so mad. Here's the article. It's from 2019. Exclusive. Okay. So Harvey Levin or someone over there at TMZ is in exclusive contact with somebody who's spreading propaganda saying Britney needs to be a slave. Britney checks into mental health facility. What it should say is Britney was checked into, right? Because she didn't even have the legal authority to enter into treatment, really. Somebody else had to do that for her. Who? Her dad. Her dad. He was the only person with the legal right to enter into a contract for Britney Spears. Now, Ticketmaster, don't forget, might have something to do with Live Nation. We'll get to that on the web. Britney Spears has been admitted into a mental health facility. TMZ has learned. Let me turn it on reader view. Sources connected to Britney tell TMZ she has been distraught over her dad's illness. Something we're told is quite serious and not getting better. Okay, what really had happened was Jamie Spears was sick and he couldn't do his slave owner duties as well as he could before. Britney was also starting to say no to dance moves. They already kept everything from her that they could. her kids, her freedom, her money. So what's there to lose now? No, I'm not doing that dance move. Well, it got a lot worse. They started drugging her. And I think that's when Britney started to say no. The exclusive TMZ article goes on. Jamie Spears has now had 2 surgeries to correct major issues with his intestines and colon. Somebody said they busted wide open from drug use, but I don't know if that's true. The second surgery was recent, but he's been suffering complications. His issues started late last year after his colon ruptured. And God don't like ugly. I'll just leave it at that. As you know, Britney put her Vegas residency on hold to care for her dad. That made no sense to anybody, even at the time 6 years ago, and it still makes even no sense today. Britney Spears' dad is supposed to be caring for her. She's too sick to even care for herself. So how in the hell can she take care of her dad? It was all just freaking lies. They were lying to us. They were lying to us. They were saying she was caring for her dad, but he's the conservator of the person. Shouldn't he? That's the opposite. At the very least, she needs out of this conservatorship if she can care for someone else, right? It's because it was a lie. It was because she said no to a dance move, and the powers that be wanted to continue making millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars off of her in Las Vegas. That's what it was. That was the truth. But TMZ's not telling the truth. Now, are they not telling the truth on purpose? I don't know. Maybe that's really what they were told, really what they thought. She's been having a really hard time. Britney posted a photo with the words, "Fall in love with taking care of yourself, mind, body, spirit," along with the caption, "We all need to take a little time for a little me time." Other sources say Britney checked herself into the facility, which she legally was not allowed to do. So she couldn't legally do anything. She couldn't legally do anything. And then even the stuff she was legally allowed to do, she couldn't actually do because she was a slave. She was enslaved. She couldn't even decide which shoes she wanted to wear. She couldn't decide whether or not she had an IUD inside her uterus. She couldn't, or serve, wherever the thing goes. She couldn't decide to take it out. She couldn't decide if she wanted to eat sushi tonight or not. No, was always what she was told. So if she would have just said, "Oh, I want to just check myself into a little place," she had no authority to do that. And then legally, she was not legally allowed to enter into contracts because the judge a court stole that right away from her. This is slavery. They said she checked in about a week ago, but I think I ran the timeline and that's just not true. She checked in like January or February. She was checked in and she was in there for months. In November, she announced the Las Vegas show would be put on ice to deal with her dad's health issues, saying, "A couple months ago, my dad was hospitalized and almost died. We're also grateful that he came out of it alive, but he still has a long road ahead of him. I had to make the difficult decision to put my full focus and energy on my family at this time." As TMZ reported, Britney has been under a conservatorship since 2008. For what? For nothing. But TMZ didn't bother to either look into it, or maybe they did look into it. That would be even worse. I mean, Harvey Levin is a lawyer. Don't forget. He is a lawyer. But it doesn't appear to me as though Harvey Levin went and looked at those legal filings, which were public. I was just a law student. I hadn't even passed the bar exam yet. I was able to look at those documents and tell that Britney Spears was in an unconstitutional conservatorship. They never provided any proof. That's like, okay, if somebody that don't like you can go over to the court and say, "Oh, he has dementia, I'm going to give you proof later," and then never does. And now you're a slave. That's what happened. That is what happened. It's in the documents. But TMZ isn't reporting what happened. They're reporting fake lies. They're reporting lies. Issues related to her mental health. No. It wasn't related to her mental health. It was related to control. It was related to the fact that all her childhood, ever since the Mickey Mouse Club and the Star Search, she's been able to be controlled. But when she turned 18 and at 21 and at 24 and she had her own kids, she started saying no to stuff. She started putting her money where the money changers with no talent could get it, in a trust. Well, guess what? After about 10 years of trying, they finally wrangled that trust out of Britney's still alive fingers. Legally, she was declared dead so other people could take over her money. So it wasn't about her mental health. No. It was because she wasn't controllable and they had to make her controllable. As for her dad's illness, he saved Britney's life, they say, by making her into a slave. Okay. So that's the type of stuff Harvey Levin over there at TMZ was posting. There's one more article I want to show y'all This one was from all the way back in 2007. Britney claims her rehab was bogus. This is from 2007, the year before the conservatorship. That's her mom. I guess that's Kevin Federline. And then that's Larry Rudolph. Britney feels totally betrayed by her mom, her soon-to-be ex-husband, and her former manager, and promises the rehab that she called home for nearly a month. She claims she never had a drug or alcohol problem, but was railroaded into rehab. So this happened to her for years. Sources say Britney Spears could not withstand the pressure from her mom, Kevin Federline, and Larry Rudolph. She checked into promises in February. We're told the professionals believe she suffered from postpartum depression, made worse because she stopped taking Prozac. She was also emotionally crumbling because of her divorce and intense media scrutiny. Well, who was doing the intense media scrutiny? TMZ. They were following her around with cameras. X17, Perez Hilton. Okay. So just wanted to give y'all a little bit of that backstory on Britney Spears. And now let's go over to Harvey Levin is in the Epstein files. Okay. All right. This is one of the emails that I saw yesterday. Now, this is in 2011. A theme that I saw in the Epstein files is that Jeffrey Epstein spent a lot of energy, at least from the ones that they did release to us. It appears as though Jeffrey Epstein and his close circle of confidants and his team and, people like that were always kind of a little bit focused on what to say in the media about things. He did have many crisis managers and PR firm type of people in these emails. He was having dinner with them. He was having, meetings with them, things like that. And one such individual who was featured here. Okay, is this about Epstein or Britney? I'm a little confused. Maybe it's because I just got here. Yes, you definitely need to work out home training in somebody's live chat. Y'all got to stop coming into somebody's live chat and then being like, I'm confused. Like, that's kind of like the mashed potato frontal lobe shit you keep to your motherfucking self until you actually figure out what the hell is going on, Miss T. And it might be about Britney. If I want to spend the next 6 hours of my day talking about Britney, I might. And if that's a problem with you, get the fuck out of my live. Okay. Y'all gotta learn how to act. I'm just so sorry. You gotta learn how to act. And clearly your mama didn't teach you. So now I got to teach you. It's embarrassing, but here we are. Okay. Anyway, so one such person that I saw in the files and who is featured and mentioned in these files is this man right here, Michael Sitrick. All right. Michael Sitrick. He looks literally like the spawn of Satan. I mean, I don't know. It's unfortunate, but he looks like an evil villain. I've never heard this man's name. I've never heard of him in my freaking life until yesterday. But just looking at the man, he looks possessed. I don't know. I mean, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. The man looks evil. Okay. And that's before I even read what in the hell he does for a living. Okay. So author Michael Sitrick is an internationally renowned crisis manager. Fortune magazine called him one of the most accomplished practitioners of the dark arts of public relations. He looks like a warlock and they're calling him a practitioner of dark arts. Okay. I don't know. Okay. So this guy, this internationally renowned crisis manager, and this is one other theme I want to just let y'all know about. And I want to try to persuade perhaps you to see it from this way as well. This was an international club and an international ring in every way. This wasn't just the United States. This wasn't just the UK. This wasn't just the royals in Britain. There's royals in Sweden. There's royals in Norway. It's almost like how many generations of first cousin babies you got to have to be called a royal. That's what I want to know. Anyway, this man wrote an email to Jeffrey Epstein in 2011. He said, tried to call you. Harvey Levin, who runs TMZ, is a good friend. Okay, so who's the good friend? This man right here. He's good friends. One of the practitioners of the dark arts of public relations, internationally renowned. Tried to call you. This is interesting. This Zuckerman. I'm going to have to do a whole side video on Mort Zuckerman. Harvey Levin is a good friend. They haven't reported on this at all, but I might be able to get him to do something on the Duchess and her backpedaling. It appears as though, okay, so it goes up this way, right? So March 9th, 9:30 in the morning. It's cut off here, but it's basically Jeffrey Epstein emailing. So this is where it starts here, right? Harvey Levin is emailing this guy, right? I mean, excuse me, not Harvey Levin. Sorry. Jeffrey Epstein is emailing this guy right here, this practitioner of the dark arts of PR. He's emailing him and he's like, look, I talked to Zuckerman. I think this is Mort Zuckerman. He suggested shorter, punchier, no attack on the press. He pled guilty to solicitation. There's no tabloid exaggeration of PDF philia. Now, this is the Megyn Kelly school of PR, right? And Nick Fuentes. What have both of them come under fire lately for saying is Jeffrey Epstein wasn't truly a PDF file. He liked barely legal girls, which I think was a misnomer because then Megyn Kelly said it was 15-year-olds, which not legal. That's illegal. It's a crime. So that's not barely legal. 18 would be barely legal. Maybe possibly in some jurisdictions like 16 or 17, but I don't know a single jurisdiction on the planet where 15 years old is legal at all. So I don't know about barely legal, but you start to see, and the reason that I wanted to start here, and the reason I spent so much time on Britney, and the reason I might still spend more time on Britney, if that's going to offend y'all, you can please get off my video and unsubscribe from this channel and also the rest of them because I don't work for you. What I'm trying to show y'all is not only were these people doing what they were doing in the back ends, but and I'm not saying I'm not saying Harvey Levin did anything wrong as far as with children, although I have no idea one way or the other. I'm not saying he did though. I'm not even saying he ran this article, right? Harvey Levin just got his name dropped. He wasn't typing these emails, but his friend right here definitely felt comfortable enough to say, maybe I could get him to do it. I might be able to get Harvey to do it. But look, all of this is for PR. It's for us. So I know a lot of y'all are probably feeling heavy hearts, disheartened as it were, feeling like, oh my God, the people in charge, the elite, the rich and powerful, they're look what they're doing. They don't have as much power as what your fear is trying to tell you, girl, because if they did, they wouldn't be trying to spin PR all the way way earlier than 2011, but this is over 10 years ago, nearly 50, it's 15 years ago. And look, Jeffrey Epstein's like, look, this is what Mort Zuckerman suggested. Short, punchy, don't attack the press. Say that I pled guilty to solicitation, but it's not PDF philia. Okay, well, that's Megyn Kelly. That's what Megyn Kelly and Nick Fuentes just said. It's not really PDF philia. Almost as if Jeffrey Epstein's talking points from 2011 are still alive and well on YouTube. Isn't that amazing? Also pointing out that no allegations of minors since 2005, 6 years ago. Well, if you shot somebody point blank in the head and killed them 5 years ago, then you haven't done that recently, then it's probably okay. I mean, that's what he's having to go with. It's not media tabloid exaggeration of PDF philia. No allegations of minors since 2005. And then he said but he's saying Zuckerman suggested that I leak to the London press how absurd the Duchess is being by saying what she's saying. So apparently something at the time, again, I'm not looking into these inbred freaks. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I'm only going to be going off of what is on this email right here for the purposes of this, because we got other people and other characters to get to, but this is Jeffrey Epstein talking to his PR guy, or at least one of them. All right. This is Jeffrey freaking Epstein. This is what Mortimer Zuckerman suggested. Mike Sitrick, the dark arts practitioner, says, okay with leaking to British press, but I think we need to get a statement out. So they're going back and forth. What's the move? Jeffrey Epstein says, okay, all right, we will, but I want to wait for the right time. So I'll do a statement. I don't want to do it yet. Okay, fine. Then Mort comes back and, I'm getting all their names mixed up. Then Michael Sitrick, the dark arts practitioner of PR, internationally renowned, he comes back and says, all right, wait for the right time. Okay, fine. But I could probably get Harvey Levin to run the thing about the Duchess. He hasn't really posted anything about this as of yet, but they haven't reported on it, but I could probably get him to. Okay. Do you see how it works? Are you starting to see in black and white how it works? Somebody is a good friend of Harvey Levin and they want to do a favor. This whole world runs on back scratches. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. Hey, you need to get a statement out, Jeffrey Epstein, convicted PDF file. You need to get a statement out. Okay, I'll do it maybe at the right time. Okay, but listen, Jeff, I got a good friend, Harvey. I might be able to get him to do something for you to save your reputation. I might be able to get him to do something for you. But then you got to wonder, what's Jeffrey Epstein going to have to do for this guy later on? I mean, maybe nothing. Maybe he's just such a, where is he? Maybe he's just such a good friend. He's just such a sweet angel that he's just helping all his friends out for free for nothing in return. I don't know. But it does, speaking of Britney Spears, remind me of this here email that we already read. Same back scratching. Hey, Jeffrey, this is a different guy. This is a guy from UCLA. He's trying to get money from Jeffrey Epstein to start his little research lab on people's brains. If you get me this money, I'll be able to pull Britney Spears into this project I want to do. Hey, look at the last thing he writes. Be well and don't hesitate to call me about your back. I got a good friend, one of the best spine surgeons in the country. Again, you scratch my back with this money, I'll scratch your back with your spine, your literal back. So over here, we have this dark arts practitioner of public relations doing the same thing. I'll ask my good friend if he'll do a story. Now, am I saying that means Harvey Levin did that particular story? No. But what I am saying is it's starting to give me a good idea all the way even back in 2011 how this freaking world worked. You don't have to be on the island. You don't have to be on the island. You don't have to have done, you could have been on the island. You don't have to have done anything on the island. You don't have to be on the plane. You don't have to have touched a child. You don't have to have touched a woman. You don't have to. Are you calling in favors from your good friend to make it look like this literal PDF file? I wish I could speak, what I want to speak, but this video is going to get took down or, what's the word I'm looking for? Like restricted from showing up on people's things. So I'm trying to follow the rules and I do want to follow the rules. Thank you so much to, Atanazi for the 129 SEK. Thank you so much to AONTM for the $20 Super Chat Sunday Brunch Fund. I'm going to need a mimosa for this. Seriously. Mimosa would be nice right now. Thank you for the $20. Thank you on Psyche, becoming a new member. Thank you so much to DD for being a member for 18 months. DD Phone Home. Love you and your work. Thank you so much. Love you, mean it. Thank you, Heather. Thank you all for these Super Chats. It's really going to help when this video gets yellowed or red dollar signed. Thank you for the $30. Heather, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Brooklyn Pencil, for the $1.99 Super Chat. I'm sure he's giving creepy, crusty little warlock. For sure, he's giving creepy, crusty little warlock. He looks like Aleister Crowley, doesn't he? Thank you, Meeks, for the $9.99 Super Sticker. And thank you again to Oh My Lord for the $10 Super Chat. Cheers for teaching blah, blah, blahs a thing about manners. I mean, seriously, people need to learn how to act. And if it's not people in its bots, they got to learn too. Thank you so much for that $10. So to me, yes, amen. Whoo, there it is. You're doing that Faustian bargain. Did anybody ever watch that show, Once Upon a Time or it's called Once Upon a Time, right? It's got Storybrooke and all that. And they have this character in there, Rumpelstiltskin. And if you make a deal with him, if you take a loan from him, if he does a favor for you, you owe him a favor back. And if you don't do that favor back, then, calamity ensues. I think that's a good kind of archetype or like a vision, of what this world is like. you might be able to get your funding for your lab. You might be able to get, this thing or that thing, but you're going to have to pay the piper eventually. And it does, I believe, extend all the way up to the famous people. You might be able to become number one on the charts, but at what cost? And to what extent are you going to be paying back for that? What's it worth? What's it really worth? Is it worth literally your freedom? Literally your life? Because some people have had to pay when they don't follow through with their side of the bargain with their life. That's my belief. Okay. Now, that applies, of course, to adults. I think there's some people who get into this when they're children. Britney Spears didn't ever really have the choice, meaningfully, definitely not legally, to enter into most of the contracts that she was entered into, ever. She started out on Star Search. She wouldn't have been able to sign those contracts for appearances. She went to the Mickey Mouse Club. She wouldn't have been able to legally sign those contracts. She went on tour at 16 years old. She wouldn't have been able to legally sign for making an album. She wouldn't have been able to legally sign a record deal when she was 16 years old. Her parents would have had to. So I think, it's different in my opinion when somebody gets into it at such a young age that they're not even legally truly allowed to enter into these contracts. And with Britney, especially, once she was in her early 20s, she tried to get out. She didn't want these people managing her. She fired Larry Rudolph. She called Lou Taylor a crazy lady. She didn't want these people in her stuff, in her business, in her money. She wanted to have her kids and be at her house with her kids. So to me, like when it's a Britney Spears type of situation, Justin Bieber, stuff like that, Michael Jackson and all the Jackson children, it's different than whenever you sign your first contract when you're 18 or whatever. Hold on. I need to hide someone with no home training in this chat. Oh my God. Y'all, you got to get out of here. Oh my God. The comments are coming so fast. I can't even get. Okay, there we go. All right. She created a trust. Exactly. Yeah, they tweeted one time she was dead. I did do a recent video about this on BJ Investigates. So yeah, seriously, I mean, a lot of people did shave their heads. So yeah, they've deluded themselves into thinking we are peons, but it screams insecure and miserable. Yeah, I mean, and they have operated in these disgusting and sick worlds in these echo chambers for so long that a lot of stuff they think is normal and fine. They try to make us think it's normal and fine. It's just simply not. And I'm holding the line, and I say that a lot. So Harvey Levin, I'm not saying he did something wrong. I don't even know if he ever ran this article. If somebody finds that he did, please let me know. I don't know if this Michael Sitrick ever did reach out to Harvey to get him to run the story. But what my purpose here for showing y'all this, and the thing that makes it so alarming, is that it is proof, in my opinion, of how this whole entire machine operates. You don't have to be abusing a kid. You don't have to be on the island. You don't have to be on the plane. You don't even have to be friends with Jeffrey Epstein to be doing something that ultimately helps him protect his reputation, which ultimately protects him from going to jail or prison, which ultimately allows him to continue on with whatever he was doing. And I don't think that he had justice. You know what I mean? Like whether he unalived himself, whether somebody else unalived him in the jail or whatever, whether he's alive and well walking around, he didn't get justice. He was in jail for a prison for a couple of years, and holding for a few months. You can't somebody said I need to check the Orange County, California family courts. I can't. I've tried before. They have it hidden. You can't see those documents. Did I come across the second document for these two? No, I did not. Unfortunately, I can't copy and paste that like number either. So I might have to look it up later. But last night, Rabbit, and I don't know, she may have gone on her live now, but shout out to Rabbit. But last night, Rabbit was saying, I need to cover up my comments because I get distracted. She was saying, why hasn't TMZ run a little exclusive on the fact that Harvey Levin is in the Epstein files? And, true, but There was other people in the Epstein files, the TMZ also. Anytime somebody farts in the wrong direction over there on the David or the Nick Reiner case, Harvey Levin is up there with his eyes half open trying to tell you what's going on in jail. Oh, I heard that, Nick Reiner's in jail. He's out of his head. Okay. All right. I heard that people in the David camp are scrambling or this and that. I heard he might get a plea deal, this and that. Anytime somebody farts in the wrong direction over there, Harvey Levin is live about it, or one of his little minions with British accents. No offense to the British people in the chat, but I don't know why he can't get Americans to work on this show about all this American stuff. But Jay-Z was mentioned in these files. Alex Spiro was mentioned in these files. The only thing that TMZ is reporting on with the Epstein files, last I checked, was stuff related to Donald Trump, which I'm not trying to protect that man either. If Donald Trump did something, put him under the freaking jail too. If he did it, I think we should have death penalty now for pedophiles. We got to get rid of these people. We got to do it in a legal way. And I think we need to amend the Constitution where we just kill them. I mean, we cannot have people abusing kids and thinking it's okay, and then running PR campaigns where the PR campaign people think it's okay enough to then to protect them. If your God is money over, protecting children and the sanctity of children's innocence, then you got to die. I mean, y'all don't make me president, because I'm shutting down the CIA entirely. I'm cutting off this APAC thing's getting cut off. They're not going to be allowed to lobby. And we're doing death penalty for pedophiles. So if you don't want those things to happen, don't make me the president. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to show y'all though, why isn't it the case that TMZ is reporting on Jay-Z? I'm not saying they shouldn't report on Trump or Elon Musk. They should. But not Jay-Z, not Alex Spiro. That's interesting. I could see why they wouldn't report on Harvey Levin. I mean, it is biased, but okay. What about everybody else? What about everybody else besides Donald Trump and Elon Musk? It just starts to make you see, and we already knew this. It's not news like, oh, Harvey Levin and TMZ are biased. When we knew that. That's obvious. But when you see stuff in writing like this, I might be able to get him to do da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And you see stuff in writing like this, I might be able to get, the guy at Universal Music who's in charge of Britney Spears' publishing. I might be able to get him to do something while Britney's in a conservatorship. And then you see over here, these articles by TMZ are being run with lies, and an obvious slant against a victim who called herself a victim of trafficking. TMZ is directly responsible, and so is CNN, Chloe Malos. Directly responsible for running propaganda, black hat propaganda, lies to the public to make us think all is well. Britney Spears was threatened and forced to make a video saying all is well. Look how she came up out of that place. Does it look like all is well? Does it look like she's been getting treated well? No, it looks like she's drugged. Look how he's holding her. That's her ex-husband. Look how close she was to the powers that be. Hello? Now, there was something else in the files about Britney Spears. It had to do with her book. This is kind of like, this is where I want to make a distinction though. Okay. There's different levels of files in these files, in my opinion. This is my channel. This is my opinion. Some of the files are literally emails between people directly to Jeffrey Epstein. Some of them are emails directly to him. Some of them are emails directly from him. Some of them are, flight logs. Some of them are photographs. This is like direct evidence, in my opinion. Now, there is, I think, testimonial evidence can be considered direct evidence technically. However, I believe, in my opinion, you can put a 2 in the chat if you agree, it's a different type of evidence when it's somebody making an allegation, especially when it's, from 10 or 20 years prior, versus there's the email right there. There's the picture right there. To me, it's a different type of evidence. It leaves, in my opinion, a little bit larger of a benefit of the doubt, a little bit larger of a reasonable doubt because I know firsthand that people will lie to authorities. People will lie to cops if they don't like you. So that is some of the evidence is like that. Some of the evidence is like, people who are just venting, people who are talking about their memory, talking about their experience. And to me, in my opinion, I find people to be credible or less credible or more credible, depending on a bunch of situations, things like that. But I know that it is a sensitive topic because a lot of people are like, you just have to believe all victims. Anybody saying that they're a victim, you have to believe them. Okay, fine. What if tomorrow Harvey Levin says he's a victim? Oops. You know what I mean? So I want to be clear that some of this is like just because somebody's in the Epstein files, mentioned in the Epstein files, or even sending an email directly to Jeffrey Epstein, I don't think it necessarily means the same thing as there's a picture of you doing something to somebody or whatever. So this right here evidence is, this right here thing right here is like one of the ones that's like from somebody. This isn't an email. This isn't an email to Jeffrey Epstein or anything like that, but it's somebody that's kind of like venting, and she might be telling the truth, or he. Michelle, I'm very aware that you used to work for Oprah and are acquainted with Gayle King. This is in the Britney universe as well. This is the other Britney thing that I found and wanted to bring to y'all's attention. All of you will be investigated thoroughly for your role in aiding and abetting Epstein's crimes, which I am party to. So I don't know if she's aided and abetted too or what. I was given $1 million book advance, to which Michelle, you took $500,000 to write my book. Okay, so this person's writing a book. How could you betray me, Michelle, and why? And why take the $500,000? Then you too try to get me to sign this contract. And Steve, you were paid $150,000 out of my advance. I would like that money back from both of you. How dare you both? How could you do this to a R and traffic victim? I think this is someone purporting to be a victim. And she was trying to get her book published. And she's writing to the people who were going to publish her book. And she's saying, look, you didn't even do what you were supposed to do. Give me my money back. Michelle, at my book publishing dinner, December 7th, 2021 at Nobu, Judith, Paul, and Steve, all you guys could talk about was HarperCollins giving you the job of pitching for Britney Spears' memoir, which incidentally HarperCollins lost. Okay, so remember this? Money grab? We're getting a little backdoor information, allegations about it. They were at dinner talking about pitching Britney Spears' book. Who is she writing to? Michelle? Okay, this is interesting. So all of this was more important than enjoying the evening with me. With Frida was also talked about. With me signing with Frida was also talked about. In actual fact, Frida and this Viacom agreement. Ooh, Viacom owns Nickelodeon. Viacom owns Paramount. Paramount owns Nickelodeon. Last I checked. And so Zoe 101, the consolation prize. Remember Zoe 101, Britney Spears' sister's show? Britney Spears' sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, is who they tried to put in charge of the trust at the last moment. And then Jamie Lynn Spears, Britney's sister, was then going to try and put Britney's money into Lou Taylor's old investment firm, Stonebridge. Remember all that? So we have Viacom entering the chat. And to me, it just starts to look like proof, or at least I'll say this, support for what a lot of us from Free Britney have been kind of knowing, not no, but no, for a long time. Everybody was in on it. Every entity was in on it. The courts were in on it. The cops were in on it. The police were in on it. The family. Everybody was in on the trafficking of Britney Spears, in my opinion, in these powers that be. We're getting Viacom name dropped. There's a Viacom deal here. This lady's saying she got ripped off, stolen from. All of this was more important than anything about me and my signing. It was my book signing. Y'all talking about Britney Spears. This Viacom agreement was mentioned before my book was even published. So how is that possible? I don't know. Michelle, you threw me under the bus to get the opportunity to be Britney Spears' ghostwriter. And your career with HarperCollins was more important than doing the right thing and protecting a R and ST victim. Nice one. I'm tired of all your BS, and shame on you, Michelle Burford. I want my money back. And you can shove my book up your where the sun don't shine. Now, y'all know I'm looking up who is Michelle Burford. Now, this is just something in the files. I don't know. This is her right here. I don't know who this person, is. I don't know which victim is making these allegations. That just, like I said, it's like 6 million pages. So I was just taking screenshots and going. And I'm going to have to take more time, probably today after this live, to look more into it. I typed in Michelle Burford, and this is what comes up. Memoir collaborator and New York Times best-selling author. There's Simone Biles. I think that's her last name. She's a really good gymnast. Let me type in Woman in Me. It says HarperCollins didn't end up getting it anyway, so I don't know if that's true or not. Excuse me. I don't know if she ended up ghostwriting the Britney book or not, but I thought that y'all would be interested in finding out a little bit about the ghostwriter of it all. Okay, so I think I pretty much covered the Britney stuff. Let's move on to the next. Let's see. I got a Harvard here. Okay. Let's go to Alex Spiro. This is, I thought I was showing y'all. Sorry. This is one of the most powerful and prolific lawyers in the world. One of the most. He is Elon Musk's lawyer. He is Mr. Beast's lawyer. He is Jay-Z and Rock Nation's lawyer. His law firm is also Meg Thee Stallion's lawyer. He is a big deal. He's a very big deal. And he don't lose. You know what I mean? I mean, he really don't lose. And I think he's a triple threat, because when Alex Spiro is on one side of the case, you can guarantee a few things. Pretty much guarantee you're going to win, or you're not going to lose as bad as you were going to. You can guarantee that the media is going to be on your side. And in my opinion, you can guarantee that your opponent in the lawsuit is gonna freaking suffer. You can pretty much take those things to the bank. If you want those three things, there's nobody better gonna get you those three things than if this man right here is your lawyer, from what I've seen. He'll go after the freaking lawyers on the case. He'll try to get their licenses there's nothing he won't do within legal. I don't know. Maybe he's doing, not legal. I don't know. I have no reason to believe he's doing something illegal, but he goes hard. If y'all thought Mark Agnifilo was something, you don't want to be on the other side of Alex Spiro. No, you don't. Because it's not just in court where you're getting got. You're going to get got in the media. Remember the example. Remember whenever Jane Doe sued Diddy and Jay-Z? Remember? Jane Doe sued Diddy and Jay-Z, and she said when she was 14 or 13 years old, she went to the VMAs or something. And then after that, she was brought by limo to a house, and then the house, stuff was happening. There was Celebrity B and all that. And then a little bit after those allegations were made and hit the headlines, then that lady, the grown up Jane Doe, who's now an adult, was interviewed on NBC with Chloe Malos. And her story kind of fell apart. Alex Spiro was Jay-Z's lawyer during that. And I strongly believe, that Alex Spiro had something to do with coordinating that interview. Now, if Jane Doe was actually, in fact, lying in her lawsuit, then she should be found out. I said it earlier at the beginning of the segment. People do lie. And for that reason, I want to see more evidence, because I know people lie. Now, I'm not coming out the gate just assuming people lie, but I'm also not coming out the gate just assuming everything everybody says is necessarily factual either. Even if they're trying to tell the truth, memory can be faulty. People can misremember things, especially under influence of things, especially if they were very young and now years have gone by, especially if it was a trauma surrounding the event. Sometimes the trauma can make you remember it really, really good, but not always. So, we never know for sure if something somebody is saying from memory happened unless we have some type of other backup, a video, some corroborating evidence, things like that. So I just typed in Alex Spiro, into the Department of Justice Epstein files. Now, the most recent ones that just came out were 9, 10, 11, and 12. They've been dropping them in batches, and your guess is as good as mine on why they've been doing that. But they have been dropping them in batches. So I just typed in Alex Spiro. I'm just curious, and then you see there are a few, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7 hits, getting returned. So this was in 2019. Now this incidentally, I'm going to say it's a coincidence. I truly don't have any reason to believe it's related at all, but it's right around the exact same time Britney Spears was in that facility, right at that same time. I was in law school at this time, 2019. Alex Spiro is being mentioned in the Epstein file in these emails. Again, mentioned, just like Harvey. He's not the one sending the email from, what I've been able to gather. And in fact, and indeed, I can't tell who is sending the email because it's redacted. But I can assume it's not Alex Spiro who is actually sending the email because it's about him, like in the third person. So from the staff, it says, took Alex Spiro, his NYC partner, stone cold killer. So I can only assume the stone cold killer in question is Alex Spiro, right? Alex Spiro, his NYC partner, stone cold killer. This is also from 2019 in January. Alex Spiro and Burke both have worked with Ben. I don't know who's Burke, who's Ben, but I'm just showing y'all how he came up here. Both have worked with Ben and say Harvey. I'm assuming this is Harvey Weinstein. All right. This is height of Me Too 2019. I guess height of Me Too was like 2017, 2018, but still going strong. Time's Up Me Too. Harvey Weinstein, I think in 2020 got convicted. Harvey can't handle that he is going away for 20 years. Now, there is something down here about Donald Trump. Yes, but like Donald J. Trump, he told Ben how to fight it and made some horrific mistakes. I don't know who's he, right? Like the thing is these files are very confusing. They're not all straightforward. It's almost like they were like data dumped. And then the public have to kind of like parse through and figure out like who are these people and what are they talking about? So William A. Burke is an attorney for somebody, here. I'm just trying to like, this is me trying to put it together, right? There's a little excerpt here. Alexander, so this guy, Vondergoltz, represented by Alexander Benjamin Spiro, William A. Burke. So William A. Burke works at a law firm and works with, or worked, at least as 2019. I don't know where he works today, if he's retired or what. But Alex Spiro works with Burke. Okay, so that's how you get took Alex Spiro, New York City partner, stone cold killer. You could see up here, it said to Brad Karp today, Alex Spiro and Steve Bannon, coming at 4. Tomorrow, Rumler Woody. Does anyone have clearance? Steve Bannon's staff took Alex Spiro, his New York City partner, stone cold killer. Busy week. Mongolian. I feel like, my conspiracy theory is that is a word, a code word for something, a group of people. I don't know who. Mongolians is what they're calling it. I don't know why they call each other Mongolians. It don't make sense to me. Alex Spiro can't handle days going away. Both have worked with Ben. Okay, so Alex Spiro and Burke, because they are partners at a law firm, both have worked with Ben, whoever that is. They say Harvey can't handle going away for 20 years. what is this? Spiro out. So I do want to be clear too. This also, does it have a date on it? Yeah, this is March. April 5th, 2019. That is one day after. No, this is 2020. So again, y'all, I haven't been able to piece the timeline together exactly what all is going on here. But it does appear as though something happened where Alex wasn't allowed to either be on the case, wasn't allowed to come to a meeting or something. Because look at this also from the Epstein files. It's EFT A01620915. Have an opening. Can you talk? We need a punch list of all the lies and misrepresentations in the MH piece. I don't know what MH is. This is massive opening. So look, still, we're talking about PR. These people aren't worried about anybody. Oh, I'm so sorry. Call the victim and give her, whatever she wants. I'm so sorry. What does she want from me? It's not anything like that. It's, oh, we need a punch list to tear her down. The misrepresentations. But then look at this. It says Spiro out. Firm killed it just now. Steve Bannon is in this chat. Okay. So I don't know exactly the extent to which Alex Spiro was involved with Epstein's defense. But Alex Spiro is a masterful lawyer at making sure you're going to win your case in the media too. Because it went from Jay-Z is a PDF, this, that, and the other, to his accuser was a lying ass, money grabbing grifter. All right. So I don't know to what extent Alex Spiro had any involvement. Again, like I said, Alex Spiro, his personal communications are not, as far as what I've been able to see in my cursory overview, his words aren't even in these files. So I want to be very clear. There's no indication Alex Spiro ever even actually represented Jeffrey Epstein as of yet, as of what I've been able to find. But the fact that they're talking about Alex Spiro as a stone cold killer, and of course, I don't think that means he's a killer. I think it's a figure of speech. He'll do anything to win. And, he will kill your opponent in the courtroom as a figure of speech. I do not think that they meant he's a killer, like he's going to unalive or he has unalived people. I don't think that's what it meant. Now, I did post a tweet about this, about the Alex Spiro thing. And I tweeted and I was like, Alex Spiro is described as a stone cold killer. I thought it was very obvious that was a figure of speech, but people are like, you are being misleading because he didn't kill anybody. And I'm like, oh my God, I did not accuse him of that. I did not say that he was. I was quoting. But then again, it does make me wonder, like, Alex Spiro has super fans, or is it more of this media manipulation? I don't know. Hold on one second. I log in. I log into Twitter and I see something crazy. Okay. So I need to save this tweet. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Because we're going to get into a little bit more of the conspiratorial stuff. We're going to get into the pizza of it all. We're going to get into the yummy of it all. We're going to talk a little bit about, unfortunately, we're going to have to talk a little bit about torture. But before that, I want to just show y'all what some of the stuff I was tweeting, and specifically about Alex Spiro, because I don't think that he's a kill. Like, I don't think that was a true, literal. I don't think that was a literal statement that he's but people were like, I don't know, could have been bots, like I said. He's not a killer, this is misleading. Like, dude, chill out. They're like, really, that's your concern at a time like this? Okay, so I'm on my Twitter. Let me pull that up for y'all so you can see. And there's my Britney. Thing. Okay. Another one right here. Somebody tweeted, Red Collective UK. If legitimate, this email correspondence seems to show billionaire Richard Branson advising convicted PDF file how to make a PR comeback. after, what he was accused of. This is from Jeffrey Epstein, September 11th, 2013. Nice seeing you. To Richard Branson. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. 2, the head of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, Thorborn Jagland, will be staying in New York with me the week of September 20th. If you're there, you might find him interesting. Okay, so again, more favors, more back scratching. The previous trade was buying out of the money calls on oil and selling out of the money puts for a cashless transaction. Not bad. So look, like the way they're moving money, moving assets. Have your guys find quants that will search the data available to your COS. I'm on the island till Christmas. Dear Jeff, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem. That's your group of concubines that you have relations with. Number 1, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman. Here's the Megyn Kelly and Nick Fuentes PR talking point. It's barely legal. What do you mean? 17 and a half. Oh my God, it was a slip up. Oopsie. Whoops. I think if Bill Gates would come out and speak on your behalf, and so it makes you wonder, where are the Bill Gates emails? I mean, they're probably in here. I haven't looked up Bill Gates because that was one that I know a lot of people were looking up. But as you've seen through the web I just showed you, there's a lot of back scratching going on. I'll introduce you to my spinal doctor. Also, can you give me some money so I can get Britney Spears on a neonatal project for my experiment lab? There's the other one of, I could get my good friend Harvey Levin to maybe write something about the Duchess to help your reputation. And now we have another back scratch. Can you get Bill Gates to make a statement? If you could get Bill Gates, and this is after and again, like the water sports, I'm not making any allegations, but the most recent time I heard the term water sports was Lily Phillips, the OF demon, saying that, basically, what? She was calling like a certain perverse, I will say Dubai porta potty from the front side. That's what she called water sports. So now I just can't get it out of my mind. The fact he capitalized. I mean, maybe he's talking about people that know how to water ski or whatever, but just nasty, because the next sentence, or the next sentence is, you bring your harem and I'll hang out in your area. Get Bill Gates to scratch your back by saying publicly, again, these people are so powerful. Oh my God, they're so powerful. They run the world, the elite. They can do anything they would. No, they cannot. They have to always be doing PR. They always doing PR. We've seen a PR email from 2011. We've seen PR emails with lawyers from 2019 trying to figure out what to say. What do we do? They must not be that powerful, because if they were, they would just be doing it out in the open. They wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't care about PR. They'd say, yeah, we're doing it. What are you going to do about it? They're not that powerful. And I would like to help y'all to shift your mindset on that. They're not that powerful. And the people in power at all only derive their power from the consent of the governed. It's the natural divine law. These royals, they're so powerful. We've been trying to get out from under them freaking inbred lunatics since 1215, when the Magna Carta was written. And it's about time, I think, we just get rid of royals. And I don't mean by hurting them. I just mean, can we kick them out of the house? They're squatting. They're squatting in our houses. Those belong to the people. I mean, I don't live in the UK. I guess it don't belong to me, but it belongs to y'all. Christine said, wait, that actually does make me feel better. True. Amen. And they're not that powerful. And truly, they're not that smart. They're so smart. They have underground bunkers. They're doing cloning project. Oh, they're this and that. And if they're letting us see it, then that means they've been doing it for 10 years. Okay, well, they must still not be that freaking advanced, because we can all see straight through what they're doing. We can all see straight through what they're doing to some degree. And they're doing this. So how many millions of dollars have been spent on the song and dance of PR? It's like his whole freaking thing. PR, 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 PR. We got to get Harvey Levin in America to say something about the Duchess International. Favor scratching, back scratching. ring. And it's not always just like, oh, I'll bring you to my island and compromise you. Sometimes it's like, I need a back surgery. And I need to make sure that the person's not going to break my back while I'm in surgery. So maybe if my friend can put a good word in or whatever, sometimes it's just stuff like that to continue what they're doing. So now we have Richard Branson helping with PR. Okay. They are so stupid. Let's remember we had the dark arts practitioner, Michael Sitrick, doing PR advice. We had somebody last name Zuckerman, I believe Mort Zuckerman, doing PR advice. We had those people, Steve Bannon, this person, that person, doing PR, trying to pull in Alex Spiro. That was a PR push. We had Harvey Levin being called upon, PR push. We had read some articles actually saying Britney is doing fine, all is well. She just needs to check in because of her dad. That was a lie. PR. And now we have Richard Branson offering up his advice on PR. Okay. And it's endless. It's millions of pages of PR worry. All right. So these people always knew that when we found out it wasn't going to go well for them, that must mean we have a lot of power, right? Put a 3 in the chat if yes. Put a 3 in the chat if you're more convinced that we have more power than what you thought. Because if we really didn't have no power, why would they be going through all of this song and dance to convince us that they didn't do anything wrong? I don't think they would. So let me bring up what I was on. Okay. So Richard Branson, I think that's like an actor or whatever. He's like, get Bill Gates to come out and do some PR for you. And, it was a 17-and-a-half-year-old. You were punished for it. You've more than learnt your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, a single man. You seem to have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. Okay, so Richard Branson now giving PR advice to Jeffrey Epstein and dragging in Bill Gates. Why? Because Bill Gates used to have a pretty good reputation. I mean, now his reputation couldn't be lower. I mean, it's basically even. It's basically on par with Jeffrey Epstein's reputation. And I think all of that really did start back in about 2020. I'll just leave it at that. Number 2, 20th of September, I'll be in UK. I'll copy Peter Norris, similar transaction. We definitely should be using all the information we gain worldwide. Again, international. That's one of the themes that I want to impart upon you. These people are stupid, dumb idiots with really not as much power as we trying to act like. And number 2, it's international. Number 3, a theme. It don't mean somebody was on the island on a plane or doing something to a person, although that did apparently happen. Just because somebody is complicit in this scheme doesn't mean that they necessarily did that. They could have just been trying to help with PR. They could have just been trying to get their funding, so they helped with this or that or made a statement or this or that. And there was a big falling out between Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey Epstein sent him a scathing email. We'll maybe read that in a little while. And then scratch back. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein's like, thanks for your public relations thoughts. He's like, oh, by the way, I got the Nobel Peace Prize guy coming and staying at my house. You might like him. You might find him to be interesting. And it's kind of like showing how rigged even the Nobel Peace Prize thing is. Can you really start to see behind the curtain? It's just the guy behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz. It's like, you ain't nobody. The head of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, the head of it, was staying at Jeffrey Epstein's house. And this is after he made the big mistake. And don't forget Pam Bondi's and Charlie Crist's participation in all this as well. Covering it up. All the way back in 2007. Anyway, so I tweeted that. I'll talk about that in a little while. This was interesting to find out. I typed in the name of the law firm that I worked for. Remember the law firm I worked for? I won't say their name at this moment, but I have said it before. Y'all know which one it is. I typed in the name of the law firm just to see. if maybe they represented a victim or just anything. And girl, in 2019, the same year they were trying to pull in Spiro, the same year they were doing all this PR, this, that, the same year Britney was in a conservatorship in P. Diddy's neighborhood and all that, the same year, 2019, I believe I signed a permanent offer to accept a job with them. I got a job offer. I got a job offer from this firm. And now a lot of people think like, oh, you only got that job because you were on YouTube. And so no, I got offered this job before I ever had a That Surprise Witness YouTube channel. I didn't have a That Surprise Witness YouTube channel when I got offered the job. I got offered the job actually before my 3rd year of law school. And the promise was to come back and work for them after I finished law school in the next year. Well, then COVID and stuff hit and then things happened. I did start working at the law firm, but I was working remotely from home. And I was making videos about Britney Spears and specifically Lou Taylor and her financial conflicts of interest. I asked my law firm that I was working for. It was a big, it's one of the oldest continuously running law firms in the whole country. It was started in the 1800s, very prestigious law firm, big high-rise, sky-rise in Manhattan, marble floors, marble staircase, like one of those places. And very prestigious law firm. And y'all, I shit you not, the person who signed my offer letter in 2019, the person who signed my offer letter in 2019 is the same person, not the same law firm, not just the same law firm, not even just in the same office. The person who signed in pen. I have the offer somewhere in my file cabinet. The person who signed it was Jeffrey Epstein's communicating with him by email. My stomach dropped because I already had a feeling that this was like a kind of like crappy, morals of a place to be. And I quit just in case y'all somehow missed that memo. I completely quit working at that law firm within 3, I think, to 5 months of actually officially starting working for them. I quit because Britney freaking Spears. Is this a video about Britney Spears? Bitch, it might be. Britney Spears is business manager who she did not want to be her business manager, who was forced and thrust upon her against her will, Lou Taylor, hired the law firm that I was working at and almost instantly went to the highest levels of people in the law firm. I mean, people that a first year associate like I was would normally not even be allowed to talk to, would normally not even talk to that person. There's partners at the law firm that have only talked to this person 2-3 times ever, and they're partners. This guy gets a call from Britney Spears' business manager to try and shut me up. He then calls me. I had really thrown a wrench. I'd thrown a wrench in it because I had asked the people at the law firm, can I do a documentary? Can I appear on a CNN as doing a documentary? And they want to interview me, but I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to lose my job. So can you please allow me to do this documentary? And he said yes. But it was only after going up level, because nobody it's like, okay, well, first year associates are not usually allowed, are not usually being asked to be on a documentary. So nobody really knew what to say. And so eventually after a week or so to a few days, I ended up getting kicked up all the way to the highest level of the law firm. And I asked him, I'm like, can I do this documentary? He said, yeah. I said, well, look, listen, I need to warn you that Britney Spears' former business manager is particularly litigious. She sues people. And so I don't want her to come over here and try to interfere with my job or anything like that, just for me being on this documentary and for me making these videos. And the guy at the law firm, this was in I'd say February or March 2020. He said, this is the least controversial thing I'm going to deal with all day. And when you're in that documentary, go ahead and send me the link. I want to watch it. Okay, cool, bet. 2-3 months go by. Lou Taylor hires the law firm, and I'm getting an email from that same guy that already gave me permission. Again, PR. Again, trying to keep information from y'all. What's really going freaking on? My opinion. He says, hey, would you, he said, hey, I just wanted to let you know that our firm has been engaged by somebody that you've been making videos about. I said, who? He said, TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Well, that's Lou Taylor's company. Okay. And Lou Taylor was now asking this man to get me to stop making the videos. Not only stop, Not only stop, it was worse than that. The videos he already gave me permission to make and post as my boss and as my job. And like, this is high. This is everybody's boss's boss's boss. Okay. This is like on the board of the law firm level guy. He's not only trying to get me to stop what he already gave me permission to do, but he's trying to get me to delete. He's like, or could you maybe go into the videos and just delete the parts that are about Lou, Taylor and TriStar? And I'm like, well, first of all, who's the client? Lou Taylor's the client or TriStar's the client? Because you talking about TriStar's our client. Is Lou Taylor the client? I can't talk about, what do you mean? And he was like, well, no, I'm just asking. I'm not telling, I'm just asking. And I was like, you're trying to tell me what to do with my free time, first of all. Second of all, I already work at this firm and I have been offered a job at this firm for over a year. I've had this job for over a year. This is my job and my workplace. If she doesn't like me making videos about her, then she should go get another law firm. I don't know what in the hell that has to do with me. It's almost as if Lou Taylor hired the law firm specifically to target and to shut me up. At the time, nobody was talking about Lou freaking Taylor. I shouldn't say nobody. But the big players who could have actually done something, who could have got the word out, they weren't really pushing on Lou Taylor. They were pushing on Jamie Spears. They were pushing on Britney herself. They were pushing on everywhere and anything but Lou freaking Taylor and Stonebridge Investment Council. Right around the same time that they were trying to put Britney's money into Stonebridge Investment Council. Okay, so I already had my suspicions about this law firm. Because I asked him, I said, hey, look, because what they were really pushing on was the conflict of interest with the money. He's like, you got to get, how do you know that Lou Taylor still is affiliated with the Stonebridge Investment Council? I said, well, she started it. First of all, it's hers. She started it. She was listed on the SEC webs on the, what's it called? Broker Check, the FINRA website, as an employee, a director of it for years. And it was 5 years overlap of Britney Spears' conservatorship where she had this investment firm. And in fact, and indeed, according to filings that she made in the court, Britney's money went into Stonebridge while she owned it, worked for it as an employee. Lou Taylor owned it. Lou Taylor worked for it as an employee. And Lou Taylor was a director of it, a co-owner and a director and an employee. So for 5 years, for 5 years, Lou Taylor was a director and all of this as listed in government on a government website. So that's why I think she's affiliated. She was the president of TriStar, but then Mitchell Stanley Martin, the president or the CEO of Stonebridge, also was an officer apparently at TriStar. They're all overlapped. They're all intertwined. So just because she relinquished her formal legal association with it now doesn't really make me think that she's not affiliated with it. They were trying to trick me. How do you know that the money, the $600 million I was really concerned about in cash, how do you know it's not for a wealthy European client? He asked me. I said, because they reported to the SEC on their ARD form that 100% of their clients were US based and 0% of their clients were overseas. So if that is true, what you're telling me that most of the cash in the investment firm is for somebody who's not American, then they lied to the SEC about $600 million. So that would also be a big problem. And it was just, they tried to railroad me. And I guess they thought because I'm from the trailer park or I'm from the bayou or because I got an accent or whatever, I guess they thought I was stupid. But they should have known that I wasn't. So anyway, I had my suspicions. And again, like I told y'all, all that happened in 2020. Excuse me, I said 2020 earlier. It wasn't 2020, it's 2021. Because in 2020, everything was pushed off. That's when I graduated from law school, May 2020. So 2021, February 2021, all that. I asked him, and then May 2021 is whenever Lou Taylor started making. Somebody said, can you please wait until, can you please do your makeup before you come on camera? First of all, no. If I wanted to do my makeup while I did this, I would, and I will. So fuck you, no. But second of all, I'm not doing my makeup. I'm scratching my nose so it doesn't get red. Just try to keep up with the lore. Just try to keep up. Or maybe they knew I was smart and they thought I was weak. Maybe they knew I was smart and they thought I cared more about money and prestige and working at their stupid podunk ass demon possessed infested law firm than what's right, than speaking out about the conflicts of interest of somebody who was enslaved. Maybe they thought my God was money, but it ain't. I was born with no money, and when I die, I ain't going to be able to take not one single thin dime with me. Okay. I ain't going to be able to take nothing with me. And I came here naked with nothing. And anything that I'm able to acquire and have and enjoy in the book, in the middle of those two bookends, then praise God. Huh. But, mm-mm. Mm-mm. So anyway, I already had my suspicions about the morality of this law firm because I said to him, I said, you know what, Larry? Oops, I said his name. I said, you know what? I'll be happy to take down my videos where I say that Lou Taylor is affiliated and associated with Stonebridge. I'll be happy to do that. And I'm spending some time on this story right now because, again, it was for PR. It was because Lou Taylor, in my opinion, it was for PR. And in my opinion, it was because Lou Taylor did not want me telling y'all and people in the world about the freaking financial conflicts of interest of the human trafficking victim, Britney Spears. That's my opinion. It was for PR. Why did she care if I was saying something or not? Because people were finding out. And I was using court documents and I was using government websites. I was using reports that Lou Taylor's firm, TriStar itself, had submitted to the government and to the courts. So I think it was PR. And this is how they silence people. Now, nobody invited me to no islands. They did start offering me stuff that normally first year associates don't get. They started offering me stuff. You could do you could help set up a pro bono clinic at the law firm about helping people in conservatorships. You could do some real good. They were gaslighting me basically to try and say that what I'm doing isn't doing any good by, the backhanded compliment, right? Like, you could do some real change. You could really help real people. Excuse me, ma'am. There are 2,300 people in this chat right now. And I'm telling them how the whole sausage is made. I think I'm helping people. I have sounded the alarm to millions of people on these illegal, unconstitutional conservatorships. I have helped people. And even at that time, 5 years ago, I had helped people. I helped Britney Spears in a small way by being a part of a larger movement, the Free Britney movement, that helped Britney Spears. Now, did it completely free her from whatever she's in? I really don't think so. I think she's still being kind of handled. But we helped. I've helped Bam Margera. He said it himself. I've helped. But they won't, offering me this, that, the other thing. You could help start a clinic and you could do some real good. I said, listen, high up level guy at the law firm, I will be happy to take the videos down because truly, I don't want to be saying something's not true. If you have evidence, proof, show it to me. I'll sign an NDA. I'll sign $1 million NDA. I'll sign a $10 million, I'll sign $1 billion NDA that I'll never tell a soul what you show me. And I don't want to risk my job. I don't want to risk my career. That's what I was telling him at the time. I said, if you show me the evidence you saw that it's not Britney Spears' money, show it to me, or even share with me what it is. What did you see? You have to show it to me. Just tell me, oh, I saw this, I saw that. You know what he told me? Oh, I didn't see anything. But I guess I can tell you this. I did get a call from her lawyers, Lou Taylor's lawyers, and they told me it's not Britney's money. This is how the back scratching works, y'all. This is how the back scratching works. And come to find out now, that law firm, a year before that, 2 years before that, is Jeffrey freaking Epstein's lawyer. I had no idea. The woman who signed my offer letter in 2019 was emailing Jeffrey freaking Epstein in 2019. Imagine my surprise. I said, her lawyer has called you. You taking their word? You know what he told me? I'll never forget this. It's seared. He said, we're on the phone. We weren't on Zoom. We're on the phone. He said, well, BJ, you're a lawyer, right? You're a lawyer, right? You've gone to law school. You took the bar and I said, yeah. He said, well, would you lie for your clients? And now, oh my God, if somebody would ask me this question today, I would have even harsher answer because now I realize lawyers will lie. They don't care. But in law school, they really do try to like do this play pretend game where they tell you can't lie. You got to tell the truth. You cannot lie for your client. You have all these ethical rules, this, that, the other. They freaking lie. Yes, they lie. They lie more than tell the truth. They lie. The lawyers lie. That's another reason I gave up my license. I don't even want to be in the ranks of those degenerated buffoons. Now, there are some that are good. I have some lawyers that are truly ethical, at least in my cases. They will not even put a sentence down that is kind of ambiguous. Like there are some, thank God, that are who are holding the line. But lawyers lie. But anyway, so he's like, well, BJ, because this is in response to me saying, and this is how the sausage is made, y'all. This is how this has been able to go on for so long. BJ, you're a lawyer. Would you lie for your client? All I simply did was ask him for some evidence. Hello, we're lawyers. I just got done with law school. I just took the bar exam where, and he's a litigator. Now, in the law and in the legal profession, there's kind of two paths you can go with the big law. Big law is like I was making like $200,000 a year. It was very, very prestigious job. And they thought that I cared more about that $200,000. I mean, right now I'd be making, I think, close to $3 million. I don't know exactly what the scale is anymore, but I think I'd be making close to $300,000 if I just deleted my Lou Taylor videos. I don't think I've made that since. In 5 years, I don't think I've made that. I can pretty confidently say I have not. He said, I said, show me some evidence, right? We're lawyers. Like I'm thinking here we're lawyers. So clearly, obviously the highest level guy at the firm, he saw some evidence. I said, let me see the evidence you saw. Actually, you don't have to show me the evidence. Just tell me, what did you see that showed it wasn't Britney's money? He said, well, I didn't see anything, but her lawyers told me. I said, her lawyers? Lou Taylor's lawyers told you? I said, Larry, they lie. They lie. He said, well, you're a lawyer. I mean, would you lie? Would you lie for your client? I said, well, no, but I'm not Lou Taylor's lawyer. And if I was implicated in covering up a multiple billion, I believe with a B, trafficking conspiracy, criminal trafficking conspiracy, if I as a lawyer were complicit in that, yeah, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I would lie. Excuse my language. Yes, I would lie. Yes, I would if I was them, but I'm not them. So no, I wouldn't lie. And I said, and I kind of feel like you're trying to make me lie because everything I've said is true. I haven't said anything that's not true. It is true because I don't know. That could be Britney Spears' money. And I'm giving you and her lawyers the opportunity to prove to me it's not. And I'll go on my videos. I'll go make a video today. I'll happily make a video today for my followers, for my subscribers to tell them that's not Britney's money. I can't tell you whose money it is, but I have seen her lawyers contacted my job and I have seen evidence of whose money it is. I can't tell y'all who, but it ain't Britney's. I said, I'll happily do that. But you're telling me you're just taking somebody's word for it? And yeah, I think they're liars. Yes, I do think they lie. Yeah. It's not that preposterous to me to think about lawyers lying. Y'all, that law firm was Jeffrey freaking Epstein's lawyer. I did not know. So anyway, I posted a tweet about it yesterday. I said, the law firm I used to work at before Britney Spears' former business manager, Lou Taylor, created a conflict of interest and I quit, is in the Epstein files. Not only that, they represented the convicted PDF file. Thank you, God, for letting me escape that place unscathed. Amen. So yeah, amen. Let me like my own status there. Wait. Okay. Somebody said everybody involved needs to be doing the death penalty. Okay. This is something else from the files. I'm just going through my tweets because I think this is like another thing of like the things I found important yesterday. Jeffrey Epstein escaped accountability for decades. One reason, he was good at PR. Another reason, which goes hand in hand with that, is that he would make his victims seem crazy. A mental health diagnosis doesn't mean someone is always lying. It could actually support the claims they're making if you just stop and use your brain and think about it for like 5 seconds. Look, this is something that was taken from a spreadsheet in the files. Complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate incidents involving police, which requested, I guess that means which resulted, these idiots can't even type, in mandatory psychiatric evaluation. So who else had mandatory psychiatric evaluation? Britney Spears. She was so crazy. She was so crazy. We can't listen to what Nick Reiner says. He's so crazy. We can't believe Nick Reiner because he's a schizophrenic junkie, drug addict who hated his parents. He's crazy. Charlene Laam, who sued Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jay-Z, Pusha T, a lot of people. The judge dismissed that before Jay-Z and any of them ever had to respond because it was frivolous. She was crazy. The people that have sued Beyonce, crazy. People that accuse Epstein. Now, we've seen the files, okay? I'm comfortable. I mean, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but I mean, he's convicted. Just because somebody had to have a mental health evaluation, they were crazy. So crazy. Not only crazy, but crazy is another way of saying everything they say must be a lie. Now, y'all know how I feel about it if you've been in this live. I don't think everything everybody says is true, even if they're purporting to be a victim. There's a lot of victims out here, to be honest. I think they are a little wacky. I think they're wacky. There's one in particular comes to mind. I will never, I would never say this person's name, but I truly don't know if half the she's saying ever happened. It sounds insane. However, I don't know. I wasn't there. So also some people say things that I 100% accusers, I 100% believe. But again, I don't know. You need a little more evidence. You need a little more, whatever. And it is not the cops. It is not the investigators. It is not the detectives whose job or whose role it is to deem a witness credible or not. It's the jury. It's our job. She was deemed. Deemed by who? It's not a coincidence that these royals keep coming up, because if you really trace back the monarchy and sovereignty for long enough, you start to realize these people believed, and still to this day believe, they're divinely appointed by God to rule over us and be parasites leeching off of us. That is their belief. So this deemed, the powers that be deem it to be. And it's like, well, the royals and the international PR of it all are all involved and all implicated. And it's like, they just call the royals something different in the US, but it's the cops, it's the police state, it's the peacekeepers are deeming people to not be credible. What? A jury is supposed to deem somebody not credible. And just because somebody had a mental health evaluation should absolutely not freaking mean that they're not credible. If anything, it can mean, let's see if there's more evidence to support their claims, which we should do in any investigation. If anybody is making an allegation, what's to stop somebody from calling the cops and saying, oh my God, like tearing up their house, then saying, oh, she did it. My wife did it. Come get her. Come pick her up. She tore my house up. Look at the scratch on my face. But really that person put a scratch on their own face or something. Nothing. And that's why I tweeted this. Convicted PDF file Jeffrey Epstein escaped accountability for decades. One reason? He would make his victims seem crazy. A mental health diagnosis doesn't mean someone is always lying. It could actually support the claims they're making if you just stop and think about it. If somebody's trafficked for the most obscene and heinous, unimaginable, grotesque, and detestable purposes as a child, and their own family is in on it, don't you think that might create a few little mental health problems here and there? Because I do. I think it might create some mental health, physical health problems. But does that mean when they start to get to talking about it, they're lying? Hell no. But it's all more of the cover up. Look at the complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible because she dared to have mental health problems. Maybe she didn't. That's another thing too. Anybody could call the cops on anybody. Oh, she's having a mental health breakdown. 3 separate incidents where she had to be psychiatrically evaluated. Do you know how freaking easy it is to get somebody picked up? DeMaure Hadley got picked up because her mom called in and according to DeMaure's lawsuit, lied. This is the CEO of Rock Nation. These tactics of locking people up against their will because they're crazy or on drugs is something that is ubiquitous throughout the entertainment industry. DeMaure Hadley, she took drug tests and a hair follicle. She demanded a hair follicle test. Every single line was negative. Every single line was negative, but that did not stop her from being held imprisoned against her will, enslaved temporarily against her will. She could not leave in a South Florida rehab. Her mom got a doctor to say that this girl was on drugs, a drug addict, suicide, all this. It wasn't true. It was false. It wasn't true. I know it wasn't true because I saw the drug test results. She put them in the court documents under penalty of perjury. Negative, 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 negative. Every line might have been pages. Negative, 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 negative. But a doctor who she never met in her life was able to get her locked up for drug problems. So what now? Is she not credible? That's how it works. Where did Desiree Perez learn that? It doesn't take anything to lock somebody up. It takes literally nothing. You don't even have to provide the evidence, as you see in Britney Spears' case. Nothing. Just people's word. Just like whenever my law firm said, well, her lawyer said, okay, well, I think they're lying. So now what? You got any proof? Got any proof of this craziness other than somebody called the cops on her? It doesn't say that she was put into a psychiatric hold. Resulted in evaluations. She wasn't even locked up, this victim. But because somebody called the cops on her and made her look crazy, now she'll never get justice for what Jeffrey Epstein did to her. Imagine. Now this, in 2020, Jay-Z was sued alongside Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and others. Now, Jeffrey Epstein already died, but his estate was sued. The lawsuit was dismissed as frivolous. I made a video about it a year ago. Harvey Levin, we already talked about. We talked about this guy. Wendy Williams really would be at her peak. This is something that came out in some a previous sort of disclosure from the Epstein files. It's a drawing. And I'm sorry, I gotta say it looks remarkably like Britney Jean Spears. I just gotta say it. I don't know who it is. I don't know who drew it. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't authenticate. I can't speak to the authenticity and I cannot authenticate this. But if this is what it appears to be, that looks like Britney Spears in a bed. Tired. I'll just say that. I don't know who it is, but it does look like her. Oh, this is another one I saw. Okay, so this is crazy. All right. So this is an email. This one's going to make y'all sick. Buckle up. From Sarah K. to Rich Barnett. This is in 2011. This is the same year that Jeffrey Epstein received the email from the UCLA doctor guy trying to get brain money for his clinic so he didn't have to have a salary, so he didn't have to work for a salary as much and he could do the Britney Spears and he has a pal at Universal this same year. Hi, Rich. Jeffrey, I'm assuming Jeffrey Epstein, is asking if you can FedEx the painting he had made of the massacre of the innocents to the ranch. Okay, hold on. He had a painting made called The Massacre of the Innocents. It's the large 9x9 canvas that we had rolled out for him to see in the entryway where they are killing babies. Drop a super chat, y'all, because this one's getting yellowed. Now, I had just, I think because of the scale is the unimaginable scale. I said this was an 18 square foot. No, it was an 81 square foot. 81 square foot painting called The Massacre of the Innocents. Not innocents, innocents, like plural. Like there's an innocent and then there's plural of them. We're massacring them, and Jeffrey Epstein had it freaking made. Somebody didn't bring it to him and give it to him as a gift, and they had to find somewhere to put it. No. Painting he had made of the massacre of the innocents. It's a large 9 foot by 9 foot canvas. We rolled it out for him to see in the entryway where they are killing babies. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is from the Epstein files.gov. All right. This is from justice.gov/Epstein. He wants to use it on the ranch and is hoping you could FedEx it to arrive by Wednesday. Send the 81 square foot canvas. Thanks, Sarah. Now, I don't know what that specific painting looked like, but I did look up that name of that painting, and this is one such. Just take it in. He had an 81 square foot painting. Take it in while I address some of these super chats. Thank y'all for keeping my bills paid, because this one right here is going to be I'll say yellow. Thank you, BJ. This dark web, the trade. This is dark web. The trade is high. Thanks so much for the 249 euros. Oilo. Thank you, Jazzy, for the $2 super chat. Thanks. Thank you so much for covering all this. Thank you. Thank you to the C Magia for the $2 super chat. Girl, keep doing the Lord's work on a Sunday. Amen. Amen. Nothing that's done in darkness is going to be staying there and all that. Thank you, Sewed Freak, for the 149 super sticker, and also for, again, the 99 cents. Thank you to Mama Joe for the £5 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you to Paige for the $9.99 super chat. I'm watching on the TV. Thanks. You're killing the coverage on every angle. Thank you. Thank you on Psyche for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Sewed Freak 89 for the $2. Keep shining your light, BJ, on the darkness. Thank you. Thank you so much to Chelsea by the Sea for the $4.99 super chat. She says Marilyn Monroe was also institutionalized in 1961. That's where she wrote a letter begging to leave. She was medicated at that time and she died 18 months later. Good to know. Now, apparently Marilyn Monroe is Britney Spears' distant cousin on her dad's side, which is very interesting to me because it has been reported that Jamie Spears, Britney's dad, so Jamie Spears ended up being the conservator that did have Britney legally. He had the authority to have her locked up, and he did have her locked up. But his dad apparently had institutionalized his own wife. So Jamie Spears' mom was institutionalized in a mental asylum by Jamie Spears' dad. Okay, so Jamie Spears' dad institutionalized his own wife. So then, just a few short years later, just one generation later, Jamie Spears is now doing that, not to his wife, but to Britney. And I just got to wonder what else happened to her at his hands. Thank you so much, Kitty Cat Naps, for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. The bed in the Britney sketch is the bed in the rehab. No way. Stop. Hold on. We got to leave the massacre of innocence for a moment. Did I pass it up? Where is it? Where's that Britney one? Didn't I just have it? Here. You know, Let me pull that picture back up. Wow. Similar. Okay, so y'all get that one in your mind. Okay, I'm about to put up the rehab bed. It looks like in this picture there's 2 beds in there, and then they painted it here. Or maybe, I don't know which one was taken first. But it does look like there's 2 beds. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if it's like, I mean, look, it's a picture, it's a painting, it's a rendition. Nothing would surprise me, I'll tell you that. I mean, there's also been allegations, of secret tunnels, underground tunnels in that neighborhood. Where the Playboy mansion is and the Diddy mansion, people say there's underground tunnels over there. Maybe there is, if that's the case, who was coming into or leaving out of this place in the underground, all that, stuff like that. Who knows? Thank you for that $20 super chat again. Thank you. And I mean, was Britney forced to have more kids? Like, why was Britney Spears being asked about neonatal stuff from the brain music science, God, I don't know. It's just, sometimes it's easier to just try not to think about it. But then, it's like this stuff is going on and we're the adults now. So, I mean, I cannot save the world. I mean, I wish, but I can tell y'all what I saw, what I've read. This painting, Massacre of the Innocents, look at it. I don't know if this is the exact one because she said he had it made. But like, again, I'm sure this is going to get whatever, but like, just take it in. Jeffrey Epstein had it made and wanted it shipped by Wednesday to his Zorro ranch. Somebody said, why are the men naked? The women being naked makes sense. Looks like she was breastfeeding. I mean, that makes sense. Look at look, this is what he wanted. This is another version this is a different painting of the same supposed event. This one is, blurry. Here's the angels. They're up here crying. That's us and our ancestors up here. Like, oh my God, look what they're doing. This is right before the mothership dropped me off. Few hundred years before the mothership dropped me off. We're up there. We're just having a good old time. And now I'm stuck on this open air hell prison for some reason. It's a brutal massacre and it's 9 feet by 9 feet. I know there's some UK in the chat. I know there's some people that don't use feet. Let me just give you the centimeters. It's meters. It's like 3 meters. How many meters is 9 feet? 2.7 meters by 2.7 meters. That's I'm 5 feet with 3 inches. So it's a meter taller than me on both directions. It's like a life-size painting of a baby massacre. So what is it? Why did Jeffrey Epstein have this paint? What is it? I looked it up. This is an AI overview. The Massacre of the Innocents is a biblical event. Well, I thought he's a Jew. So, I mean, shout out to the Jewish cousins in the chat. I know y'all didn't do this, but what in the freak is he having this biblical event? Is somebody tell me? I never read the Torah. That's what it's called, right? Or the Talmud. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive. I really don't know. I didn't grow up Jewish. I didn't really even grow up around Jewish people. It was like, Catholics and Protestants where I was and atheists. But the Massacre of the Innocents is a biblical story from the Bible. In the Gospel of Matthew. Oh, it's in the New Testament. So I don't think it is Jewish. Don't they only got the Old Testament? And then other stuff? Where King Herod the Great, he seemed real great, fearing the newborn Jesus as a rival king, ordered the slaughter of all male infants in Bethlehem. Where's Bethlehem? Is that in Israel now, in modern day Israel. I don't know where's Bethlehem. Somebody tell me. The king, the great, ordered killing all the male babies. Any male baby under 2. The story serves as a central theme in Christian art and liturgy, commemorating the holy innocents as martyrs. Though most historians doubt that it historically did happen, more seeing it so as a symbolic tale of tyrannical power and innocence protected. Now, girl, I don't know. I didn't even know about this story. Maybe I learned about it in Bible school when I was a kid. I definitely forgot about it. But there are a lot of stories in a lot of religions about these kings being afraid of being rivaled by, newborn prophets or newborn this or that. And then they'll just kill all the babies. Or they'll be mad at a group of people and they'll just, unalive all their babies or whatever. Did any of this ever happen? Probably some of it. I don't know if King Herod or whatever. I don't know if this specifically happened, but yeah, I could see that. Like the Game of Thrones of it all, where you got to get rid of your, the people want the throne. They want the crown so bad that they just unalive people. And sometimes it's kids and babies or pregnant women or whatever. So, I'm sure that some of this type of stuff did happen historically. I'm just sure of it. But whether it's symbolic or whether it really happened is kind of beside the point to me, because he wanted this 9 foot by 9 foot expedited to his freaking ranch of that. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is from justice.gov/Epstein. Jeffrey is asking, can you FedEx the painting of them killing babies? He wants to use it in the ranch. Can it get here by next Wednesday or by this coming Wednesday? It's supposedly symbolic of tyrannical power. Killing babies. What the fuck? Liz Crokin said mood. I told you. And this is the status that I made about I made a whole video about this before I even went live today, which Britney Spears Epstein files alert while she was in a conservatorship. Jeffrey Epstein and Mark Tramo sent emails about Mark getting funding to do a project relating to Britney. Britney's child custody woes were a topic of discussion as well. Why? Mark works at the UCLA Geffen Medical School. Britney was held against her will in the UCLA Resnick Psychiatric Hospital and was not allowed to leave. She was enslaved for 13 years. I did the Alex Spiro one. This is interesting. I was curious about twins. Because, in addition to Jeffrey Epstein being an sexual predator, and in addition to him perhaps targeting children, and also liking paintings of babies getting killed, he also has a reputation for having paid millions, $20 million a year, at least at one point, to private scientists to do private scientific research for him on projects he wanted them to be working on. So a lot of times when you're doing these kind of gray area studies, twins are used, the twin studies. And this is what the Nazis did in the concentration camps. They would specifically test on twins, and they would do something to one twin and not to the other twin, or they would do different things to the twins and experiment on them and to try and develop whatever, science or whatever. So I just looked up twins and I found a few interesting twins files. This one here is from 2016. Call me when you're in town. It doesn't show who the sender is. Call me when you're in town. I will explain about twins. Okay, so this makes me think that this is somebody who doesn't speak English as a first language, because there's certain things that are regular typos that an English as first language speaker might make. And then there's certain things that give me a little ting that this is maybe an international person trafficker, like an international human trafficker, it almost seems like. But I don't know. I have no idea. This is just one of the things I found yesterday. It says, call me when you're in town. This is to Jeffrey Epstein. I will explain about twins. One is very desperate to do Victoria's Secret, and both running out of money. I'm just going to let y'all sit with that and use your own discernment for a moment before I tell you my thoughts. I'll read it even again one more time. Call me when you're in town, Jeffrey. I'll explain about these twins. September 2016. One is very desperate to do Victoria's Secret, and both are running out of money. I'll tell you the first thing I thought of, Howard Rubin. Howard freaking Rubin. Not because I think he's connected to this somehow, although he probably is and might be. I don't know. But Howard Rubin is the one that was abusing, allegedly, according to federal criminal indictment, abusing playmates. And very similar tactic is, whenever they would say he abused us, he would say, no, I didn't. They signed a contract. They agreed to do BDSM. You know what he was doing with the BDSM activities? Again, y'all, this video is going to get annihilated, but I got to say it. This is just one of the ones where I'm just going to have to say it. He had a cattle prod. And let's say, so he would strap, according to allegations in the federal criminal complaint, Howard Rubin, and also he lost a lawsuit against a civil complaint too. He would strap them to something he called the cross, which I don't think is a coincidence. The cross. He would strap these playmates, and they would think they were doing a little something, a little something. He would blindfold them, and he would put a gag in their mouth, like a ball gag, so they couldn't talk, scream. It was a soundproof room. He would strap them, and he said this was consensual, but they said it was not. Actually, I think it could have killed them. I think it could have killed them. He had a cattle prod. Not only would he use the cattle prod on and around very sensitive areas, he also inserted it places. He would do this without the women being able to see what he was doing. This is according to the indictment. I wasn't there. And if there was a video of it, I would not watch it. Okay, so I'm just letting y'all know I don't know this to be the case. This is what's been alleged. They couldn't scream. They couldn't even see it was coming. He had private text messages with his assistant saying, I need a stronger cattle prod. They tell you don't even use those things close to a cow, a 2,000 freaking pound cow's heart, because it could kill them. And he was putting it inside of women. And text messages have been released. Now, the reason I'm talking about Howard Rubin is because my brain works in patterns. So this is a pattern I remember from that case and studying and looking into it. There was text messages that would come out, and it would be like him talking to his assistant, like, I need a stronger cattle prod. Oh, I need this person to come because she's broken, desperate. She's about to get evicted. She's desperate. She needs the money. And he would pay him $1,000, $5,000, $2,000, whatever it would be. But like, they didn't sign up for that. It's electrical. It's what people use to shock huge giant cows and bulls into a, direction. Thanks so much to Melanated Wealth 222 for the $10 super chat. This makes me embarrassed to be a Cappy sun sign. I am a 5-time Cappy. I literally have Capricorn in 5 placements. I love Capricorn. I mean, it's probably my favorite sign. I'm surrounded by Capricorns. I just get along with y'all so good. I guarantee we get along so good. I get along with, I love Capricorns. They make me feel safe. They make me feel happy. They make me feel understood. They're intellectual. They're organized enough, but they will handle the business needs to be handled, and they'll worry about the numbers because I can't. I'm a Virgo, but the numbers is just not me. Taurus and Capricorn, thank you to y'all. My mom's a Capricorn. My dad's a Capricorn. My editor's a Capricorn. My fiance's a Capricorn. Everybody's a Capricorn around me. And then my best mod too. And my 2 best mods, Capricorn and a Virgo like me. So I love Capricorns. You shouldn't be in any way embarrassed or ashamed or feel any kind of way to be a Capricorn, because it's a very good sign. And just because Saturn is involved doesn't mean it has to be possessed by Satan. Okay. Like, I think these people just like use stuff to as an excuse to be evil and maniacal. But like, if Capricorns are going to be out here doing the evil, we got to have Capricorns equal force, equal opposite reaction. It's the laws of physics. It's the laws of this matrix we live in. So I'm glad they got some of y'all out here that's like, no, we're not doing that. No, because somebody got to bully the bullies. That's what my dad would always say. Now, all that being said, I'm not saying to go out there and do anything to anybody, although Jeffrey Epstein's supposedly dead. I mean, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Okay. Because like, if I had to bet money, is that man even dead? I wouldn't put money on it. I'll say that. I wouldn't put money on it. This is Whirl from Mac. Y'all always ask me. And then this thing is Maracuja. I like wearing this whenever, like my lips are dry. It's Maracuja, Tarte Maracuja Juicy Lip Stain Color Buffed Pink. This was for a Christmas present. Not sponsored. Okay. I'm not like that. I know. I love Capricorns. Don't worry. None of us in here thought you were like that. Probably like 40% of this group of this chat is Capricorn. If I had to guess, probably like a high overrepresentation of Capricorns on my channel. Why did they want, thank you so much for the £249. Why did they want Britney for research for neonatal in the brain music science? I don't know. I wish somebody would tell me. Thank you, Jay Wells, for becoming a member. So anyway, back to the desperation, right? So this Howard Rubin guy, I mean, you could see it in the text messages. He'd be like, she's desperate for money. One lady was like, one Playboy girl or model or whatever. She was like, you know, I'm ready. And he was like, I bet you're not ready for it. Again, this is Howard Rubin. I'm not saying he's related to Epstein, but I'm talking about a pattern. She was like, oh, haha, I'm ready, you know, trying to flirt or whatever. And he said, no, you're not, but you're desperate. And that's a good start. So now we have some lady or man or someone emailing Jeffrey Epstein. It's redacted. We don't know who it is. This is 2016. Call me when you're in town. I'll explain about the twins. One is very desperate to do Victoria's Secret. Well, why is that important? Les Wexner. Les Wexner is why that's important. Who is Les Wexner? Well, he owned Limited Brands, which owns Victoria's Secret. Also owned Abercrombie and Limited 2 and a bunch of other stuff. So Les Wexner was arguably the one whose money Jeffrey Epstein really was able to move around. Why is Jeffrey Epstein so powerful, and where did that money come from? It's largely speculated and believed that it's Les Wexner, the owner of Abercrombie, the owner of Victoria's Secret. Not only Victoria's Secret, the brand, but remember there was this huge fashion show. It was like a cultural event every year. They still have it, but it's kind of lost its, you know, everybody would watch it. So in 2016, this girl is twin, desperate to do Victoria's Secret, and Jeffrey Epstein manages the money for Les Wexner. Now, remember when Jeffrey Epstein lived in that school in Manhattan? It was like a school that got converted into a home in Manhattan. And that's another one where they speculate there was tunnels under it. I don't know. I mean, I never saw the tunnels, but I wouldn't at this point be surprised. Les Wexner owned that house. It was Les's house. Now, I don't know if I don't remember. I did make a few videos on this. I'm just doing this from memory. I don't know if he actually transferred the name ownership to Jeffrey Epstein or not at any point, but Les Wexner owned that house, and it was like a record-setting house, like the biggest residence in Manhattan or something. It was like a very big deal, expensive and all that, and allegedly some of the torture and some of the that and this went on in there. And that's Les Wexner had that. That was his. So it's widely believed that Les Wexner's money was the seed, the original start that allowed Jeffrey Epstein to really start becoming, you know, this monster that he ended up turning into. And so here we have 2016. Somebody is saying, I got these twins for you. One of them's desperate to do Victoria's Secret. She'd probably do anything. And they both run out. They need money. I have another. Okay, so that is September 27th, 2016. Just about a week later, October 4th, 2016, he gets an email. I don't know if it's from the same person, but I do assume that it is. Do you want to meet this twins? Again, I'm getting the sense this is Eastern European. Do you want to meet this twins? sounds like a Russian, sounds like a Serbian. I don't know. It sounds like so around that region type of thing. Okay. Do you want to meet this twins? No hate, no shade. I know somebody, one of the people I love the most in my whole entire life is born and raised in Romania. Okay. So I'm not trying to say like something's wrong with it. I love that accent. I love the people that I've met and all that. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is seems international. And I studied linguistics, so things give me a little hint here and a little hint there. I don't know who sent this. It's redacted. I don't know these people. But it's like, oh, you remember the twins? They were so desperate. They needed money. One of them wants to do Victoria's Secret modeling. Well, do you want to meet them? They are exotic, but nice and easygoing. This gives me the indication that he don't like exotic. He likes messing with the ones that looks like me. He likes messing with them ones that looks like Britney. He likes messing that because we're like by default, like if anybody called me exotic, I mean, LOL. I don't refer to people as exotic. Okay. I don't refer to people as exotic, but this is a word that is used in the work industry. And this is a word that is used to describe models. And it's basically means you can't really quite exactly tell what race somebody is, but it's not fully Caucasian. That's kind of what it means. And from what I understand, maybe they have code words for things. We'll get into pizza in a minute, but they are exotic, but so it's like, I know you don't normally like exotic. Now I'm reading a lot into this. I understand that, but that's all we really can do because shit's redacted. We don't have pictures of them. And I don't think they should give us pictures of them because these would be victims, right? Trafficking victims. Do you want to meet these twins? They are exotic, but nice and easygoing. They will be okay with massage. Okay, so we've learned what Jeffrey Epstein does during a massage, according to accusers. And that's, starting off massage, sometimes he'll make a move that first time. Sometimes he'll wait till the second, third time. But eventually he wants a happy ending, if you know what I mean. And so they will be okay with that. Now, if this was just from simply Ghislaine Maxwell or something, I think they'd show us the subject line. So it seems like he was procuring women or perhaps girls, because we haven't gotten an age on these supposed twins, from other sources as well, unless it is Ghislaine Maxwell and I'm completely off base and they just, for some reason, in this particular email redacted. Okay. So again, why are we here? Because I wanted to show y'all some of the few things I found about twins. Now, these were from 2016. Okay. 2016. Do you want to meet the twins? Call me when you're in town. One is desperate to do Victoria's Secret, whatever. So let's travel back in time all the way back to 2009. This is November 2009. This would have been about 7 years prior to the emails we just saw. From NEM, I don't know who that is, to Jeffrey Epstein jail. I don't know what JE jail is. I don't know. I have no idea. Was he in jail? I don't think so. I don't know. But this is screenshots of these twins. And as you can see in the attachments, it's screenshot 2009, twins 4, twins 3, twins 2, twins. Again, these pictures are not included. And even if they were, they would be redacted. But the email says, the subject line says Russian twins. Okay, well, this is starting to kind of inform I think this might be the same person that was, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he had 1,000 people sending him girls. It seemed to me like his appetite was never satiated. He just always wanted more women and girls, not only for himself, but to pass off to people, to scratch their back. Like Richard Branson said, bring your harem, whatever. They want to work with me. NEM says, living in San Francisco now, 18. So these were 18 years old, adults. But, as we learned in the Diddy trial, although he was proven to be, he was acquitted. So he wasn't found guilty on this. But, we learned about how adults can be coerced, pressured, and trafficked. So just because someone isn't a child doesn't mean they can't be a victim. But these are 18 allegedly. On November 3rd, 2009, Russian twins. They want to work with me, living in San Francisco now. Now, he could have had a different set of twins every day. Who really knows? But I don't know what these Russian twins are for. And for me, some of these emails, like one of them was like, they'll do massage. They're okay with massages. Okay, fine. That seems like S work. But remember, Jeffrey Epstein was paying scientists $20 million a year in 2007. And for who knows how many years $20 million a year to do experiments on things. And I just listen. They taught me in school about them twin experiments, and I never forgot it. It's a good, easy way to prove your thing works or doesn't work when one twin does something and another twin doesn't. And there's all these twin studies. Okay. So I don't know what he wanted these Russian twins for. Okay. But he's being offered them. They want to work with me, living in San Francisco now. I don't know who is NEM. If anybody has any guesses on who is NEM, let me know. They were 18 years old. This is the final email that I put in that tweet. This one is from, I should have put them more in order, but that one's from 2009. The two ones before were from like a week apart in 2016. And now we have another twins email. Now this is just 4 because Twitter only lets you post 4. So I have a bunch of other twin stuff. I might have a part on my web. I'll pull that up next after we go through some of these tweets. But shall I put this person, no subject line, March 2018, shall I put the Paris new redacted, one of the twins, in touch with redacted? She could meet her and her sister, probably take photos. So this I think I posted because it's somebody in Paris maybe. And should I put the new somebody in Paris who is a twin in touch with redacted? She could meet her and her sister, probably take photos. This is just to show some of the reasons why he was, going after these twins. Like one was, maybe taking photos. What else was I saying? Oh, this one's crazy. In this Epstein email from a mystery sender, redacted sender, the sender discusses wishing she or they could have children for experiment's sake, specifically twins. So this is where I'm like, all right, this is kind of what I was looking for. I kind of thought there might be some mentioning of twins and experiments. Thank you so much. And I think a lot of reason why Jeffrey Epstein was able to get away with things that he was for so long and able to continue and carry on doing what he was doing for so long wasn't only that the powers that be were compromised directly by Jeffrey Epstein, nor was it that they owed him favors because he got them money. I think specifically the government was okay with what Jeffrey Epstein was doing to some extent because they liked that he was doing experiment. They wanted to know what the experiment said too. They wanted him to be able to do experiments so that they could know certain things. And like the experiments, the science got to get done. So like, let him do it over there. That's my opinion. That's my belief. But I don't know who this email is from. This is from 2010. Thank you for the check. I just got it. So Jeffrey Epstein sent somebody some money. For what? I don't know. It was a wonderful surprise. I promise to look more put together next time we meet. Okay, so is this one of the victim? I don't know. It doesn't seem like victim based on only just the email. Because here's the other thing too you got to remember. Like some people are consensual S workers. Not everybody doing S work is being forced. Not everybody doing S work would consider themselves to be a victim. Not everybody doing it is doing something against their own consent or their own will. So yes, that is a huge part of like, especially with the Jeffrey Epstein ring, but I don't know. This person doesn't appear to be, acting as if they're a victim at this point. That doesn't mean they're not either. Also, by the way, like a lot of people will keep in touch with certain people that abuse them because it's like they're scared of whatever the reason may be. Okay. I'm not even defending the reason. I'm just saying this is the reality. This is what happens. So I said victim, but I don't know. This could just be a girlfriend. I mean, I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein had just like actual girlfriends that liked him and were into this weird shit too. It says, I promise to look more put together next time we meet. Is it okay with you if I reach out to Martin and Seth now? I don't know who that is. Maybe I should have a title when speaking with these people. So she wants a job. She wants a job title. Hey, I'm Jeffrey Epstein, such and such. How would you like me to describe myself to them? If you have no opinion on this matter, I can lead, but I like to be on the cautious side of formality at first, since I am representing you in a way. I put all the names you gave me a while back into a spreadsheet. I will start to highlight, codify what to codify, what to focus on for funding them. Okay, so this is one of the funding spreadsheets this girl's working on. I think it's a girl. I don't really exactly know. Perhaps we could meet again soon to go over this spreadsheet. I'll also add some more of my contacts from the up and coming science realms that you may be interested in. Okay, so this seems like more like experimenty. Okay, the subject line, by the way, is thank you. I'll also add some more of my contacts from the up and coming science realms. What is that? Up and coming science realms in 2010? Probably VR, AR, AI, I would think just what's up and coming in 2010, video, stuff like that you may be interested in, and work a bit on the design and presentation for the material. And finally, I have a banker slash money changer, currency trader, programmer genius friend from MIT you may want to meet. You mentioned you were looking for a programmer, and this is my world. I'll forward his CV and a blurb about him soon if you like. I promise he's one of the best. Let's meet again soon. I like it. Now remember, she did say, I promise, and it could be a he, I promise to be more put together next time we meet. Let's meet again soon. I like it. Then she said, I'm stuck on the visual imprinting before age 7 thing. Smart. If only we could have children for experiment's sake. I'd also love to raise twins in different rooms that had horizontal and vertical stripes, respectively. Thanks again. Be it for work or wardrobe, it's a much appreciated gesture. So it's almost like, did Jeffrey Epstein send this person money and say, hey, buy yourself some clothes because you looked ratty and bad and dusted and crusted and busted last time I saw you. Please buy yourself some clothes, get some clothes to wear because no, it was embarrassing. You looked horrible. Here's some money. Because she's like, whether it be for work or wardrobe, it was a much appreciated gesture. It's very strange. But why in the freak did she say, let's meet again soon? I like it. In the same email as, I promise to look more put together next time. I'm stuck on the visual imprinting before age 7. If only we could have children for experiment's sake, I'd also love to raise twins in different rooms. Who knows what's going on with that? Yeah, Bella Thorne, just, she tried to tell us she was abused from the age 6 to 14 through the Disney trafficking ring. Allegedly, according to her, I wasn't there. I said critics are coming for Jay-Z's neck, throat, and alleged lace front. Let's read this tweet by Majesty Elite, parody account. Jay-Z's pattern with teen girls needs to be talked about, they say. Now, I'm not making these allegations. I'm reading a tweet. Look at who he was around when they were minors. He dated Foxy Brown when she was 15 and allegedly did things with her. He was 23. She accidentally spilled that they had relations on the Wendy Williams radio show. Number 2, Jay-Z was linked to Aaliyah. Again, I don't know if this is, what happened with them, if it's true or not. I wasn't there. But these are these are allegations that have been circling. When she was 15 to 17, he was 26 to 28. Rumors flew. Photos existed, but it stayed quiet. Same era, R. Kelly married Aaliyah at 15 years old. She was 15 when she married R. Kelly. Jay-Z, number 3, Jay-Z met Beyonce when Beyonce was 16. Pursued her hard. Started dating her when she was 18 or 19, but he was 30. He even said in old interviews, she will be mine, while she was underage. Now, I didn't see those interviews, but that's what's being reported here by this account. Number 4, Jay-Z signed Rihanna when she was 16, flew her in and wouldn't let her leave his office till 3 a.m. until she signed the contract. Now, I heard that it was a hotel, like the top floor of a hotel. He told her it's only 2 ways out of this room, the window or the door. And the window was multiple stories up. So here's, the pictures. Oh my God, what a loser. Not Foxy Brown, oh my God, look at him. Girl. That looks a little better. He did get cooler dating Beyonce, I will say. Rihanna and Jay-Z, and then that's Aaliyah. Again, I don't know. I'm just reading y'all. No, I'm trying to find my spot. Okay, here. So somebody said, one of the highlights of the Epstein emails is how stupid everyone is. Most of them are basically illiterate. And they're sending Yahoo emails being like, quote, Jeffrey, are we going to do crime again this weekend? Also, please have this person killed by a hitman you personally use. And I said, I'm going to lose my spot again. Hold on. It's not keeping my spot. And I said, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. These powerful elites are parasitic inbred losers with defective frontal lobes. Why do you think they're so obsessed with brain science and magic? It's because they are too stupid to function at default setting. You better get good at black magic and black arts and lying and every other thing else whenever your facade is that you're smart and actually you're a lunatic, idiot, low IQ moron. These people are stupid. Not only are they stupid, most of them are ugly as sin, and they really care what we think about them. They clearly really care what we think about them because they go out of their way to do all this PR. If they were so powerful, they wouldn't be worried about going to jail. They wouldn't be worried about what our opinions are. No, they wouldn't be worried at all. They wouldn't be worried about us finding anything out about their disgusting and deplorable and despicable and grotesque, detestable crimes because they could just get away with them if they were so powerful. They cannot. They are not. And they're stupid. They're stupid too. They need us for everything. They don't even have their own freaking money. It's all our money. They don't even have their own money. They don't even have their own houses. They're living in state housing, and the royals are living in state housing. Just look at them. Just look at them. Defective. Defective. That's why they have to every now and again throw in a little, different bloodline every now and again because they are Habsburgs. Anyway. Bill Gates recently donated $982 million, almost $1 billion each, to two of Melinda, his ex-wife. Remember, she divorced him over Epstein files. Pivotal philanthropies, opportunities, and pivotal philanthropies, momentum. Well, if they're doing with that, making any, vaccines or anything like that, I'd like to say they can stop. They can stop because whatever Bill Gates has been doing over there with his charities between the appeal and the buying up all the farmland and the whatever else, I mean, I'm not in approval of it at all. I'm not in approval of it at all. And now he's donating it to his ex-wife. I mean, that poor thing. She's under so much pressure. She's like basically shapeshifted into a man. And why is he donating $2 billion to his ex-wife's charities? Right before the new files dropped that mentioned her directly. Now, this I found to be very interesting. Melissa Nathan. For this one, let me show y'all the web again. So actually, I'm going to go to a different web. This one's going to be the Blake Lively web because I did this whole like PR thing on that part here. Okay, so there's Blake Lively, right? And her husband. They're in this legal battle with this guy right here, Justin Baldoni, and his company, Wayfair, and Jamie Heath, and Brian Friedman is the lawyer and all that. So I did this web build out of the PR firms that are all kind of involved in the PR people. So here's Melissa Nathan right here. She runs an agency called The Agency Group. It's a PR. She works alongside this one, Jennifer Abel. This is another PR, powerhouse, Stephanie Jones. And then, I got other stuff here. I got Katie Warren. I got Chloe Malos apparently is friends with her. I got some of the different the news organizations they work with. Page 6, New York Post, Daily Mail, all that. This is the PR web. So In this Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively lawsuit, what's alleged is this lady right here, Stephanie Jones, originally was Justin Baldoni's PR girl. Okay. She's a powerhouse. She had hired this one right here, Jennifer A. Bell. And Jennifer A. Bell now has split off from her. And also, Justin Baldoni has fired this one. So these two are now at odds. But for like almost 10 years or whatever, she did all Justin Baldoni's PR. This lady right here, Jennifer, was also up under her, but now she's on her own. Okay. Melissa Nathan is another PR person. So now Justin Baldoni has this one right here, Jennifer A. Bell, and this one right here, Melissa Nathan. So the stuff starts hitting the fan and the Justin Baldoni. This relates back to the Jeffrey Epstein files, but I just want to give you the context of who this person is so that we can go to the file. Justin Baldoni was advised by Stephanie Jones not to hire this lady right here, Melissa. Okay. But Melissa is like a crisis manager. Justin Baldoni wanted to do crisis management because why? Because Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds were getting ready, and I think maybe already started, kind of leaking to the press that according to Blake Lively, she had been sexually harassed on set. Now, a lot of people don't believe that ever happened. But, she went to the New York Times and they wrote an article and, all that. This is her PR, Leslie Sloan, who's mentioned in the Weinstein, how you see how the web just webs, right? We just talked about Weinstein getting sued by Charlene Laam. It was supposedly a frivolous lawsuit. We know Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein have been affiliated. Leslie Sloan is Blake Lively's PR. So they go to the New York Times and New York Times writes an article about Justin Baldoni and then whatever. So at some point, as the PR war was starting to pick up, Justin Baldoni brings this lady on, Melissa Nathan from TAG Agency Group. Okay. Now, again, like I said, Melissa Nathan has beef, or excuse me, I should say Stephanie Jones had a pre-existing beef. She did not like Melissa Nathan. She told her long-term client, Justin Baldoni and Jamie Heath, we don't need this Melissa Nathan. She's trouble. I don't like her. And you should not hire her for this. Well, they went ahead and did it anyway. They said, no, you're forgetting your place, ma'am. You work for us. You are our employee and we are going to hire who we want to hire. You're not doing a good enough job at this anyway. And we need the crisis manager to come in. You're just regular PR. We need crisis manager. Okay. So who did this crisis manager then bring on? And again, like I said, now there's been a falling out. So she's kind of like not actually really connected to them anymore, to Justin Baldoni. They're actually in a lawsuit with each other. Melissa Nathan comes on for crisis management and she hires a third-party contractor up under her. But still, she's working for Justin and Wayfair and Jamie, right? She hires this guy, Jed Wallace. Jed Wallace is the Reddit expert. He's the one that, this is how he's described. Independent contractor based in Austin, Texas. His company, Street Relations, offers public relations and crisis management services. On information and belief, he has described himself as a hired gun and claimed a proprietary formula for defining artists and trends. Mr. Wallace had worked on previous matters with Miss Nathan. That's her, right? This is her right here. The one that she said don't hire, but here she is. She got hired anyway. She brings this guy on as a contractor, but she had previously worked on projects with this one. And that makes sense because that's how else would they have had a beef? Jed Wallace was retained by the agency group to perform social media services on behalf of Wayfarer and Justin Baldoni in connection with TAG doing their crisis management. That's Melissa Nathan. Ms. Nathan's reference to Jed is referencing Jed Wallace, independent contractor. His company Street Relations offers public relations and crisis management services, described as a hired gun. Oh, it's the same thing. So I'll just take that out. Okay. So Justin Baldoni, Jennifer A. Bell, and Melissa Nathan, the three remaining crisis PR people, started working with another publicist in August. Jed Wallace works for a company or owns a company called Street Relations, which specializes in crisis PR management. He's previously worked for Paramount Pictures and the YouTuber Aiden Ross. He's deleted his LinkedIn now, but it used to describe him as a hired gun with a proprietary formula for defining artists and trends. We don't know much else about him. That was an article. Okay, so that brings in Paramount. Okay. Also, I just want to remind y'all, Jed Wallace was the guy. Jed Wallace was the guy that Bam Margera had to call and FaceTime with every single day. Remember earlier we saw that whole Viacom, Britney Spears' book, and this kind of like webs in the celebrities back into things. Blake Lively. Britney Spears, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Bam Margera is connected to all of this through these webs. So I see people in the chat that did not know this. Okay, now I just want to zoom out. Zoom out. This isn't even the Epstein list. This is the Blake Lively lawsuit web. Woo, look at it. This is what my brain looks like on the inside, but it's like 4D. It's just like it's just everything. It's like the part of my brain where this is stored is right next to the. Okay, so Justin Baldoni hires Melissa Nathan, who brings on Jed Wallace. Melissa Nathan and Jed Wallace had worked together before on a Paramount project. Now, which Paramount, I don't know. Which Paramount project, I don't know. But I'm going to let me pull up that Jed Wallace document. I got to go all the way back into my Bam Margera files. Now, this is all the way back into the Jackass lawsuit. All right. That happened. A lot of this stuff happens on top of each other, too. Like this was in 2021. Let me see. Here's one Jed Wallace document. Okay. So let's just start with the Bam Margera complaint. This is when he sued MTV and Paramount. He sued Paramount. Okay, that's what got us here. All right. Now they have settled. Brandon Cole Margera, Bam Margera Inc. versus Paramount Pictures. All right, so he's suing Paramount for all this stuff, violation of this, that, and the other. All right. Let me see if he put Jed Wallace in here. No. Okay. It's 44 pages. I'm definitely not reading 44 pages, but I want to I'll start here, paragraph 5. Specifically, while Margera was in a rehab facility in 2019, okay, same year that Jeffrey, it's like all this stuff's happening at the same time. I got the offer from the law firm signed by the lady that was communicating with Jeffrey Epstein. That's the year I think he also died in his cell. Bam Margera was stuck in a rehab facility. Spike Jonze, one of the producers, Johnny Knoxville, and Jeff Tremaine all came into this is a complaint. So I don't know if any of this actually happened or not. I'm reading a complaint. Okay. Accosted Bam Margera in a rehab and coerced him, these are quotes, into signing a draconian wellness agreement. Okay. They forced him basically to sign this agreement. That's what Bam Margera has alleged. Spike Jonze, Johnny Knoxville, and Jeff Tremaine, acting on behalf of and at the direction of all the defendants, Paramount Pictures specifically is the first defendant, assured Margera if he didn't sign that agreement, then and there, he was going to be cut from the Jackass movies, including the future films. This would cut off his primary source of income and his sole means of supporting his family, including his infant son. He had no other choice, as the defendants would not even permit Bam to talk to a lawyer, let alone negotiate the wellness agreement's terms. He signed it. The wellness agreement took its toll on Bam Margera. For months, Bam was obligated to complete daily drug tests multiple times a day, both scheduled and surprise drug tests, for which the requests for these tests could come at any hour of the day or night. He was subject to countless breathalyzer and urinalysis tests, which he submitted to and passed repeatedly for several months without objection or incident. However, in doing so, his ability to travel, his ability to work, and to effectively live life were completely constricted. Paramount and them went so far as to employ a doctor. It was not a doctor. It was Jed Wallace, who FaceTimed with Bam every morning to ensure Bam took a cocktail of pills. Again, what do we talk about with Britney? She said no to a dance move and she got drugged with lithium. This is what happens. He's crazy Bam. The media, the PR machine went hard against him. The crazy thing about Bam, the craziest thing about Bam, is that when he goes out to these conventions and these appearances and these concerts and these thises and these that's, people line up in the rain, in the cold, in the sleet, in the snow, at any condition around the building sometimes just to get an autograph from him. So actually in real life, people love Bam Margera, but online, people are vicious. People are vicious. You cannot say nothing nice about Bam Margera without an army of seeming haters coming out. But it's my belief that those are all fake. And it's to make him seem crazy. And it's to make he had the nerve. He had the bold-faced, unmitigated gall and audacity to, his version of saying no to a dance move. He wanted to live his life how he wanted to live it, and they weren't letting him. Having a drink is not illegal. I just want y'all to know that. Even if somebody was, alcoholic or is or whatever, it may not be in their best interest. It may not be in their best health, but it's not a freaking crime. They were saying he tested positive for Adderall, which he was prescribed by doctors for years of his life. They had no problem with him taking Adderall to stay awake on set of Jackass. They had no problem with him taking any drugs that he needed to take to jump off bridges and jump off buildings and get in the sewers and do whatever he needed to do when it behooved them. They didn't even have a problem with him acting crazy at airports and making headlines. They used to give him bonuses and high fives for getting arrested at airports and stuff. So all of a sudden, the behaviors that were rewarded are now being held against him. And it's because he had the audacity to sue them and say, I am Jackass. I am this franchise. It wouldn't even exist but for me. He got too big for his britches, and the handlers and the money changers said, So they bring on Jed effing Wallace, a PR crisis manager, to watch Bam take medicine every day. Why? What? It just seems to me like this is like a way higher up level type of operative than just some random PR guy. Okay. And that's who Melissa Nathan brought on. The pills left him physically and mentally drained, depressed, and a shell of his former self. Don't say that too loud, because according to Harvey Levin, that's not a good enough excuse to want to get off of medicine. He was just now bitching about Nick Reiner the other day. Nick Reiner said he's not feeling himself and he wanted to get off because he's gaining weight on this medicines. Harvey Levin, who's in the Epstein files, by the way, came out here and said he didn't need to get, implied he didn't need to get off that medicine. You're never going to believe the reason why he got off the medicine. But these are like legitimately terrible side effects. Depression in and of itself is a medical condition. If the pills you're taking are causing depression, maybe you should be allowed to get off of them. Bam wasn't allowed to get off of them and keep his job. His employers were trying to tell him what medicines he could and couldn't take. He knew the tiniest slip up would end his career, so he was careful to follow every impossible demand imposed upon him, demands that were, by all accounts, legally unenforceable, because his execution of the wellness agreement was procured under duress. So, why on earth was Jed Wallace being even referred to as a doc? He was not a doctor, from what I could tell, unless he's got a PhD somewhere. He don't put the letters behind his name. He was on the, why? What? It's weird. I have a filing from Jed Wallace in the Bam Margera case. Declaration. In support of Paramount special motion to strike under California code. I have 17, over 17. So this was in 2021. He had over 17 years of experience working in substance abuse and behavioral health field. The PR guy? The crisis manager? During my career, I've worked with nationally recognized treatment centers, treatment professionals, first responders, and law enforcement to create ethical treatment programs for those experiencing alcohol and substance abuse. In the last 7 years, I've worked as a crisis and wellness consultant on hundreds of, crisis consultant on hundreds of different cases. I've worked for a number of high-profile clients, including celebrities and movie studios, Paramount, as well as law enforcement, first responders, and public officials. And most of the, what in the Harvey Pasternak hell is this guy? Seriously. In most of the cases I work on on most of the cases that I work on, the crisis is caused by behavioral health issues that are often exacerbated by alcohol or substance use. Because of that, I'm often brought in on cases where previous treatment and recovery attempts have failed. My goal is to always create a treatment program that will help the individual find their way towards accountability and recovery, and ideally help them become a positive example for others. And a major component of my work is putting together a team. Oh, okay. Got it. I match the individual with the treatment or recovery center. He was brought on by the wife. Look, all this to just show y'all the connection, because I'm about to show y'all somebody in this files. All right, so let's go back to the web. This is the Blake Lively way. And somebody said, yep, Kanye West, same thing. Kanye West trying to tell us. Thanks so much to my mom for giving 5 memberships. If you got one, make sure you tell her thank you. Thank you so much to Danielle Marie for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you, Tides the Vibe, for the $20 super chat. Just got here, but I always want to support you. I want to know, when are we going to see you interviewed by Candace Owens? Thanks for being you and for fighting for Britney. Makeup is on point as always. I would be happy to be interviewed by Candace Owens. I do believe it's possible that she has conflicts of interest. I'm not going to even say which, group of people within Hollywood I think she might be attached to, but I think that might be the reason why she does report on the exact same, almost verbatim things that I say one single day after I say them, but she never gives me credit for them. And, you got to get your money. You got to get your money wherever you're getting it from. Me personally, I don't work for anybody. So nobody's telling me what to do and not do. Nobody's telling me what to say and not say. And again, like I said, I'll be happy to be interviewed by her. I'll be happy to. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Okay. So I just want a convo, no interview. Those are scripted. I don't read scripts. Like, even whenever I write, sometimes I'll write a script for BJ Investigates and I end up all off script. My poor editor. Poor thing. It's like we sit there for 2 days and try to get a script together. And then as soon as the camera comes on, I just am not even reading it. So I don't do scripts. She might be doing a script, but I don't do scripts. Yeah, some of y'all are like, I don't like her. And that's fine. That is fine. That is not my business. Okay, so let's back out of this rabbit hole we just went down. But essentially, this guy right here, Jed Wallace, he's a crisis manager PR guy, all right, among other things. He was brought on by Melissa Nathan, who's also a crisis manager PR lady. Right now, today, she owns this company, the Agency Group. They're all both tied in with this Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni lawsuit. And Jed Wallace also has his own past with the Bam Margera lawsuit. Okay, so let's go back to the Epstein Files web. It is much less, fleshed out, as it were. I'm just looking for it. Where'd I put it? Up here. All right. So Melissa Nathan, y'all remember her? We just did the whole segment. This is an Epstein file, one of the ones that just dropped recently. And it appears to be like a schedule for Jeffrey Epstein, Friday, May 5th, 2017, New York. And this is all the things he had to do. 8 o'clock breakfast, 10 o'clock an appointment, 11:45 another appointment, 4:30 appointment, 6:30 p.m. some type of something, Oslo performing 7 o'clock performance. He has a performance to go to. You have 4 seats. JoJo will drive you then, the next day. So the 4:30 appointment was with a man by the name of Matthew Hiltzik and his colleagues. So before we even get to that, this is him. And what is he? First of all, he's like a PR guy. They were engaged by attorneys to support the litigation in the Johnny Depp trial. All right, so this is Johnny Depp's PR guy. He's in the Epstein files. He played a primary role in rehabilitating Johnny Depp's image. Now, whether you're on Johnny Depp's side, whether you are not, I believe we can all agree before the trial, the Amber Heard, he sued Amber Heard for defamation. Before that happened, his reputation was lower, even Johnny Depp would agree, than it is now. And that is one of the harms. One of the reasons Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard was specifically because his reputation had been damaged. So this guy he's a heavy hitter, another practitioner of the dark arts of public relations. He, again, maybe if y'all are sympathetic to Johnny Depp, that's fine. No problem at all. My purpose is not to beat up on Johnny Depp. My purpose is not to beat up on Amber Heard. I did not follow that trial, and I did not follow it on purpose. I don't know what happened in the trial. That's not the point of me talking about it. I don't want anybody taking a side in my chat. Y'all can go on Reddit and do that, where, Jed Wallace reigns supreme or whatever. But it's just to show y'all Melissa Nathan, the one I just showed y'all from that previous web, the one who brought on Jed Wallace, Melissa Nathan, who now has her own PR company called Tag. She used to work for Matthew. And she also, I don't know who she was working with at the time of the actual moment of the Johnny Depp trial. She may have already started her own thing, but she worked with and on the Johnny Depp reputation rehabilitation as well. And maybe Johnny Depp was completely innocent of everything he was accused of. Like I said, I didn't watch the trial. It's not my purpose to even, I know he won the defamation trial. But his reputation did absolutely get rehabilitated. It was, lower. He was getting kicked off movies. He was getting kicked off this and that. And it was because Amber Heard had made allegations about him in the newspaper. And, he needed his reputation to be rehabilitated after that. And so he sued her for damaging his reputation. But also, there was a major PR push going on. Again, he might have been innocent. He might have been entitled to do that. I'm not even trying to say he did something bad or wrong, but this guy right here is a heavy hitter. And he's in this Matthew, and he's in the Epstein files. Not only just, maybe I can get somebody to do something, this, that. No. He's having meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He kept a low profile in the media in the aftermath of the trial while working to encourage support for Depp and revitalize his career. So keeping a low profile might have been working with YouTubers. I really don't know. This is from Wikipedia. He's a member of the New York State Bar Association. He's a lawyer. After law school, he worked as a press secretary and deputy executive director of the New York State Democratic Committee under Judith Hope, the first woman to head a major political party in New York. While in that role, he worked on the 1998 campaigns of Chuck Schumer. Okay, so this guy's high up. This guy's a big deal. Not only is he a dark arts practitioner of public relations, he's a lawyer and he's a big deal in the political world. He worked on the 1998, 30 years ago almost. He's on the Chuck Schumer campaign. Elliot Spitzer, Hillary Clinton's listening tour in 1999. Here enter Harvey Levin. Harvey Weinstein enters the chat again. He joined Miramax as head of corporate communications in 1999. He became senior vice president of corporate communications and government relations and was involved in public relations for Miramax Films, Miramax Books, Miramax TV, Talk Magazine, philanthropic and political fundraising, and crisis management. What does the guy not do? It's a bunch of Harvey Pasternaks. Harvey Levin is a lawyer too, lest you forget. In 2000, he took a brief leave from Miramax to rejoin Hillary Clinton's senator campaign as the director of Jewish relations. What? He worked on outreach in the Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox communities for Clinton's campaign including making inroads. So that's 2000. I guess she ran in 2002. Okay, so this guy right here, Matthew Hiltzik, that's who he is. He was having a meeting in 2017 with Jeffrey Epstein, who's bringing his team. Guess who's on his team? Ben Sosenko and Melissa Nathan. There's an email, somebody, to Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that wanted a movie about them. I think Blake Lively would be brilliant at playing me. This is in 2016. Hope I look like this by next year. Now, what else did Melissa Nathan do while we're at it? Just to let y'all know, again, you don't have to be on an island. You don't have to have been on the plane. You don't have to have done something to somebody right there with Jeffrey Epstein. You don't have to have been in the room when he was doing it. All of these dark arts practitioners of public relations, which is a quote I did not come up with, but I do like it, I'm going to keep saying it, had their roles to play. All these lawyers turned crisis managers who helped Jeffrey Epstein, these Richard Bransons saying, Bill Gates might be good at making a statement. All of those people are complicit in making Jeffrey Epstein not face the accountability that he should have, and also complicit in my opinion, directly harming the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his human trafficking ring, in my opinion. The adults and the children victims. I'm not talking about an adult that had no choice and they were coerced. I'm talking about people that willingly took a lunch with Jeffrey Epstein and brought Melissa Nathan, and they sat there and kikied and chi-chied and fified over what to say in the media about him doing you know what to children. Now, I know a lot of y'all are arfing like seals out here over this Justin Baldoni case, and that is fine. But just because Justin Baldoni hired someone doesn't mean you have to arf like a seal over them. They might be doing a broken clock is right twice a day. But this is media manipulation on the grandest, most monumental scales, global media manipulation, global international, trafficking of children, of women, of who knows goddamn else what, and of propaganda. And everybody in here who is happily, willingly going to meet up for a lunch with Jeffrey Epstein is complicit, in my opinion. Oh yeah, let's come together and figure out how to not only save your reputation and build your reputation up, but to tear down the credibility of the people who have the audacity to fight back, to even speak their story. What else did she do? According to this Reddit post, Melissa Nathan, who had lunch or an appointment at 4:30 with Jeffrey Epstein on Friday, May 5th, 2017, if the Epstein files are to be believed, if these are accurate, with Matthew Hiltzik, Johnny Depp's PR guy, and his colleagues, Ben Sosenko and Melissa Nathan. This is 2017, almost 10 years ago. What did she also do? Worked for the Trump campaign. I know a lot of y'all think he somehow is innocent in all of this, and he might be. But it's looking pretty bad, okay? She didn't only work for Aiden Ross, she also worked for PR for Logan Paul. Hybe America, that's Scooter Braun, Justin Bieber's manager, The Web Keeps Webbing. Former manager, excuse me. And where did Corey Gamble come from? Scooter Braun's company, not Hybe. But now Scooter's at Hybe. Melissa Nathan worked for Drake for PR. Johnny Depp. She also previously had vouched for Hope Hicks, who was Trump's former communication director. David Blaine, Clooney. This is from Peggy Segal to Jeffrey Epstein. David Blaine, Clooney, Joaquin Phoenix, Blake Lively, Seymour Hoffman, Pacino, De Niro. I don't know what that is. I just looked Blake Lively in the files and that came up and I put it there. So she's in the files as going in and meeting up with Jeffrey Epstein. Let me just look what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein in the media that he was so worried about. May 2017. 2 years before he died. Here it is. AI overview. In May 2017, significant developments in the legal cases surrounding Jeffrey Epstein and his associates included the settlement of a key defamation lawsuit brought by victim who's now no longer among the living, and I think it's pretty suspicious, Virginia Jeffrey, against Ghislaine Maxwell. And a series of email exchanges from Epstein and his circle were released in legal filings. Key events in May 2017 included the settlement. There was a defamation lawsuit filed by Virginia. Sorry, y'all can't even see what I'm reading. I got ahead of myself here. Virginia Jeffrey sued Ghislaine Maxwell for defamation. It was settled just before it was scheduled to go to trial in May 2017. And then guess what? In May 2017, Jeffrey freaking Epstein is meeting with the practitioners of the dark arts of public relations, including Melissa Nathan. So when y'all are out here arfing like seals over Melissa Nathan, just know she's a player in this game. There's nobody who is not playing in the dark arts who's in it. They call it the dark arts of public relations. We read the quote earlier. The lawsuit attracted significant public attention, and the unsealing of its records by the Miami Herald and journalist Julie K. Brown, who also they were talking crap about in the Epstein files. They were talking about this journalist. She was on top of it, and they were talking about her in the messages. She played a crucial role in bringing renewed scrutiny to the entire case. There was also emails and correspondence that were released and unsealed from ongoing legal proceedings. They were made public years later, but they contain several emails and correspondences from May 2017 that shed light on Epstein's network. Michael Wolff, a journalist, emailed Epstein asking for the name of his colonoscopy doctor. You were wondering why the journalists, including Michael Wolff, weren't making Jeffrey Epstein articles? It's because they were needing those back scratches. They needed the back scratched. The former prime minister of Israel was also talking to Jeffrey Epstein via email in May 2017. His wife, Nilly Priel, informing Epstein that they would be leaving New York City temporarily and requesting that cleaning services be arranged. So yeah, the prime minister of Israel staying in his house. I mean, there's no one more powerful. And Melissa Nathan, Johnny Depp's PR girl, Justin Baldoni's PR girl. Now, again, just like I'm saying, Justin Baldoni might be great and wonderful and have nothing to do with Melissa Nathan. That might be the case. Justin Baldoni didn't go sit and have, from what I know, did not go sit and have dinner or lunch or a meeting in the dark arts practicing with Jeffrey Epstein. But Melissa Nathan, according to the Epstein files, sure did. Now, I wasn't there. I don't have a video or picture of it, so I don't know. But that appears to be what he was planned and scheduled to do. Lawrence Summers, economist, asked Epstein about then President Donald Trump's guilt regarding the 2016 election. I don't know what that means. To which Epstein replied, "The world does not understand how dumb he really is," meaning Trump. At this time, Epstein had already served his controversial 13-month jail sentence, which ended in 2009 as part of a very lenient 2008 plea deal with the then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta. He was a registered ass offender and spent much of his time on the private island he owned in the U.S. Virgin Islands while facing civil lawsuits. But then there was a separate civil trial involving Epstein that was scheduled for December 2017, but it was postponed to March 2018. So what was going on, according to the Google AI overview, during the time that Melissa Nathan was going with her boss to help Jeffrey Epstein out, I mean, it wasn't a freaking secret. He had already served jail time, prison. It was lenient. He did take a plea deal, but he was on the registry. Okay? He was on the registry. To me, that's even worse than anything that, Mark Agnifilo ever did. because and I looked Mark Agnifilo up too in this case, and it doesn't look like he's in he is in it. He comes up in the files, but not directly related to Jeffrey Epstein. The way that Mark Agnifilo comes up is he was the lawyer for someone in some lawsuit that was related to the Jeffrey Epstein and the Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, it's in the law, it's in the court documents files. So it doesn't look like he was like in any way communicating. I mean, I think Mark Agnifilo is going to hell. I still stand by that. But he's another one like Alex Spiro. I mean, he's a damn good lawyer. He's good at the dark arts of legal analysis, legal work, winning at lawsuits. Now, I think Alex Spiro is a lot more proficient in the media aspect. I would compare Alex Spiro. I'm going to get my web back up. I would compare, in my opinion, I would compare Alex Spiro to this guy over here, Matthew, because he's a lawyer, but he's really proficient in figuring out what to say in the media for the court of public opinion, which I think is what Epstein was really concerned about. I mean, obviously he was concerned about going to jail, but he could get a plea deal with those people. Like, he was really worried about what we thought about him. So now that we've done Melissa Nathan, now I want to go to the Jay-Z of it all. And for this one, well, I'll show y'all where he is on the map. Again, this is not facts. This is just my notes. And we've really covered a lot of ground today. This is Virginia Jeffrey, by the way. Oh, it doesn't get any bigger. Let me make her larger. Rest in peace to her. But this is the lawsuit that settled right at the same time that Melissa Nathan was being invited to go to lunch or whatever, that meeting. Okay, so this is her right there. Now, I would show y'all the Trump thing, but like for some reason, like this thing is saving my I fixed it now, but I didn't know about it at the time. So it's the link is dead. It doesn't work. But you know, there is a lot that can be found on Donald Trump. And I think, like I said, if he did any of the stuff he's accused of, under the jail, death penalty. All right. I don't like that man. I know some of y'all do. This particular video today is not about politics at all. It's just so much has been published about Donald Trump that I just did like, I wanted to find out other stuff that I didn't find out in the media already. And that's why I ended up looking at other stuff. But I mean, I'll look into it too. Thank you so much to Kels on Earth for being a member for 9 months. Hello, cousins and auntie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ellie, for the $4.99 super chat. Don't forget to like the video, y'all. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the $4.99 Kuntzville. Please read Andy Somo's Substack articles. It has links to Epstein, Israel Methods, and P. Diddy. There's going to be arrest soon. Okay, interesting. Haven't heard of that one. Somebody else, small artisan. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. YouTube coverage of Candace Owens Webb, quite illuminating and alarming. Okay, I have to look into that. Housatonic Live too. I have to look into that. Thank you for the $5. So now I want to go to the actual website of the files. I'm type in Jay-Z. Qatari buys Picasso. Jay-Z defends himself. What is this? From Mark Lloyd to Jeffrey Epstein. Forward, Qatari buys Picasso. Jay-Z defends himself against Abramovich. And Sotheby's money-themed sale. So someone sent Jeffrey Epstein this, well, I guess, article? ArtNet News. I don't know what that's about. Who's Mark Lloyd? Should we look it up? Actor? National leader of Denton. I don't know who it is, actually. There's a lot of Mark Lloyds, and without more, there's one that's a lawyer. There's one that's a finance guy. There's one that's an actor. I don't know who it is. Mark Lloyd is also somebody named Mark Lloyd is a member of the Vaccine Alliance, assistant administrator for global health. I don't know which one it is. So I will refrain from, the speculation of it all. Okay. Okay. Let's go back. We searched Jay-Z. This is another like completely redacted. All you get is the subject line, and that's lessons from the Jay-Z business model. And then it says extremely clever. And then what? What? Now there might be an article. Let's see. Lessons from the Jay-Z business model vulture. Interesting name for a publication, huh? Ooh, I'm so good at math. Lessons from the Jay-Z business model. So somebody sent this article as an email to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. Last week, the 12th solo studio album by the rapper Jay-Z, Magna Carta Holy Grail, burst forth from a cloud of calculated obfuscation. The release came with little of the usual promotional buildup. No radio single, no Rolling Stone cover of the Rolling Stone magazine. Instead, it was announced via a 3-minute commercial during Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Shot in verite style, the ad purported to show the artist in his studio, his Brooklyn Nets cap slung backward, and he made gnomic pronouncements to producers Timbaland, Pharrell Williams, Swiss Beats, and the graybeard Rick Rubin. We need to write the new rules, Jay-Z declared. The nature of those rules was revealed in the spot's final second, when the word Samsung Galaxy flashed on the screen. Viewers were directed to a website where they could make out, amid stylized redactions, directions that allowed Samsung users to download a free app, which would in turn give them the album 5 days ahead of its general release. Samsung paid $5 each for 1 million digital copies, assuring the album of platinum status before it ever even appeared, while also giving Jay-Z the benefit of free advertising. The Wall Street Journal valued the partnership at $20 million, a figure that shocked an industry battered by piracy and declining revenues. Again, this was 2013. This is 13 years ago. The deal was about much more, however, than solving a distribution problem. Before the release, the free app worked as a machine for data mining and promotion. So they're getting the data for everybody that signed up for the app, trading scraps of information like lyric sheets and cover art for access to users' social networks. Though some critics objected to the crass intrusiveness, if Jay-Z wants to know about my phone calls and my email accounts, why doesn't he join the National Security Agency? Somebody groused. It didn't much affect his standing with fans, though. A total of 1.2 million people downloaded that app from that commercial, creating a mailing list at the very least and potentially offering something more, like the core audience for a music streaming service. And now we do know that Jay-Z, years and years and years later, through Roc Nation, has launched a distribution enterprise, it appears. Look at this. Jay-Z is bulletproof, one prominent rock band manager said with Wonder 2 days after the commercial aired. I don't think anyone even cares how good his records are. In any event, the critical reception was lukewarm. The download process was buggy, but it didn't matter because Jay-Z and Roc Nation and them got what they wanted, which was the data. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I don't know these people. Now, don't forget, who is Jay-Z's lawyer? One of them, Alex Spiro, the Stone Cold Killer, which is a figure of speech. Okay, so somebody had emailed that to Jeffrey Epstein. Who knows? We don't know. Lessons from Jay-Z business model. Now, what's this next Jay-Z? From Spotify to Jeffrey Epstein. So this is just a Spotify email. I don't know who it's from. I don't know who was CC'd. Excuse me. I don't know who it's to, and I don't know who was CC'd, but this is from somebody, Will Ford. Subject line, July 23rd, tidbits and quotes. Several of the most successful people in the world never even graduated from high school. Richard Branson. Oh, we just talked about him. He was the one that was giving Jeffrey Epstein PR advice on getting friggin', what's his name? Sorry, I have so much going on because I just read Rockefeller and now I'm thinking about Mr. Beast. Richard Branson was the one that was emailing Jeffrey Epstein to try to get Bill Gates to make a PR statement. Again, they care a lot about what we think for people that have so much power to do what they want. Frank Lloyd Wright didn't graduate high school. Walt Disney, Milton Hershey, the Hershey's guy. Simon Cowell didn't graduate high school. John D. Rockefeller didn't graduate high school. George Foreman, Jay-Z, high school dropout. Who knew? Robert De Niro, high school. They dropped out of high school. They did not go, or did not graduate rather. Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, actually went back to high school in 1993 to get his GED because he was worried that his success as a high school dropout might convince other teenagers to quit school. To conquer, we have to dare, and to dare again, always to dare. For a spacecraft such as the space shuttle to maintain an orbit around the Earth, a relatively low okay, so in the same, what does that have to do with anything? It's like talking about high school, people that didn't get a high school diploma, which my dad didn't get a high school diploma. He did get a GED eventually, but, I don't have any judgment for somebody that didn't get a high school diploma at all. I come from one of my parents who did not get a high school diploma. We talked at the beginning of this live. If y'all were here, put a 5 in the chat, put a 4 in the chat, put a 4 in the chat if you were here when I talked about my dad and showed his one high school yearbook picture that I did not know existed until very recently. But then whoever this person is, and I don't know whoever they're emailing it, Will Ford. I don't know whoever Will Ford is. He's emailing about people that didn't finish high school, but then they still were successful. Then he just starts over on some space shuttle stuff. This is 2013. For a spacecraft to maintain orbit around the Earth at a relatively low altitude, it must travel approximately 17,500 meters, miles, per hour at these altitudes. And at this velocity takes about 90 minutes. I don't know. So now I'm talking about circling the Earth. I mean, girl, I don't know why they're talking about either one of those things. And because their names of who he sent it to are redacted, who even really knows? I think this is new releases. So he was staying on top. Jeffrey Epstein was staying on top of pop culture and the music culture. Look, new releases, Jay-Z, Third Eye Blind, and George Strait. But it just looks like it's just like a top 40 or whatever. When is this from? 2009. Who was always hot in pop in 2009? Britney Spears, even though she was still in a conservatorship. Coldplay, Madonna, Pink, Jonas Brothers. Hot in rock. The Beatles, Pink Floyd, U2, Metallica, U2. Bono was apparently in the files. Metallica, Green Day. Hot in R&B. Number 1 was Rihanna. Number 2, Mariah Carey, Chris Brown. We had Usher and Neo. Willie Nelson. Jay-Z. Run This Town. Who's gonna run this town? We are. Yeah, I said it. We are. Okay, what's this? I'm just going through everything that says Jay-Z on it. Okay, that's what we're doing right now. This is from who knows to Juliette Bryant, Colette Brannon, C. Trish Boys, Ann Cheever, Brad Edwards, Angela Jackson, Colette Brannon. I don't know who these people are. But this is an email. It says, somebody will not stop abusing us. And look at all the images attached to this. There were like 50, seemingly. Redacted. A woman I have never met and only spoke to once or twice. Briefly, we shared counsel. So they had lawyers in common. So again, the subject line is, redacted will not stop abusing us. So I don't know who. Somebody's abusing someone. And this Boys is the last name. Boys is the, let me look it up. I think this is a legal email. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So look, my legal going to law school pays off every day, even though I don't represent clients. Okay. So there's a really big law firm, Boys Schiller. This man right here, David Boys, is the chairman of that firm and obviously a named partner. Maybe his dad or something started it, but like his actual last name is the same. Look, that he even talked here. David Boys on the Epstein files. He was one of the lawyers, I believe, that represented victims against Epstein. So this is like an email that's like, I think from a victim. I think it's from a victim. And it's all these pictures and it says, blank will not stop abusing us. She says, redacted, a woman I have never met and I only spoke to once or twice briefly because we shared a lawyer. Another woman who I gifted a gorgeous portrait somehow obtained my compensation package info, which was hacked by stalkers, and is illegally distributing it. How else would she get this? She has never forgiven me for supporting the truth. Blank. I will always support blank, 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 redacted, who told the entire truth. It's sickening. DARVO. DARVO is like a narcissist tactic, like an evil tactic where it's an acronym or whatever. It's like deny, accuse, reverse, victim, offender. Okay. So first thing you do when you're accused of something is deny it for these abusers. Then you accuse the person accusing you. So first of all, I didn't traffic her. She's actually a whore. Okay. Deny, accuse, R, reverse, victim, offender. So I'm actually the victim. I can't get a night's sleep because this lunatic, this crazy ass worker, she is the one. She is crazy. She is disgusting. Oh my God. She needs to be locked up. That's the DARVO tactic. First deny what she's accusing you of, and then make her into the villain. Make yourself the victim. And you've seen this. You've seen this many times. Now I'm trying to figure out how Jay-Z comes in with this. This came up on the Jay-Z email. People claim blank exaggerated something when she barely touched on the powerful elites who abused her. She barely held anyone to task. When is this from? 2025. This from earlier last year, 6 months ago. She barely held anyone to task as boys protected his buddies. Okay, so this is, I guess the boy Schiller didn't protect the victims. She tried to expose everyone. And we have been gate kept by power. Okay, let me do a control find to Jay-Z. Oh, it's saying not found. Okay, well, I don't know where Jay-Z is on that. I don't know why they showed me that for Jay-Z. Let's go back to the Jay-Z page. I'm trying to look it up. Jay-Z. It's like really long, so I guess this is all the attachments. I'm dealing with really powerful people who prefer I'd pass away soon. Let me see if I can find Jay-Z. When I typed in Jay-Z, and this was just a few months before this poor lady died. Look at her. I mean, come on. It doesn't take a whole lot of speculating to try and figure out what might have happened to her. House on Fire. Jessica Reed Krause, House and Habit, wrote a hit piece on blank for using a source that is reposted here saying karma. If you Google that source, even AI tells you he is a 3X con artist who stole money from elder. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the House and Habit, but Rabbit did make a video about that. Y'all should go and look that up. This must be the Sergeant Keenan Carter. Gives detailed explanation on how he believes Middleton, an aide who signed PDF file Jeffrey Epstein into the White House several times during Bill Clinton's presidency, took great lengths to ensure his suicide. All right, I'm looking for Jay-Z. All right, let's see. Prince Andrew gets brought up. These are horrible. So you see how, just different things. This is PR. This is actually really good not evidence, but this is support to show you the front end of what we've now for 3 hours and 42 minutes been talking about goes on in the back end, right? So not only do these people have connections to the mainstream media, New York Post, what Michael Wolff, Page 6, TMZ, a good friend, not only that, but they have social media experts doing crisis management, and they can, without even paying them, get social media influencers to take certain positions because they're in group chats, because they're in clubs, because they have certain managers, because they just want to make a video and get views. A lot of people didn't actually give a flying rat's behind of Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. They just knew that if they took the Johnny Depp position, and again, I'm not making a position or taking a position on this because I don't have one. I don't have a position on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing because I didn't watch the trial. I'm not trying to make any digs or slights either way because I truly don't have a position. Where I'm sitting right now, my position is I don't know. It appears as though Amber Heard was crazy, and it appears as though Johnny Depp was also crazy. But I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm not trying to say somebody did something wrong by supporting Johnny Depp. What I'm saying is, and it's my belief, there were at least some people who were getting a lot of clicks and a lot of views who really didn't actually care that much. If it would have been more popular to like support Amber Heard, they would have. If they didn't have like actually a personal interest in it. And I feel the same way about this Blake Lively thing. I think people don't really care about these people, Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. They just like having a position. Some people do. Some people do. Anyway, this is good. You know, it shows the front end, what people end up, you know, posting and saying. Now, I'm not saying these people are hired or anything like that. But look, like, you know, when people start getting accused, what is DARVO? DARVO is deny, first deny, then attack, then make yourself into the victim. Okay, so this is a good example of that. If that accusation against this George Tonks is true, he says a group of lunatics and psych patients are accusing me of all kinds of crazy nonsense. I'm also glad that the U.S. government is monitoring everything I do. I feel so much safer knowing that I am being monitored. So he is the victim of the psych patients and the lunatics who are accusing him. I started this. I clicked on this because I'm trying to get to Jay-Z. Look, DARVO, they say again, he's posting every single thing hacked from my phone, which greatly endangers my life. He has used DARVO to label the whistleblower a liar. And Harvey has labeled this felon a whistleblower. This felon, who is Harvey? I don't know who Harvey is. I don't really know like a lot of goings on in the, you know, the political realm sphere of it. Yet. Vicky Ward investigates. Okay. Jessica Reed Krause. I think that's her right there. And I personally haven't had any beef with that lady. Actually, I think she used to, or she might still follow me. So I don't know, but Rabbit did make a video about it. I think that's Jessica Reed Krause. Ew. Oh, look, there's Diddy. Okay, well, we didn't find Jay-Z. That was aggravating. All right. Okay, so I searched Jay-Z. We're in the Jay-Z mentions in the Epstein files, and I think this is like the first one that we've gotten to that actually is like, oh, he's in the files. But again, I want to be very clear. Again, I know that y'all are probably getting tired of me making disclaimers, but y'all know these people like to sue. And also, I like the truth. I don't want to make it seem like I'm saying something I'm not saying. So just out of an abundance of caution, I just want to be clear. This isn't an email from Jay-Z. Jay-Z doesn't appear to have emailed anybody in these files. It doesn't appear that Jay-Z is being accused of doing anything to children. Okay, but this is justice.gov/Epstein, the Epstein files TM. Okay, this is what this is. And for the first time in the files that we've looked at so far today, it appears that Jay-Z is actually being mentioned, actually, not just like, oh, he's in the charts. Okay, so here it is. It's from Jess Staley to Jeffrey Epstein in 2014. So let me look up, who is Jess Staley? American banker and former CEO of Barclays. Okay. He spent 34 years at JP Morgan's investment bank. After moving to Blue Mountain Capital in 2013, he became CEO of Barclays in 2015. Okay, so this is him, and he's emailing Jeffrey. He was a banker at JP Morgan for almost as long as I've been alive. I'm 35. He was there 34 years. Okay, so he's emailing Jeffrey Epstein, and he says, you want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. What does Sao Paulo mean? Is it like is that in Brazil? Sorry, I'm not good at, I know it's ignorant, but it's in Brazil. Largest urban area. Is it nice? Is it really nice over there? Like or is it, looks beautiful from like, you know, the Google pictures. Shout out to Brazil. I don't have a lot of Brazil. I don't have a lot of people watching from Brazil in the largest urban area by population outside Asia in my viewers. And the most populous Portuguese speaking city in the world. named after Paul the Apostle, founded by Jesuit priests. Eek. Okay, anyway, I don't know if he's trying to say it's a good thing. Whoever we is, I don't know who is we. I don't understand what the context at all is of this. But this guy, this banker, emails fellow banker in 2014, Jeffrey Epstein. He emails to him and says, "You want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip." Listen, don't shoot the messenger. Okay, I'm just reading the Epstein files. It's all about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. I mean, that sounds fun. That doesn't bother me not one bit. But like, what else are they doing besides just being in the cars? I don't know. He said the group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z. What the hell is he talking about? Dear Jeffrey Epstein, you want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on he spelled ads wrong too. Stupid. So smart he's a banker. Is too stupid to spell ads. It's 3 letters. The word is 3 letters long. He spelled it wrong. Again, like I told y'all, I don't even mind if somebody dropped out of high school, but like if you're going to be one of these elites working at JP Morgan for 34 years, you should be able to spell ads, I think. I don't know, maybe not. Obviously not, actually. He said, you want to know why we're not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about, quote, hip blacks in hip cars with white women. I mean, that sounds fun. Nothing sound wrong with that, about that to me. But he's like, the group that should be in the streets. Oh, was there protests going on? The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z. I need to look up Sao Paulo, February 2014. Protests. Wow. This is crazy. I'm shocked. We all knew this was going on, okay, like to some degree and some extent, but whoa. In February 2014, okay, so the right here, in February 2014, want to know why we're not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z. The group that should be in the streets. I guess he's meaning white women and hip blacks should be in the street. Look, we're natural allies. I've been trying to tell y'all we're cousins. We're natural allies. We could be doing something out here together, but instead they got us divided. They don't have us divided on my channel. They don't have us divided over here. But look, you want to know why we're not Sao Paulo? Look what was going on February 2014. Significant anti-World Cup protests against high spending and poor public services. Clashes with police using tear gas and rubber bullets, and ongoing issues with a severe drought affecting water supply. While also hosting the Sao Paulo Sevens rugby tournament and seeing its football club playing in the, oh girl, don't make me say something Portuguese, Campeonato Paulista. Okay. There's a Wikipedia page about the protests. They also had 2013 protests, also known as There Won't Be a Cup or FIFA Go Home. I remember FIFA Go Home, how we got money for all this and we don't have money for this. Oh my God. Did they play Puerto Rico? Who did they play here? Who played in this World Cup? Because I remember in 2014 going to watch this at a bar in Boston, and we were singing Rico, ole, ole, ole. Like, I'll never forget it. I think it was this year. 2014 protests in Brazil, also known as There Won't Be a Cup or FIFA Go Home, were public demonstrations in several Brazilian cities in response to the FIFA World Cup in 2014. Other social issues done by many social movements, mostly in the capitals where the mega event was happening. Their main criticism was the high government spending on the World Cup to the detriment of low investment in public services. Furthermore, they criticized forced evictions. People are evicted out of their homes, lack of policies in favor. Okay, so people started to rise up. The people united can never be defeated is a true statement. Okay, and legally, fundamentally in this country, in the United States of America, they only derive their powers from the consent of the governed. Okay. So back to the Epstein files. Want to know why our stupid, idiot white women aren't in the streets? Want to know why our stupid, quote, hip blacks are not in the streets? Because they've been bought off by Jay-Z. I can't deal with it. This is the Epstein files. This is in the Epstein files. I fell out my chair. The bankers are emailing each other about why the white women aren't in the streets protesting with the black people. This seems pretty severe. Oh my God. Put a 5 in the chat if you're one of the quote hip blacks or one of the white women. Put a 5 in the chat if we're in this together. We've seen everything we need to see. Now, I don't know if this is true. Okay. Again, I wasn't there and I don't know these people y'all saw. I just had to Google even who this freaking guy was. Okay. So don't take my word for it. I'm reading the Epstein files. Okay. Hold on. And this is how you find the one that I just was on. You go to the search. It's justice.gov/Epstein. You go in the search bar, which they do have one, and type J space Z and then press enter. Okay. So that was data set 9, document number EFTA00705992 .pdf. Okay. The group that should be in the streets. Okay. So, girl, how many? There's 95 results. All right. I guess we're not going to go through all of them, but a lot of these are like playlists and announcements. Barclays Center. Oh my God. Barclays Center. And we just heard from the guy that worked, ended up heading Barclays. Viral chart. Throw your diamonds in the air. Rising stars on the electronic scene. Approximately 1996. Okay. This is the one a lot of people are. This is the one right here. They got a lot of 5s. Okay. Shout out to the cousins in the chat. The people united can never be defeated. It's the truth. 5. We got the white ladies and the quote, hip blacks. We are in here. We are together. And we have questions. We are in here. We are together. We are not divided and we have questions. Okay. If you're divided, you already probably got kicked out this chats. Epstein lobbied him to become the CEO of Barclays. What about the rest of that email? The rest of the email was like, this email has been sent confidential, the little like, if you get this by accident, delete, It was like that thing. That's what the rest of the email was. Okay. So this right here is the one, like, I think pretty much if you saw, Jay-Z is in the Epstein files, they were probably talking about this one. All right. This is an unclassified document from the FBI at crisis intake. This is from 2019. That was a big, big year. Okay. That's the year he passed. Jeffrey Epstein passed away. Okay. Now, before I even read this, I just want to remind y'all, not all evidence is created equally and not all evidence has the same support for it as others. That being said, you may believe anything you want to believe. That being said, again, sometimes people lie. Sometimes people forget, especially if something traumatic happens. Sometimes people don't remember exactly how things happen because it's been many years. So this particular document is one that I would say is classified in the take with grain of salt, but you are more than welcome to believe whatever you want to believe. Okay. I'm just trying to make it very clear. This is not a fact that I can present to you as if it is a fact because I wasn't there and I don't know these people. Okay. This is like, I believe, some type of a tip or a statement to Yeah, this is a report to the FBI that was made in 2019, July 10th, Eastern Time, 8:20 a.m. Somebody redacted, called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to identify herself as a victim of abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others. She provided, or he, the following information. Now, I'm saying she as out of default. I am actually aware now there have been people coming out who are male, who are men, and they're saying they were victims too. So I don't know if this is a man or a woman yet. Maybe they'll say she, maybe they'll say he. Yeah, her. So this is a woman because they're using her pronouns. Approximately 1994. Okay, this is when Jay-Z was like, let me look up a picture of Jay-Z 1994 just so y'all can see what he looked like. And people were saying he wasn't famous yet. Yeah, he was. I mean, maybe not as famous as he would get, but in 1994, he made this song, Can't Get With It, or Can't Get With That. I don't know this song, I'm not familiar with it. But, oh my God, poor thing, bless his heart. He really does look like a loser nerd back then. 1994, he's doing rapping and whatever. But let me see what he looked like in 1994. This is like early 90s Jay-Z. He looked all right with the hat on. He should have kept the hat on. Because once he shaved the head, it was a no for me. But still, I mean, he does look like a young person. I mean, like a child. Like he looks very young. That looks just like what's their Blue Ivy looks just like him. Okay. Yeah, anyway, so that's Jay-Z 1994. So this person calls in 2019. This person, she calls in and it's 8:20 in the morning and she says, I'm a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and others. In approximately 1994, she revealed herself, redacted, revealed herself to redacted as a past victim of abuse by Epstein. Redacted described the abuse occurring during parties. Redacted further identified another redacted as a friend of redacted 3. Okay, so we have no idea who they're talking about here, okay? 2 years later, approximately 1996, redacted resided with redacted in a city. An unknown man, this part right here, I might have to make a whole video about the Jay-Z part. Because do y'all remember, put a 6 in the chat if you remember Charlene Laam, the Charlene Laam lawsuit, where it was filed in 2020, but it was one of those crazy frivolous lawsuits. Okay, I'm going to remind you of the lawsuit allegations. Rymir does look just like him, in my opinion. Now, before I even say anything about it, it was dismissed as frivolous. Okay, it was filed in 2020. This lady, Charlene Laam, she was not represented by a lawyer. She represented herself and she sued. She sued the Jeffrey Epstein estate. She sued Harvey Weinstein. She sued Jay-Z. She sued a bunch of other people. It was a bunch of people she sued, like a page or more of people. It was dismissed as frivolous, but she said, and this is from my memory, okay? I do have a video on it. Y'all can go look that up. I have a video on it, and I'm doing this from memory, but Charlene Laam said, I think it was started with her parents were trafficked. And what had happened, it was a whole scheme. And it did sound kind of like zany and wacky. It did kind of sound zany and wacky. And it did get dismissed. Jay-Z and Epstein's estate and all of them didn't even have to respond to it. But what she said was she was abused. We'll say that as a child. And so was her brother. I think I remember her saying her mother as well, but we'll just say for sure it was her and like her brother, her and her sibling. And her parents had enough of this repeated abuse. And she claimed that she was kidnapped. She claimed she was kidnapped and that she would get picked up in the middle of the night. She would get drugged. She would forget. She would lose her memory. She would wake up and she would be being abused. And then they would return her back home. And eventually her parents said, we have had enough of this. And apparently they did it to her whole family. Like it was like generational pretty much. And she said, we've had enough. We're going to sue. We're suing. And I think maybe they did sue or they were about to sue. Well, the original lawsuit did not end up happening because they settled. Now, in Charlene Laam's lawsuit, she says that the money for the settlement came from Les Wexner. We mentioned this a little earlier.
The money from the settlement came from Les Wexner. This is the allegations she made in her 2020 lawsuit. She said, years and years ago, we settled and we got money. But then because the money was used to pay us out, now they were short money and they had to earn the money. So then she said what they ended up doing to earn the money back was they kept kidnapping them. So they never stopped. She said, now we had to earn that money that we got paid back. So they would kidnap us and sell us to people. Now, again, that was dismissed. But that was what was alleged. And Jay-Z was one of the people that got sued in that lawsuit. Now, when people used to talk about that lawsuit when it came out in 2020, your whole channel used to get took. Definitely the videos would come down. I made the video that I made about it in like 2024, I think, and it was a little bit touch and go. They did take some of my videos down about, that type of thing, but that one is still up, thankfully. Okay. Now, the lawsuit was dismissed by a judge as frivolous. I want to be very clear. Those allegations were never proven out. Jay-Z and them did not even have to answer in court to those allegations. So, take with a grain of salt. But now we're in the Epstein files recently released. I think this is data set 9. In 1996, this person resided with somebody in a city. An unknown man abducted, redacted, from her home, and she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z. While Weinstein had done a horrible act, blank, redacted, believes she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. Redacted estimated that she was abducted on 7 occasions, waking each time in an opulent indoor setting. Redacted suffered from abuse on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. Redacted recalled Leon Black and William Barr, who was at the time currently the United States Attorney General, being present during some of those occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, Redacted last recalled being abused by Epstein. On each occasion, Redacted believes she was drugged, clouding her memory. Redacted attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as her, quote, handlers. She described them as people who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers, Redacted identified artist Pusha T. In approximately 2007, Redacted attended a party, Redacted, following an invitation from an unknown man who approached her as she walked down a street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her, according to her allegations, to the FBI. This is an FBI report in the Epstein files I'm reading. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her before engaging in acts. Redacted claimed to have additional information of other persons involved in the enterprise and information related to racketeering conducted in support of the trafficking. Redacted further believes she was under surveillance and stalked at the direction of the people involved in the abuse. Redacted confirmed she was not diagnosed with any mental illness. So, you know how they like to call people crazy? She said, I ain't crazy. She refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address. She moved between staying at different hotels. Okay, this tip came in to the FBI in 2019. I do not know if it is true. I do not know who it is. I could not verify it myself, but it sounds very similar to Charlene Laam's story, where she would get kidnapped, drugged, used, abused, and then returned back to her house. And Jay-Z and Weinstein and Epstein, all 3 were mentioned in that lawsuit. Should I pull it up? Put a 7 in the chat if you want me to pull that lawsuit up, just so you can lay eyes. Thanks so much to Tides That Vibe for the $5 super chat. Now we know who the Hollywood conflict of interest is with Candace. Who? I don't know who it is. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Nicole, for the $49.99 super sticker. Wow. Very generous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, because y'all know this video. Oh, y'all do want me to show the... Okay. All right. I'll pull the lawsuit up. I'll pull that Jay-Z lawsuit up real quick then. I mean, I say real quick, but who knows, girl. Give me a second to get into my files. Now, I'm not saying this is Charlene Laam, by the way, who made this FBI tip. that's in the Epstein files. I'm not saying that's her. The lawsuit was 2020 though. Here's a lawsuit that, again, we just read the Jay-Z, allegation from the Epstein files. It's just an allegation until proven. But look, Charlene Latham, this was filed August 2020. That tip that we just read was from 2019, about a year prior. The 1953 trust is Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Harvey Weinstein, Sean Carter is the third one listed. Darren Indike, Richard Kahn, the Weinstein Corporation, Miramax, Walt Disney Company, Def Jam Recordings, Rock Nation LLC. These are all the defendants she sued. Universal Music Group. Well, it's starting to look a little bit less and less crazy as you go through, right? I mean, all these different things are getting mentioned here and there in these files. Beyonce, Giselle Knowles Carter, Kanye West. All right. I have no loyalty to nobody. I need to see the truth and nothing but the truth. I want to see it all. Terrence Thornton, Black Cube Limited, Vivendi, Dwayne Carter. Is that Lil Wayne? No, please don't let it be Lil Wayne. But if it is, death penalty. John Luke Brunel, Young Money Entertainment, Good Music, GOOD Music, Shelley Massenberg Smith, David Boys. He was in the email we just looked at, all those pictures. You remember we just went and looked him up? Put a 7 in the chat. Put an 8 in the chat if you remember we just looked David Boys up. Robert Kelly, that's R. Kelly. Milton Brown, Marcello Claure, Sprint Corporation, Viacom, Virgil Abloh, Qatar Investment Authority. Qatari investments were in the Epstein files. We saw it in the subject line of that email we just read. Tudor Saliba Corporation, I don't know who that is. Ghislaine Maxwell. Parkwood Entertainment, that's Beyonce's company. The City of New York. Sir Philip Green. Sony Entertainment. This is all the ones she sued. Look at this. Paragraph 15. I want to remind y'all this has been dismissed as frivolous. Paragraph 15. Oof. The defendants, Harvey Weinstein, Sean Carter, that's Jay-Z, and Jeffrey Epstein, represented in this action as defendant number one, the 1953 Epstein, the 1953 trust. So Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and Jay-Z, according to this lawsuit that has been dismissed as frivolous, conspired together with the other defendants to illegally transact a, quote, purchase agreement, giving them ownership of Charlene Latham while she was a minor child residing in the state of Illinois, approximately age 5 or 6 years old, in the custody of her parents, plaintiffs 2 and 3. And the intention of Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and Sean Carter, according to this now dismissed lawsuit, was to commit criminal acts against Charlene when she was 5 or 6 years old as a child, and throughout the course also of her entire adult life. At no time did Harvey, Jeffrey, or Jay-Z communicate with or receive permission to take her or to take possession of the child. Over the course of at least 30 years and longer, the defendants conspired to surveil and stalk plaintiffs. So that's another thing that was listed by that 2019 tip. Now, some of y'all might think, well, maybe the person that left the tip, the 2019 tip to the FBI, read this lawsuit. No, this lawsuit came after that tip. This lawsuit, the tip to the FBI, which just came out in the Epstein files, like in the last 2 days, was filed a year before this lawsuit ever came out. So this person that filed this that filed the FBI tip couldn't have read this lawsuit because it didn't come out yet. She said that they stalked and surveilled her. So did that person in the 2019 tip to the FBI. Over the course, this is Charlene Latham's now dismissed as frivolous case. Over the course of at least 30 years and longer, Harvey, Jay-Z, and Jeffrey conspired to surveil or stalk plaintiff 1 and 3, her and her family member, in order to track the female plaintiffs with the intent to commit various acts against them. Harvey, Jeffrey, and Jay-Z, according to this lawsuit, conspired with the various parties and corporations named as defendants to stalk the plaintiffs in order to drug, abduct, and traffic her to events known as sex parties hosted by the now dead Jeffrey Epstein around the world for abuse by elite, high-profile, wealthy purveyors held at all of Defendant 1, Jeffrey Epstein's properties, including in the United States and the Virgin Islands, with the intention of committing crimes against this little girl. She said at age 13, she was stalked in the state of Missouri, drugged and trafficked to be abused at an event in Manhattan by the conspiring defendants. At this piece of property in New York, owned by Jeffrey Epstein, Charlene says she was sexually assaulted by the various parties in attendance, specifically Harvey, Weinstein, and Sean Carter. Harvey and Jay-Z, according to this now dismissed as frivolous lawsuit. So I'm not saying this happened. I'm just reading the lawsuit, which has now been dismissed. But what she said, Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z willfully and forcibly R''ed her and committed lewd and sexual acts against her without her consent at this party, this quote event in Manhattan. She said she was repeatedly stalked, and so was her family, placed under unlawful surveillance, drugged, abducted, and trafficked for assault, abuse, and exploitation at regular intervals over the course of more than 20 years after the attack when she was 13. Jeffrey, she said, conspired with Harvey and Jay-Z to initiate a system of stalking, surveillance, drugging, abducting, and trying to physically control, abuse, or financially exploit or extort this plaintiff. This conspiracy was in revenge and retaliation for settling a multi-million-dollar lawsuit out of court with the mother of this victim, alleged, now dismissed as frivolous, for Epstein's crime of sexually abusing Charlene and several of her siblings aboard the plane, the Lolita Express. It was a private jet with a currently deregistered tail number of N908JE and on PDF File Island, a privately owned island. This happened in the late 80s and early 90s after being entrusted with the unsupervised care of the children. The defendants' conspiracy, so Jeffrey Epstein, Jay-Z, and Harvey Weinstein. Now, 2 of these have been convicted for S crimes. Harvey, not against children. The defendants, and again, this has been dismissed as frivolous if you're just joining. The defendants' conspiracy to operate this criminal enterprise targeting the plaintiffs spanned the entire nation of the United States, anywhere the plaintiffs traveled or resided. Their system of stalking her, drugging, and trafficking involved a complex, sophisticated criminal network established among and in tandem with all of those defendants she named to traffic the plaintiff for her abuse, exploitation, and for their abuse, exploitation, entertainment, and criminal intentions of racketeering, extortion, and S crimes. This complex network of the criminal enterprise targeting the plaintiff involved the defendants compensating the co-conspirator defendants for their crimes, so they would pay each other, and use various business transactions, including but not limited to offering or facilitating employment contracts. So that brings me back to, remember those twins? I have these twins for you. One of them wants to be a Victoria's Secret model. Remember them back scratches? They wouldn't just change hands of money. No, that's what the now dismissed as frivolous lawsuit says. It says, no, there would be various business transactions or employment contracts. Now Demore Hadley, the one who got locked up for literally no reason, they said she was doing drugs. She took drug tests and every line was negative, a hair follicle test. Various business transactions, including but not limited to offering, facilitating employment contracts, lucrative partnership contracts such as record deals, fashion industry ventures, and other assorted goods and services such as company perks, luxury cars, housing, real estate gifts, large sums of cash designed as record advances, and other legitimate business deals. They did this for decades, she said. There was intentional tortious interference, kidnapping, and holding of the offspring of Plaintiff 3, who was the mother of Charlene. Routinely hiring defendants, although you remember that long list of defendants, to stalk and illegally surveil the plaintiffs and interact with Plaintiff 1 under the guise of befriending her or having romantic or business interest in her. So what they were really doing was using the false relationships, according to her, to facilitate exploitation, hostage taking, and abuse, targeting the aforementioned plaintiffs. The deception to commit tortious interference was done regularly to allow them the ease of accessing these plaintiffs' private lives and spaces. That's whenever the mom just kind of immediately started saying, you got to stop doing this. She said, I was made aware of this by defendants that they actually tried to get to stalk me, and they came and told me. They came and told me what they were doing. The mom was informed of this conspiracy targeting her children, and she took numerous and repeated actions to demand that they stop doing that, but they never stopped. They engaged in establishing a thorough network of criminal operatives to facilitate their enterprise of spying, stalking, surveillance, breaking and entering, tortious interference, numerous assaults, sexual battery, financial exploitation, physical abuse, emotional harm, psychological torture, sexual harassment, lewd conduct, kidnapping, human trafficking, and extreme abuses for decades, specifically targeting this family and their offspring rather than to stop doing what they were doing. This enterprise was orchestrated by the defendants and escalated beyond assaults, abuse, harassment, and emotional harm into intense and extensive financial exploitation. The defendants' repeated abduction and hostage taking of the children caused them emotional harm and financial damages. Lucrative career contracts in professional sports, entertainment, and other industries were forfeited in exchange for or consequence of redressing the crimes. When plaintiffs could not be used for trafficking anymore, the defendants then exploited their economic prowess and unique abilities to pick stocks, predict businesses, create very lucrative trade secrets, intellectual property, and develop very profitable business concepts and consumer products in a diverse array of industries. Now, remember, this was dismissed as frivolous, but it don't seem that frivolous anymore, to me, in my opinion. The defendants orchestrated a criminal enterprise valued at billions of dollars by the trafficking and economic exploitation of plaintiffs, for which the trade secret thefts and related business intellectual property crimes played a significant role in the profitability of the criminal enterprise. Such crimes are being addressed. Okay. It happened over 3 decades with no intention of stopping. This exploitation became very lucrative. They would have people to record them. They would have people pretend to be their friends. She said, I'm seeking redress, damages. Okay. So now paragraph 43, when the plaintiffs were able to prevent the drugged abductions for assaults against the kids, Jay-Z, Harvey, and Jeffy responded by engaging in, quote, extreme forms of harassment that they conspired with the other defendants to initiate or facilitate, including but not limited to assaults, feticide, sexual harassment, verbal abuse, psychological torture, harassment, gaslighting, paying defendants to collect sexual data or other sexually explicit content featuring these plaintiffs. The harassment includes creating PDF philia, because plaintiff 1 was a child and she was recorded as a child in various states of undress, private spaces. She was drugged. She was trafficked aboard a jet. A judge dismissed this as frivolous without ever hearing from any of these 3 people. Now, allegedly, Jeffrey Epstein was dead by this point, but nobody else had to respond. Just the judge was like, no, this is silly. No, this didn't happen. Plaintiff reserves the right. Okay, pray for relief. Okay, so she wants money back. Okay. Let me see if it will pick up the Les Wexner. Okay, this is a letter from her. Oh, shoot. This is a letter from her. Please allow this correspondence to explain that I submitted the enclosed document to initiate the action and get a case number pending the formal complaint. Additionally, I request permission to file as request all communications and electronically. Let me see if I can find the Les Wexner of it all. Let's see. Paragraph 6, the defendants engaged in a criminal sociopathic conduct as a form of specific criminal intentions designed as harassment, extortion, physical torture, psychological torment, and revenge, targeting plaintiff and her family for her refusal to sell her child or children. So they wanted to buy her child. This has been dismissed as frivolous, by the way. But the child in question is her. She's like, I was the child. And she had, one of the plaintiffs was the mom. You can't actually represent your mom. You have to be represented by a lawyer. But when the mom refused to sell or allow the defendants to abuse this child, the defendants began targeting the family for economic abuses and financial exploitation that not only consisted of drugging these children, hostage taking, thefts. Extensive scheme was initiated by Jeffrey Epstein, the decedent, represented in this action by his trust as revenge. Plaintiff agreed to out-of-court multi-million-dollar settlement in the late 80s, early 90s to avoid a public criminal and civil prosecution for these abuses. It was a bunch of them. 6 kids, 3 sons, 3 daughters, and then 14 grandchildren. Okay, look at this. After misappropriating Leslie Wexner's money, remember this is the guy that owns Victoria's Secret. Remember the twin earlier who was desperate to be a Victoria's Secret model? After misappropriating Les Wexner's money to pay the settlement, Jeffrey Epstein devised a scheme of revenge and recovery of the money by targeting the plaintiffs for drugging and trafficking their children, for continued abuse at his various orgies around the world where he was paid large sums by elite attendees of these salacious events. And then he used the money from abusing the plaintiffs to repay his debt to Jeffrey Wexner. Now that seems wacky, doesn't it? That seems wacky. But somebody also made a tip to the FBI 1 year before that kind of sounded like kind of similar. Let me go back over there. Now that we've read that, now that y'all wanted to hear that, and we did read it. When was the time frame? First of all, when was the time frame? She said late 80s, early 90s. That was when the settlement happened, but then the abuse continued. So what year was this? 96. An unknown man abducted her from her home, where she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein. He was one of those 3 defendants that she kept mentioning. And Jay-Z. Now, this could be a totally different person. Could be the same person. I don't know. It's all redacted. Weinstein was doing an act, and she thinks she was at Epstein's mansion. She estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awaking each time in an opulent indoor setting. She suffered from abuse on multiple of those occasions, and Epstein participated. She recalled Leon Black and William Barr being present during some of the occasions. And in 2006, she last recalled being abused by Epstein. On each occasion, she said she was drugged. It clouded her memory, attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as her handlers. Well, there you go. She was suing those. Charlene Laam also sued Pusha T. Here they're saying it was Pusha T was her handler. Charlene Laam. I mean, it sounds so similar to the Charlene Laam case. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being this is her. How old was Jay-Z in 1996? Let me see. About 27. He was born in 1969. So that's like really the big like Jay-Z thing that's been going around. But I want to just remind y'all again one more time. That doesn't mean it's a fact. It doesn't mean it actually happened. I'm not even saying, she necessarily lied. I'm not saying I have no way to personally know. But if it was a tip that came in 2019, and she's saying this stuff happened in 1996, a lot of time goes by. There's been trauma. I just want to be very, very clear. I mean, people also do lie. Some people do lie. I don't think this person is lying, but I don't know. I truly don't know. So I want to be very clear that was just somebody's tip to the FBI. And without further substantiation, we really don't know. Team owners launch parole. Oh, look at this. You want me to verify my... So this is from White Collar Law 360 to who knows. Jay-Z Meek Mill team owners launch parole reform group. This is 2019, the same year that tip came in, by the way. Music mogul Jay-Z, rapper Meek Mill, and several professional... Okay, wait a second. Do y'all remember Kanye saying that he started having troubles with Kim Kardashian whenever she met with Meek Mill on prison reform? It was 2018 they met on prison reform. Look at this. In July 2020, Kanye West tweeted he was trying to get divorced since Kim met with Meek at the Waldorf for, quote, prison reform, accusing Kim of being out of line. He also claimed Meek was a dog, but that Kim had acted inappropriately. I guess Meek Mill wasn't there. Maybe he was. Maybe he wasn't. The AI is saying he wasn't. But just January the next year, Meek Mill launched parole reform program. Professional sports team owners and asset managers. Okay, Lou Taylor. Tell me you're a Lou Taylor type. On Wednesday, launched $50 million criminal justice reform effort aimed at revamping laws to reduce the number of people on parole or probation. That was in an email sent to Epstein. This says Backstreet Boys. This is from Gregory Brown to Jeffrey Epstein. The subject is Greg Brown's weekend reading and other things. Dear friend, another tool of the American oligarchy, how ghost corporations are funding the 2016 election. Where's Jay-Z in all this? Jay-Z featuring Maxwell. Okay, I guess this isn't that big of a deal. Kanye West. Bono. Remember U2 was mentioned in here? Bono, musician, activist. What does Jay-Z have to do with this? Knighthood in 2007, dubbed Man of Peace in 2008. He mobilized in 2010 following the devastating earthquake in Haiti. We raise a lot of money for the babies out in Haiti. Performing the song Stranded with bandmate The Edge and Rihanna and Jay-Z during the Hope for Haiti Now telethon. The event was watched by 83 million people in the United States alone and raised $58 million for relief. Okay, so this is a Bono article. Just looking through. He was getting stuff from Django.com. Okay, so this is from a small world travel company to Jeffrey Epstein about travel deals. February 2012. Tell yourself you're visiting New York for the culture and avant-garde cuisine if you like. We know the real reason, the shopping. Problem is, where to start? We challenged a fashion editor to hit 24 hot stores in 12 hours, starting at Hyatt 48 Lex. So check her list. Snag a hotel room, slip on your sneaks, and flex that plastic. Then wear your bounty to Golden Eye in Jamaica, a jet setter staff favorite and celeb honeypot with Beyonce, Jay-Z, Kate Moss, and Grace Kelly among recent guests. Okay, this is just like a travel. Okay, I think a lot of these are like junk emails. I will have to go through, you know, when I'm offline and like do more searching for that. Let's look at Beyonce because I had something I wanted to say about her too. Something interesting that I found. Or like, you know, a point that I thought of. But I got to find the right entry first. What is this? Somebody is, I don't know who it's to. I can barely see who it's from. My bro and I are in, this is from 2004. I'm sending Lily to Beyonce concert, so she's tied up till late. Spice sounds good. I can make the res if you would like. And this is from Ghislaine Maxwell to Doug Band, whoever that is. Do you and your bro plus Lily want to join me for dinner? So someone just went to a Beyonce concert. Here's a schedule from 2016. Robert Kuhn is confirmed to come see you at 2. Bryce and Karen start working on the island. Consultation appointment with redacted. 7:30, he wants to go see Beyonce at the MetLife Stadium. Or she, Ghislaine Maxwell, maybe. Okay, this one, the subject line is Serena and Beyonce. This is from a woman by the name of Lisa, new to Jeffrey Epstein. Dear Jeffrey, how are these? And thank you so very much for editing me. The point about my using Serena was a great one. I completely missed. I meant only to suggest that we would be offering content in educational context and not that I would be benefiting. I am so used to being unpaid for this work. I didn't realize my language suggested actual profit. Dumb. Okay, this is a Harvard professor. What is this about? Beyonce invitation, Serena Williams invitation. Turns out they might be like us, or they might not. Who knows? They might be like them, like they were trying to say not like us. Lunch with Peter Thiel. How'd I miss that? There it is. Wait a second. Is this can't be Vitali, the YouTuber. This is another email with Mark Tramo. Now, who's Mark Tramo? He was the one with the Brain Science Institute that wanted to do the neonatal thing with Britney. 2012, he emails Jeffrey Epstein. Let me start at the bottom. Jesus Christ, these people. Some things never change. Hey, Jeffrey, what's your take on the following development? Got me thinking about a live pay-per-view webcast series. So like a podcast on brain science and medicine. Your roundtable symposia could comprise their own educational series, right? Hey, Jeffrey, kudos on the BARD project. Jeffrey Epstein, how are you? Sorry for all the typos. Jeffrey Epstein, great. And you, my friend, reading Wittgenstein. We have breakfast together every morning. Have you read the Tractatus? What is the Tractatus? I need to look that up later. Have you read the Tractatus? Writing book. Sent you my music brain final exam. Who is this? From Mark Tramo to Jeffrey Epstein. Waiting for you to complete and return. Producer I wrote/recorded a song with here last year is now producing Beyonce in New York. Universal shopping song to Beastie Boys. Will be in New York City next week. Are you around? Would love to catch up. XXX. So this is that same brain science guy. Okay, here's more emails. These are with Michael Salomon, CEO chair of something, to Barry Josephson. Subject, funding. Barry, any interest from your people? Jeffrey Epstein, no interest. Jeffrey, didn't want to bug you. I'm trying to close a deal for them with Beyonce or Fergie, which will require capital stock. I sent along the materials. Please let me know. Okay, so a deal with Beyonce and Fergie. This is an enlightening. I know I'm running out of a little bit of steam and y'all are probably getting tired too, but this is a big deal, okay, because it is showing how these freaking people get financed. Trying to close a deal for them with Beyonce or Fergie. It's going to require you forking over some money, Jeffy. Send along the materials. Please let me know if you need any further documents. Jeffrey said, no interest. I don't want to fund that. Got it. Thanks for looking. Another email. Jesus. Oh my God. Jeffrey Epstein wrote, "What would you do in order to consolidate the movement? I think that whatever anybody's talent is, the path they should take, and the building up rallies and marches." Y'all, this is another thing that you cannot underestimate. He was doing the things with the children, okay? He was doing the things on the island. He was probably doing some substances. He was doing the financing. He was doing funding of private science he was in everything. He was doing cryogenics. He was doing underground tunnels, but he was also doing social movements. Him and his banker friend from Barclays were bitching about Jay-Z paying everybody off so they're not doing protests. Jeffrey Epstein was very interested in social movements, rallies, marches. That's why I looked my own name up. I want to know, do they have a dossier on me? He said, "What would you do to consolidate the movement?" Which movement, girl? I don't know. I think that whatever anybody's talent is, the path they should take, the building up rallies and marches in the process, thus it's morphing. We shall overcome into we shall overlap. The event that took place the day after the inauguration. Now, this is in 2017. So he's saying the event, I think he was talking about the pink hat protest. Did that happen the day after the inauguration, the pink hats? That was a good example. Mostly women, many of their kids. My daughter took her 5-year-old. Jeffrey Epstein has a daughter? This says Jeffrey E. wrote. Jeffrey Epstein has a daughter? My daughter took her 5-year-old daughter. So Jeffrey Epstein has granddaughter? To the demonstration in Napa, the epitome of what my wife, Nancy, this can't be him. He had a wife. That can't be. It must be a copy paste. That's one aspect. From Beyonce to Bruce Springsteen to Lady Gaga, rock bands that serve as a soundtrack, as I believe it will be at the Grammy Awards. Or it'll be at the Grammy Awards. Icons, investigative journalists revealing truth, but not all the truth. We've seen that in the 4-hour, 40-minute live stream we've done today. Republicans with conscience, compassionate crowds at airports, and lawyers who help the Trump victims at airports. Personalities, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, John Lewis. Did you get your first installment? Cha-ching. Yes, on Monday. This must be back and forth. Did you send the poster? Yes, on Monday. The realist cartoons will arrive tomorrow. So this is Paul Krasner. Who is that? Sounds very familiar. It might not be him. It might be Paul Krasner's daughter. American writer and satirist. He was going back and forth with him. He passed away in July 2019. What would you do to consolidate the movement? This is a deposition of Ghislaine. Apparently Beyonce is mentioned in here, but it's long. Of course, they got the Rothstein on the case. Subpoena to testify. Subpoena to testify. Okay, this is what they were asking from Ghislaine. A list of all girls that defendant Epstein had at his house for any reason at any time, including guests, masseuses for the entire duration. All of them that were at his house in Manhattan. Any documents that reflect scheduling or appointments for his flights, travel, accommodation, massages, meetings, a list of girls who you know to have flown in any of defendant's airplanes, diaries, notes, logs, assets, finances, airplanes. There's some type of invoice. Okay, this is attached to it too as an evidence in what appears to be a court case. In Daily Mail, Exclusive. Bill Clinton pictured with Jeffrey Epstein's social fixer at Chelsea's wedding after severing links with the disgraced PDF file. Ghislaine Maxwell is accused in court papers of procuring girls for her former boyfriend, Jeffrey Epstein, which she vehemently denies. Bill Clinton had ties to Epstein, who flew the ex-president to Africa. Right, yeah. So that was another thing, too. Bill Clinton got on a plane and flew to Africa in Jeffrey Epstein's plane. He couldn't have went on Air Force One. I don't know why. Epstein was arrested in 2006, sentenced to 18 months in jail in 2008, serving 13 months. Clinton did not cut ties with Ghislaine Maxwell, and she was a guest at Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010. Rarely pictured, Jeffrey Epstein has kept a low profile, but was pictured with ex-lover Ghislaine Maxwell on March 15, 2005 at a New York City bash. That same day, Palm Beach cops launched an investigation into Epstein and allegations of underage girls. This is the society fixer, alleged to have helped find underage girls for PDF file billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, helping Bill Clinton celebrate his daughter's marriage. Ghislaine was photographed at the former first daughter's glittering July 2010 wedding to Mark Mezvinsky, despite Epstein having been convicted of soliciting underage girls. Clinton had cut ties to Epstein after his arrest over allegations of ST with girls as young as 14. But this photograph shows that Clinton maintained close ties to Ghislaine Maxwell, who was accused in court papers of procuring these girls. And there she is right there. And they're walking down the aisle, Chelsea, Bill. It was described as a family wedding. Guests included former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, Terry McAuliffe, governor of Virginia, and leading figure in the civil rights movement, Vernon Jordan. For Maxwell to remain a Clinton chum is an interesting turn of events. But just 2 years earlier, her former lover and friend was sentenced to 18 months behind bars. President Clinton had been so close to both Epstein and Maxwell that he had joined him on his private jet, on Epstein's private jet, and stayed in his private Caribbean island. Speaking to the Mail on Sunday, 2011, Virginia Roberts, who claims in court papers she was Virginia Jeffrey, she was kept as Epstein's slave and forced to sleep with Prince Andrew 3 times. She said she met President Clinton twice, but she was never lent out to him. She ended up getting married. She has 3 children. She claimed President Clinton did travel with Epstein to a number of destinations, including 3 times on the billionaire's private jet. She enjoyed intimate dinners. He enjoyed intimate dinners with Maxwell. And where's the Beyonce? That's why I got on here. Okay. Anyway. Mark Tromo again, y'all. Tramo again. He's like a neuroscience guy. This is so weird. Okay, so he emails Jeffrey Epstein December 19th, 2012. Actually, I don't know who he emailed, but he forwarded it. LG. He emailed somebody, LG, as we discussed. This is Mark Tramo. This is the professor at UCLA who heads that brain science center. He was the one that was trying to get Britney Spears through his pal at Universal to do some neonatal thing while Britney was in a conservatorship. We just discussed, sorry, so long-winded. I'm sure you can edit verbally to size. I'm attaching an updated CV. Oxford University, we have a contract with Oxford University Press to write first textbook in field, cognitive neuroscience of music. Compliments first ever course at Harvard at Harvard in 90s music, mind, and brain. Looking for support that would provide time to complete text. Why music? Mind, brain, and human sociobiology. New York Times bestseller. She says, based on my track record, pioneer status in field, public relations history, and not factoring in trade book and potential music boost, she expects 6-figure advance. Book tour in the US and Europe expected after release. Why music? Recorded a song at Universal Music Studios. Co-wrote and performed vocals with hit boy Chauncey Hollis. Producer and writer for Beyonce. Okay, so this guy produces and writes for Beyonce, Kanye West, Jay-Z, and Lil Wayne. Can YouTube search hit boy interviews? Song passed 2 auditions for at A&R, Universal Music Publishing, Tom Sturgis, executive. So it's just like big name after big name. Emails from Japan, France, Denmark. Remember the Serbian Danish embassy? Okay, so anyway, this email gets forwarded to Jeffrey Epstein. And the subject is Mark Tramo. Hey, Mark is hoping to speak with you, or better yet, meet with you to discuss his hopes and dreams for the next year. He even said he would fly to see you. So he's name dropping Beyonce, Kanye, Jay-Z, and Lil Wayne to try to get a meeting with Epstein. Okay, this one is from Jeffrey to some Barry Josephstein, that funding. Didn't want to buy. Oh, this was the one where he said not interested. Skinny Nutritional Corp. I'm looking for a specific. I'm looking for a specific email, but let's just check out. I mean, this is what came up when I typed in Beyonce. This is from Adam Bly to Jeffrey Epstein, Francesca von Habsburg. Bye. I know some of y'all don't know who the Habsburgs are. Okay, so let me just real quick. Don't take it from me. First of all, hold on. First of all, out the gate, the Habsburgs. Okay, why am I looking this up? Because the subject line is Francesca von Habsburg. Okay, we're talking about Habsburgs here. Okay, who are these people? Who are those? I mean, I don't even know if they're people, truly. They look so grotesque. The House of Habsburg was a prominent German royal dynasty reigning from 15th to 20th century. As one of Europe's most powerful, influential houses. Originating from Switzerland, they ruled Austria from 1282 to 1918. 1282 to 1918, originating, the Holy Roman Empire, Spain, and vast territories known for strategic marriage. Okay, strategic marriage is a very funny way to put that. Diplomacy and maintaining Roman Catholicism. Habsburg jaw. Okay, see how weird that thing looks? See how weird it looks? Looks very strange. Why does it look so weird? It has what's called a Habsburg jaw. It's because they're inbred. I'm trying to tell you, I'm not just making it up. They're inbreds. Okay, they really are. Spanish branch in particular is well known for inbreeding, which led to a distinct messed up genetic mutation that makes them look freaking strange. And if whatever their jaw is doing on the outside is any indication of what's going on in here, we might not need them people ruling for 700-800 years in a straight damn row. Okay. Ended in 1700 allegedly. No, they didn't. Okay, hold on. Let me now type this in. Are the Habsburgs inbred? There's a whole article on it. The Habsburg jaw. How inbreeding ended a dynasty. Who wrote that? Ironically, 23andMe. Inbreeding so incapacitated the Habsburgs that by... Okay, I just clicked on this, so let's just start here. The Habsburg jaw. The royal house of Habsburg, once most powerful, reigned over much of Europe for centuries. This is one of the most powerful families ever, of all time. Genetic inheritance and the perils of inbreeding explains their demise. Many royal families, their expansion and hold on power came about in part through their interfamily marriages. But over time, generation after generation of inbreeding helped contribute to them looking real messed up. They had large lower lips, long noses, and the unique Habsburg jaw. We can't tell you if you're a royal, but okay, whatever. Understanding consanguinity, inbreeding's role in genetic disorders, inbreeding when closely related individuals. Beginning in the early 12th century, they quickly expanded their realm. They did this through a series of strategically This is why I say they're all inbreds, okay? Just if you don't listen to nothing else I say about this paragraph only. Beginning in the early 12th century, the Habsburgs quickly expanded their realm. How did they do that? Well, they did it through a series of strategically executed marriages from the mountains of Switzerland to a territory that included swaths of Austria, Hungary, Italy, France, and Spain. The Spanish branch of the Habsburg dynasty helped to create the empire that reached its apex in the 16th and 17th centuries, and they controlled land from the Philippines to the Americas. It was one family. The Habsburgs are not known only for controlling vast tracts of Europe, but also for maintaining control by rarely marrying outside of their families. By the end of the 17th century, the results of their inbreeding became apparent. Family members had distinctive protruding lips, a high rate of infant mortality, and a host of other problems. Could the same marital practices that helped bring them to dynasty also led to their demise? In PLOS 1, scientists from Spain's University of Santiago de Compostela argued that it did. They said that inbreeding so incapacitated the Habsburgs that by the death of King Charles II of Spain in 1700, they were virtually unable to reproduce. And this is whenever the Lord Cornbury became the governor of New Jersey, the first governor ever of New Jersey, and he was the one that was having relations with a grotesque and detestable maggot while he was dressed as a woman. Put an 8 in the chat if you're ready for the Cornbury video to come out. They were virtually unable to reproduce. From 1516 to 1700, over 80% of the marriages within the Spanish branch of the 8 out of 10 marriages were cousin or sister marriages. For almost 200 years, 80% of the... That's why I say these inbred royals, because they're all freaking cousins. Now they're in the Jeffrey Epstein files. Von Habsburg. Jesus Christ. Woo! Lord, help me, Lord. Help me, Lord. All right, so now we're in 2013. One of these Habsburgs is the subject of an Epstein email from Adam Bly to Jeffrey Epstein. We just spoke. The Habsburg wants to come into this deal with you. She holds the highest ranking equity in the company and has a board seat. She knows Ghislaine. Let's discuss. Are you interested in leading or participating? I would like to get back to Francesca von Habsburg. Leading as always, says Jeffrey Epstein, but I do need to see some numbers. Adam replies, what else do you need? Larry Jackson. Okay, then he gives his little resume here. Who's Larry Jackson? Head of A&R at Interscope in 2013. Discovered by Clive Davis, another weirdo. He discovered Lana Del Rey. He works with Kanye West. They're always throwing Kanye's name around. You notice that? Gaga, Beyonce. This head of A&R at Interscope wants to do something big with me. Connecting big data to the music industry. Y'all, I think it might have happened. This is a 13-year-old email. The von Habsburgs, they fell out of royal power because they were too inbred to fucking function. Excuse my language. I've been on here almost 5 hours. Excuse my language. But they were too stupid and inbred to function. And so they can no longer be operating by saying that they are divinely appointed by God to rule over all of us. I'm going to tell you one thing. My ancestors, I'm applying to be a daughter of the American Revolution because my ancestors fought and died in this revolution. We've been fighting against being ruled by Habsburgs for a very long to hundreds of years. Okay. No, I do not consent. But they fell. They're too inbred to function. All right. So they have to parasite power and money and talent and functionality off of us, off of the Charlene Lathams, off of the me's and the you's of the world. Okay. So now she wants the data. Look at this. Larry Jackson wants to do something big with me. With who? With Adam Bly. And you're sending it to Jeffrey Epstein. Why did he have his little dirty little mittens, his little claws, his little talons in every industry in the freaking world? Music and business and brain science and somehow putting together brain science and music and politics and all. Why did he have his dirty, greedy, nasty, perverted little freaking talons, his little mitts all over every damn thing? And he's working with the inbred royals to do it, to collect all our data. Natural language processing of artist followers to definite unique signature, cluster analysis of artists based on followers to inform concert pairings, where to play based on geolocation. We met yesterday. He's a geek at heart. Very cool contract. So what are they doing here? They got the guy who's in charge of A&R at Interscope, teaming up with Jeffrey Epstein as the hub point, and Francesca von Habsburg wanted to perhaps be where they get the money. Oh my God. I rebuke, to say the least. I want to find the Beyonce. That's why I started this. What is this? I'm getting very involved. This will be replace Formula One in 10 years. I don't think it did. Races next year, broadcast 10 fully. And it was always people probably emailing in with harebrained schemes. Are you coming to the Formula One? Land in Brazil, you were coming to the Formula. I'm looking for, there was like something with Beyonce and Formula One. Let me just look it up. Thank you so much to Danielle Marie for the 999. Thanks for the long live. Thank you. Thank you. Let me just look it up on Google. I'm very motivated to find it. The Habsburgs are now in the parliament, y'all. Now they are electing these inbreds to run their government after there was revolutions fought. I want to see if I can I look up like Formula One and then like also Beyonce? It's not going to let me. It's going to say no results found. Oh, this is aggravating because it was like something about Beyonce. Oh, this is funny. 2016. Hey, could you please get redacted tickets to the Beyonce concert? Who? Did Jeffrey say how much to spend? Did he see pricing, or should I ask? There are many price offerings. No, he didn't say anything about the price. Could you ask him? So Beyonce, they were trying to get Beyonce tickets for somebody. For the girls. I want to go see Beyonce October 7th right now. I can grab section 8 row seats. I guess the question is, how much should I spend on a ticket? Beyonce tickets. What's this? Lunch with Peter Thiel is not lost on me. This is a 2009 email. This is crazy. From Jeffrey Epstein to somebody. Can you make the Houston flight from Palm Beach? You would need to leave at 3 at the latest to make an Miami flight. That being said, I will make myself available. I have great ideas for you, Mother Army. Who the hell is he talking to? Charge for enlistment. I have ranks. Move up the ranks by accomplishment. Prove you are a good mother. Get a Mother's Army medal. Who is Jeffrey Epstein freaking talking to? Charge $5 for enlistment. Have consumer products. Co-sponsor. Give out material. It's time to recognize mothers as the most important of our society. Can I come see you on Monday? My flight lands at 12:15 from Grenada to Miami, so I could be with you by 2-ish. I have a 5 p.m. to Houston, then Vancouver, so I could be with you for an hour. Do you think Yanush could pick me up at the airport and drop me off? Sorry to ask, but a girl has to. This email and any files are confidential. Jeffrey's still working on my flights. So impossible It's not an option even for 20 minutes with you. This email. What the freak is this? Halle Berry, Julia Roberts. Actresses are a little older and need a cause. What the fuck? What is this? Jeffrey Epstein said, get these people in the army. In this army they're trying to build up. Julia Roberts, Halle Berry, actresses that are a little older and need a cause. Carly Fiorina, Meg Whitman, Beyonce, politicians, royalty, Angela Merkel. We are all in the same battle, the mother's army. If you do it right, no one can refuse. You are a creative. Design a mother pin similar to pink ribbon for AIDS. Maybe a baby in arms, baby on a breast. What the freak? I'm starting to get Dan Snyder buys super yacht. I'm starting to get okay, this is interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So this is an article to a bunch of lawyers, it looks like. As I read the article below, I find great weight in your repeated cries. The firehouse of vitriol that blank faced, which you sought protection from, is gut-wrenching. Most individuals crumble under a sliver of the traumas redacted and you have faced redacted. I'd rather you not read this news because I know it's crushing. I'm wanting to give the others the opportunity, wishing for healing. The subject line is, everyone thought it was a game. Everyone thought it was a game. Prince Andrew's ex, Lady Victoria, sparks fury after her suicide. Oh, wow. She alleged they trafficked her to the Duke of York when she was 17. Lady Victoria, who had a brief fling with the prince, reacted to the news saying, when lies catch up to you, there's no way out. Is this the Duchess that was backtracking that they were emailing? Oh, I'm friends with Harvey. It's like this is freaking buried. I should have kept it somewhere. Okay. Thank you to Nina for the $4.99 super chat. He did have children. Learned that when I searched for John Bonet, one word in the Epstein search bar, and read that odd letter. A lady used a turkey bow. Girl, I'm gonna have to do a whole nother. Put a 9 in the chat if I'm gonna have to do a whole nother 5-hour live stream for more things that we find. Thanks so much for the $4.99. Zuckerberg chin is what they're calling it now, Bunny. Oh Lord, I hadn't heard it called that. He does kind of look like a Habsburg. Okay, let me show y'all the Habsburgs. Let me show y'all what they look like, because I bet you know somebody that looks like this. This is how they had started to look. Okay, and from like the eye sockets up, I mean, they could be my cousins, all right, but then something went awry in this area with those people. Something went awry. Just saying, and that's what they had all looked at like. All right, that's, this one looks all right. And this is like, they used to paint these people in a little bit of a flattering way. So you got to imagine they were way uglier. You got to imagine they looked way, way worse than just this, because they would paint them with these, a little bit more flattering. This one looks all right. This, like, some of them look all right. Like, that could be my cousin right there. I mean, now who knows? Maybe I'm inbred, but I don't think so. My bloodlines have been traced back for several hundred years on both sides, and there was no overlapping that I saw or was able to. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of like, this is what these people looked like. And it was like a direct result of genetic problems because they kept marrying their cousins because they just couldn't stand not ruling over us. They just couldn't stand it. They couldn't stand not, like, you know, being able to say that they should be able to be squatters and not work and not do anything and live in our buildings. They couldn't stand it. For like 900 years, they just like married their cousins and called themselves kings and queens. Okay, this is what happened. This long email. Let me see. Pessimism more my problem than guilt. How are you doing? Beyonce and Serena definitely thinks I'm a great tutor. I'm gonna have to look. Okay, so I'm gonna have to look. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm Irish. I rebuke, and we still trying to. I know the Irish and the Welsh have never really been too pleased with those royals. I do know that. Shout out to the Irish cousins. I feel like I have a little Irish. Like in the genetics. I have a little Irish in the DNA because, like, you know, the hand in the pocket thing. It resonates with me. If I ever have the occasion to meet a royal, I'm gonna have pockets and I'm gonna have two hands in my pocket. I ain't gonna take my hands out of my pockets. Y'all know the hands in the pockets thing. My Irish cousins were really doing it right over there. Thank you for the $2.49 Oilo. Thanks so much to Rachel Byer. Thank you for the $27.99 Canadian super sticker. Thank you. Thank you to Rando Pouty for the £7.77. Thank you. Sending love from England. And shout out to people in England because I know y'all are tired of getting ruled over by these people. Okay. These entities. I mean, girl, I mean, they're people. Thank you so much for the $7.77. Thank you. How'd you come familiar with all these people I admire? I don't know. Which ones do you admire? Thank you so much for the $1.99 though, Kimberly Bridges. I just, like, you know, we'll be reading stuff and then learn stuff. I don't think they were on SSRIs either because I don't even think that was around yet, to be honest. I'm gonna keep the hands in the pockets. Robin, you know about the pockets? I've enjoyed this live very much. I wish I knew more about the people in the higher up. Well, we're gonna learn about them. We got the Webs. I don't know about them. Sandra said, wait, you're going to talk about the Habsburgs. Don't we need to talk about the Merowinger and the Holy Grail? Girl, I don't know what that is. See, I don't know everything. Oh, she's saying she admires me. Thank you. Thanks so much to Corey for the $5 Canadian. One of your best lives, BJ. I'm so glad I got here for it. Yeah, I mean, it's been long. It's been a long one. But I'm trying to find this freaking Beyonce thing with the Formula One. It was one of my things I wanted to show y'all. Okay, so there was something about Beyonce and Formula One that came out in this thing, okay? They were trying to get Beyonce to perform at something Formula One, something. And it's interesting to me because I typed in Beyonce Formula One onto the Google, and it's like fact check all the way from 2024. Does Epstein list include Beyonce? False. Then the second one, A-list celebrities spotted at Formula One Las Vegas. And do y'all remember this? Beyonce does not leave the house looking like this. This is not how Beyonce leaves the freaking house looking. Okay. Everybody, even her own fans, were like, what is Jay-Z doing letting her come out the house looking like that? Is not how she comes out the house looking. She was looking, she's beautiful. You listen, you are not going to tell me Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter isn't beautiful. She is. But why is she wearing that Party City outfit at the Formula One? It's almost as if somebody, I don't know who, might have got a heads up that Beyonce was listed in the Epstein files in relation to Formula One, and they wanted something else to show up as the search results. Now I can't even find it. You sent it to me, Simply Fee? Thank God. I'm about to go to my email right now. Thank you. I knew somebody was going to have it. I didn't get it yet. Where did you send it to? That Surprise Witness? I didn't get the email yet. Let me close some of these tabs. Wow, all these tabs that I had open today was crazy. Thank you to Shelly. Thanks to Shelly for the $25 GoFundMe donation to the legal fund. Thank you to Sunny for the $20 Cash App. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Albert, who's Albert? Albert Van Sell. Okay. Check it out for yourself. Data set 9. Someone from the FBI stuck my deposition from City Hall into the middle of the Epstein files. Oh, that's crazy. I'll have to look at that. Somebody said they sent it to me. Did you send it to ThatSurpriseWitness@gmail.com? I'll go back and check that in a moment. Okay, so there was something else I just saw. Oh, shoot. I forgot now. Let me see if I can re-find it. The Beyonce... Formula One, Epstein. This is the other outfit they had that poor lady wearing. Remember that one? That looked better. But still, it's almost like they wanted the Beyonce Formula One, Beyonce F1. It's like almost like they wanted that to be what comes up when you searched it. And that was in November. So it's like months ago. Did they know? Maybe they didn't. Let me try DuckDuck. Oh, yes. Well, Hindustan Times. So take it with a grain of salt because this publication is not reliable. They have lied about me before. Okay. Jay-Z and Epstein files. How Beyonce's husband, Pusha T, and Harvey Weinstein are all linked. Allegations explain. The Justice Department released some new files. Jay-Z's name came up, although from a report filed to an FBI hotline, and then, they were thick as thieves. Jay-Z's name appears. Beyonce's husband is not the only one. Pusha T, Harvey Weinstein. It must be noted that Jay-Z and the complaint goes 3 individuals. Weinstein, Pusha T. Okay, so it doesn't actually say anything about that. Let me see. Let me go back to the... Somebody said they sent it to me, but I didn't get it. There we go. Is it this? Oh my, this is a little bit cuckoo. Okay, I'm going to pull this up for you. Thank you so much to Simply for sending. Sorry. Let me put this up. Okay, this is what she just sent me, or he, or they. Thanks so much to Auntie for the $10 super chat. Girl, you need to hydrate. I am actually, thank you so much for that $10. I don't actually require like water or food for like days on end. I keep trying to tell y'all I'm not like a human. I am a little bit partial, like ethereal, like alien angel or something like that. It's something that's like from the sky. So I don't actually have to drink water that much. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Okay, so this is the thing I just received in the email. Thank you. Report number 108, the Sheikh's concubine money. What the hell? This is from 2009. Hey, y'all. I don't know who it's to and who it's from. It's redacted. My boss has already made the official announcement that when high maintenance is looked up in Webster's dictionary, there's a picture of me. I don't know who sent this. My boss thinks I'm so bossy that it's actually him working for me, not the other way around. Spending time with these 17-year-olds who are potential redacted students have been so inspiring. I love my job and I know what we are working for. Girl, at this point, I don't know what these people were working for. Redacted is 100% by the Sheikh. I think that's like the king of like somewhere. Well, I don't know who the Sheikh is. The Sheikh. The NYU president has on numerous occasions called the funding of redacted the Sheikh's concubine money. Concubine's like a a lady in your harem. And we already heard about harems from Richard Branson. Needless to say, our communication manager has his hands full. The kids who came for Redacted were stalking them on Facebook to see what they thought of blank. Redacted from New York brought their own camera crew and medical staff when they came to Abu Dhabi. When New Yorkers go on field trips, they don't mess around. So someone from New York went over to Abu Dhabi and brought their own medical staff and camera crew. I introduced myself to the president of Redacted. Now, why the is this Redacted? I want to know the president he introduced him or she introduced herself to. President of blank as the COO's little office troll. He loved it and gave me a big hug. I thought I would leave him surprised, but he left me surprised. A colleague told me, "Who is this?" A colleague told me I looked like a Barbie. It was the biggest compliment I've received in a long time. Since we're freaking redacted, and funded with the sheik's concubine money, we've got tickets for the whole office to Beyonce. She's performing the first night of the Formula One race, a 4-day event. Okay, yes, this is where it came up. So I didn't type in Formula number 1. I typed in ONE. Beyonce was great. It was a 4-hour ordeal to get out to Yas Island where the Formula One is held, though. Hope you all are well. This is in 2009. So Beyonce's name doesn't really come up too much in the Epstein files, except for those couple, like, it's always like people trying to get tickets. But I'm wondering if the Formula One fiasco from a couple months ago was because somebody got wind that this concubine money of the sheiks or whoever's was going to be mentioned in the Epstein files release. I mean, I don't know. Somebody needs to tell me, when did the first round of the Epstein files come out? It's like getting it pretty. Sheikh is a Muslim religious leader, right? I don't know. They say no, that's not. They saying it's not religious. I could just look it up. An Arab leader. In particular, the chief or head of an Arab tribe, family, or village. Or a leader in a Muslim community or organization. That's what the dictionary definition says. Could be either one. In this particular scenario, I don't know who they talking about. I don't know. I ain't gonna look it up because I got enough enemies, if we're being honest. Okay. Thank you to the person who sent me that. Now, I wanted to look something else up. Mark Wahlberg and more. Race took place. Jeremy Renner, Terry Crews. There was another one I wanted to look up and it like slipped my mind. Shoot. I don't remember. What about the Super Bowl? Is that mentioned? Yeah, it was mentioned. We already talked about that. The one where it was like the white ladies in the cars with the quote, hip black. I didn't say it. I'm quoting it. Hip blacks. And I was like, that's what made us come all together. Was Lindsay Lohan with it? I don't know. I think it might just be a word like sir or something. I think it mean many things. Now, we've already been on here for 5.5 hours, but really, I know what y'all really wanted me to talk about. And it was over here in this section. Okay. All right. It was over here in this section. Okay. And maybe something over here. Over here. Did y'all know Scientology was mentioned in the Epstein files? Yes, it was. I think I'm going to have to do another live. Another live because I am starting to get a little tired, but I'm interested to see how this torture stuff does lead back into those Podesta emails. I'm not very familiar with those myself, But like, this is just some torture emails. I'll give y'all a little preview for the next live I do next time I do a live on this. One email is, do you want me to try to do her or just torture her? Now, we don't know who this is to or from. Oh, yes, we do. From Jeffrey. Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her? That was September 2011. Here's another one from the Epstein files, June 2018. 1, Madonna on the way. 2, instead of torture photo, maybe a portrait of me instead. What in the hell? Presentation of Trumpville. Here's another one from 2015, September, from Jeffrey Epstein to who? I don't know. See if new redacted can do 2:30 instead of 1. Contact the Mongolian. See how they say Mongolian all the time? And what does that mean? The Mongolian. Who? Contact the Mongolian and say that Mr. Epstein really enjoyed his time with the president. Please convey the message that he is welcome for coffee, snuff, conversation, no tie. I will try to rearrange Mr. Epstein's schedule. So it says it's from Mr. Epstein, but I guess it's from being sent from his assistant. Now, snuff, just to be clear, could mean tobacco. Okay. But it also is a film where somebody's being unalived. Okay. I was reading this article. It's very long. I need to read the whole thing. It's called Prostitution, Trafficking, and Cultural Amnesia. Acts ranging from seemingly banal verbal humiliation, pornography, prostitution. This is just kind of like getting into their psychology. This is somebody's account, a firsthand witness account, or supposedly, I don't know, I wasn't there, but he's like, or she, like, I was at this house at the Central Islip Courthouse. I witnessed Chris Loeb tell John Ray the content of the DVDs he found in a duffel bag, watched at his home when he took them out of the duffel bag. Chris Loeb was telling John Ray that 5 of the DVDs were snuff. And thank you to everybody that did give donations today, because that's going to make it worth the while, because it ain't going to be making AdSense. I can tell you that. Were snuff films, and he witnessed choking, torture, beating, and killing of girls. 5 DVDs, and one of the girls was an Asian girl. Michael Pack is an Asian trafficker. I don't know if any of this is true. I'm just reading what I found in the files, who specializes in selling Asian girls for you know what. I witnessed someone by the name of Chris Loeb. Again, I'm just reading something that I saw in the Epstein files. Tell John Ray about the 2 child, you know what, Sam DVDs. I witnessed John Ray show no emotion. He was nonplussed. I believe he already knew the content of the DVDs that he found in the duffel bag because he was in the inner circle. Then there was this one. Jeffrey Epstein sent to somebody in 2014. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with redacted. He lied to you and he lied to me. So he's giving people permission to kill people. And again, maybe that was a joke. This one says this might be the creepiest Epstein file from the batch. This was also in there having to do with the snuff. Any crazy stuff happening while you were filming? This is from an adult film magazine. And this was again in the Epstein files. Well, when we did the scene with the broken bottle where Britney holds it to Barrett's neck, this is not Britney Spears. They do give the Britney person's last name earlier in the article, but I just snipped out this part. It's not Britney Spears though. But she has a bottle to someone's neck while they're filming an adult film. They call them photo shoots now, but we all know what it really is. She stabbed him in the neck during the scene. There was blood. I said, hold on, this is realistic, but we aren't trying to make a snuff movie. And the guy who got stabbed deserves hazard pay. Now, this one's really, 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 this brings us into the pizza of it all. And I wasn't really a pizza anything, proponent, researcher. I didn't know anything about it, really, truly. I mean, I know the media says that it was all fake and a conspiracy theory. I haven't personally researched it much more. But it's kind of like with this latest drop, data set 9, 10, and 11, and 12, it kind of starts to look like maybe there was something to that. This is a picture from the Epstein files. Looks like a Zoom call. I don't know when it's from. But as you can see down here, Jeffrey Epstein, let me make it larger. Jeffrey Epstein's on the call. He's down here. Someone's here. And I don't know what's here. It's covered up. But look down here. It says torture. So someone's going by the username torture. I am still waiting and watching the melted cheese drip. Smiley face. Sent via BlackBerry at AT&T. Torture. I am still waiting and watching the melted cheese drip. And look at Jeffrey Epstein's face. Whoa. Shout out to Fabulous Fab for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is interesting. Shane said, also, most sports were created or funded by the mafia. It's just true. And radio stations. Back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, a lot of teams were created by these mafia men as well. Not all games are rigged, of course. I think Britney Spears might be in danger too. I think so too. I think so too. To criminalize your natural fat rolls and cellulite, it's illegal to be naked so that they can make money selling their idea of femininity and what women should look like. It's too much. It's too much. Okay, so what else? Yummy. We'll pick up on yummy next time. This is where we'll start next time. Yummy. Because it's looking like, look, it's looking like there's something to this code words thing. All right, look at this email. This is from Jeffrey to someone, from Nadia to Jeffrey. And the subject is old hairy coconuts. Shit you not. Woo! Okay, Sunday, November 13, 2011. 1:57 in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, somebody's emailing him. Nadia. I ordered sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you, and they just arrived. What in the hell? Very yummy. I was going to ship them to you in Paris, but I hear you're coming back, so I will send them to 71st with Sarah. Remember, Sarah was the one who said, bring the killing babies poster. Why did I order these sweet young coconuts? Nadia says to Jeffrey. Well, ... just so you don't have to drink juices from old, hairy things. I don't think they're talking about coconuts. Put a 10 in the chat if you don't think they're talking about coconuts. There's an FBI alleged list of FBI code words. Let me see if I can find it. I ordered the subject line is old hairy coconuts. I ordered sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you, and they just arrived. Very yummy. I was going to ship them to you in Paris, but I hear you are coming back, so why would you ship coconuts to Paris? So I will just send them to 71st with Sarah, just so you don't have to drink juices from old hairy things. Excuse me. Yeah, hairy. Once they start having hair, they're old. Girl. I mean, I'm not even thinking it's blood. I mean, I think it's like, I'm not getting into that. Okay, FBI code word list. I mean, I don't want to get put on a list for looking this up. I just want the FBI file. It could be hair. It could be a substance. Let me just go. I don't want to get put on a list for looking this list up. Operation Innocent Images. Is that what it is? Operation Innocent Images. 1993, agents working on a missing child case discovered something startling. PDF files were transmitting images via the internet. A 10-year-old boy suddenly went missing from his neighborhood, and it's always where all roads leads to Brentwood. You ever noticed Brentwood, everything, everywhere, all the damn time? Brentwood, Tennessee, Brentwood, California, Brentwood, Maryland. He went missing from Brentwood. Within weeks, the investigation uncovered 2 PDF files and a larger ring of online child you-know-what. Within 2 years, it spawned a major national initiative that became the centerpiece of the FBI's efforts to protect children. Here's how the events unfolded. When the FBI agents went door to door to talk with neighbors, they encountered a pair of suspicious men who had been befriending local children, showering them with gifts and taking them on vacation. I'm trying to find the... Can you open? Okay, so that's taking a while. Oh, here we go. How do I find the, I know what you're talking about. I have seen it before. Where it shows you a swirl and a triangle, and I mean everything's coming up except that. And I could see why. I could see why they would, not want that to be coming straight up. But it's not anything bad on it. It's just the actual symbols. Thank you so much to Slay for the $10 super chat. As a parent, I can't raise my children in a country run by PDF files or take this establishment seriously. Epstein tried to go to Canada, but he was denied. The United States of PDF files. I mean, look, they got to do something about it. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Rodrigo, for becoming a new member. Shout out to you. How do I find what's it called? FBI, symbol trafficking guide? It just keeps showing me these stars and stuff. Oh, here's one. Okay. So this is the one I remember seeing. FBI unclassified. This is in 2007. Symbols and logos used by PDF files to identify sexual preferences. This intelligence bulletin addresses crimes against children. PDF files to include those who sexually, so the definition is those who abuse children, as well as those who produce, distribute, or trade child are using various types of identification logos or symbols to recognize one another and distinguish their preferences. To specifically indicate their gender preference, members will use descriptions. These symbols have been etched into rings and formed into pendants and have also been found imprinted on coins. The logo for boys is this one, and this is a public service announcement. It's blue, surrounded by a larger triangle, whereby the small triangle represents a small boy. Oh my God. I can't even finish. I can't even finish reading it. Oh my God. I'm about to cry. Oh, I can't finish it. A variation of the logo, oh my God, embodies a small spiral shape. The corners are rounded to resemble a scribbling by a young child. I'm about to cry. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. So what I'm trying to wonder now is coconut. Because girl, I don't think that lady was talking about a coconut. I mean, I'm just sorry. I just don't think she was talking about a literal coconut. She said old Harry. She said old Harry. She said, old hairy coconuts. I ordered sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you, and they just arrived. Very yummy. I was going to ship them to you in Paris, but you are coming back, so I will send them to 71st with Sarah, just so you just so you don't have to drink juices from old hairy things, y'all. And I'm gonna have to leave it at that for this one. I am going to have to leave it. Maybe it's something about it. Girl, I don't know. I just don't think she's talking about coconuts from the coconut tree. I don't think they're talking about coconut from the coconut tree. And I mean, remember Kamala Harris out here talking about, my mama just told me that stuff don't just fall off the coconut tree. Well, no, maybe Jeffrey Epstein has them shipped in from Thailand. Too soon. Woo, that was bad. Okay. It's nasty. Now, Wax Goddess says, wait till you see how many companies use those triangles. Here's the thing, y'all. I like to leave open a lot of benefit of the doubt. I can see how, that is a very ubiquitous symbol, but you got to remember, a lot of these things, Operation Innocent Images. I mean, a lot of this stuff is used out in the open because that is what they have to use because it blends in. It's like a lot of people are already using spirals. So it's easier to use a spiral than to put a big tattoo on your forehead that says, I like little boys. You see what I'm saying? So it's difficult to tell, which hand washes the other and which is the chicken and which is the egg. Because sometimes it might just be somebody had a swirl on their logo, really. But that being said, who knows? I'm not saying that it isn't either. I don't know. Personally, I don't know. Somebody said, I found it. No coconut, but walnut. Okay. Well, send that to me via email at thatsurprisewitness@gmail.com because this is where we're going to start on my next live. We're going to start on yummy, and we're going to start on all the different things that I searched the word yummy after seeing this. Very yummy. And a lot of people were saying, even some of y'all in the chat here, y'all were saying the Justin Bieber yummy. He was trying to tell us something. Could have been. I really don't know. Obama, hot dog. So I'll start looking at some of that. But we are going to start here. We're going to start the stuff that I found in the Epstein files about yummy on the next live that I do about this. And make sure that you did not get unsubscribed. That has been happening a lot lately. Make sure you didn't get unsubscribed. Make sure you got your notifications on. I'm going to go live on another live. I don't know. Maybe it'll be another 6-hour one, or maybe it'll be 1 hour. I really don't know. I never know how long I'm going to be on here when I get on here. But this was a good live. Thank you to everyone who donated. And if you are watching this afterward, if you wouldn't mind, dropping a few coins in the offering plate, that would be very helpful. I don't know what time and when. That's why you got to make sure that you got your notifications on. And make sure you follow me on Instagram too. Not that I really care about people following me on Instagram. I don't make money over there or anything, but I usually announce before I go live over there. So if you're following me on Instagram and you got your notifications on over here, you'll probably be able to get the notification. Okay. Nadia, they're saying this was Nadia Marcinko, who actually recruited and abused many of the victims. Okay, I did not know that. Yeah. Anyway, somebody said definitely not about coconuts. That's all I really had for this one. I need to go take a break. I need to rest my eyes. I need to rest my emotions, and I need to rest my voice. And just remember, y'all, if anything you take away from this live today, just remember how hard they were all working for the last 10 freaking years, 12, 15 years, to make sure we didn't find out what they were doing. If they were so powerful as they like to pretend, and as we are out here, oh, that's the power, the elites, the rulers, they don't freaking rule us. They get their power from us. And as soon as we wake up, they have no power left. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, the only thing that really changed for him, he's getting out of jail in a few years. The only thing that really changed for him is now we know. He must not have been as powerful as we thought. Now, that's not to take away from the victims he abused. He was absolutely all powerful over a lot of people's lives. I'm not dismissing that. But we don't know these people. And they're spending millions of dollars, hours, years to try to make us think a certain thing about them or not think a certain thing about them, and to do the dark arts of PR. That must mean we have a lot more power than they want us to realize. Okay. Don't lose heart. We're really in charge. At the end of the day, all it's really going to take is us to get mad enough to do something about it. All right. And that's all I can do is just kind of spread the word a little bit. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, and neither are opinions. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. And I don't know if any of this stuff in these Epstein files is real or true. I have not been able to confirm the veracity of any of it because it's just on the government website. So that's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, Minnie K. Bye.